The suspects are from Pakistan and one is a local. A cash reward of $23,000 has also been announced for information of the suspects. Security teams have sealed the town of Pahalgam in Indian-administered Kashmir, where the gunmen had opened fire on tourists in an open meadow only accessible by foot or on horseback earlier this week. The home of one of the suspected gunmen has also been demolished by local authorities. In New Delhi, Neha Punia.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
This is VSiN, the sports betting network.
It's time to get you back to the field for the second half of today's Hastings College softball doubleheader on Extreme Sports. Hastings College softball is brought to you by the Family Medical Center of Hastings, your family's home for healthcare. By Bob Sass Flowers, 2618 West 2nd, serving Hastings since 1955. By Tom Dinsdale Chrysler, Dodge Jeep, and Ram, located at 2800 Osborne Drive East in Hastings. By Bullseye Sports Bar and Grill, enjoy great food, good service, and a warm, friendly atmosphere at 2017 West 2nd. By Ruts Heating and Air, your York Midwest dealer in Hastings and Kearney. By Industrial Irrigation, reliable horsepower since 1955. By Bosselman Energy, a fuel supplier and distributor offering gas, diesel, aviation fuel, biodiesel, ethanol, and propane. By the Livingston Butler Vullen Funeral Home and Cremation Center of Hastings. By Pinnacle Bank, the way banking should be. By Highland Dairy. And by Teammates of Nebraska.
And welcome back to the Bill Smith Softball Complex here on Extreme Sports. Tyson Nevronik and Marcus Metcalf with you as we get set to go here for game number 2. Game number 1, a 3-1 winner for the Hastings College Broncos, and that sets the stage for what we were all anticipating, a must-sweep scenario here for HC to play their way into the Great Plains Athletic Conference postseason tournament. And for the Broncos, they'll turn to Danny Sitz in the circle, who will get the start. Now, interesting of note, Kira Brock in game number 1 threw just shy of 70 pitches. I believe 65 pitches all told for Kira Brock there in game number 1. So if situation occurs, and depending on how this game plays out here at the Bill Smith Softball Complex this afternoon, situational based, scenario based, you could look to go back to your ace, as she was able to just mow through the Doan lineup minus just a couple different shaky at bats. So there's a lot of strategy and certainly a lot of emotions running high, Marcus. Both teams trying to play their way into the postseason. Everything on the line here at the Bill Smith Softball Complex here in game number 2. This one should be a dandy.
Absolutely. It's win or go home time, man. This is what's so great about sports is you get a situation like this. You win, your season continues, and you're playing for a tournament title. If you lose, sadly enough, your season has to come to an end after a long couple months here, playing a lot of softball. But it's just the way it is sometimes in the world of sports. But we're going to hopefully we have a dandy here in game number 2, as after we saw actually a pretty good first game. So Danny Sitz been going on the mound here for HC. We're getting ready to go underway here.
Grace Dowling, the leadoff hitter here for the Doan Tigers, already ahead in the count 2-0, as Danny struggles to find the zone a little bit. Danny has really come along nicely as a starting pitcher, was working a little bit in relief, and they brought her into the starting role. She has been able to extend her innings and her workload as this season has moved along, and in a pivotal must-win scenario here for HC, gets the nod from Troy Baker, but I bet that arm is staying loose and warm there for KB in the dugout, and just in case situation unravels a little bit, and Yeah, I mean, you got to throw everything you can. I mean, it's kitchen sink time if you're Hastings College trying to play your way into the postseason. There is no tomorrow if they don't get this win here today against their rivals from Crete in the Doane University Tigers. It's a 3-1 count now to Grace Downing as Sitz looks in, rocks and fires, and that ball fouled back at the fencing, and that'll load the count here full 3-2. A 3-1 victory, 3 runs in the fourth inning for Hastings College in game number 1. And that was all Brock needed as she was able to work 7, allowing just 1 hit, 3 strikeouts. Didn't have any walks in game number 1 as this is a bloop single right in front of Schneider, and it's a leadoff base runner for the Doane University Tigers. So Doane putting stress on this pitching staff and defense here early on. And I think, Marcus, the thing that I was talking about with Coach Theo Harris and Coach Baker, as they were up here a little bit earlier before the game started today, I said the biggest thing is if you can pick up game number 1, the biggest battle is going to be making sure that with all the senior day activities and everything going on, that you continue to stay focused and stay composed. And they both nodded their head and they said, oh yeah, that'll be the biggest challenge today for sure. So we'll see how the Broncos come after their senior day activities. Obviously, a lot of hugs and family time and some moments knowing that for these seniors, their last time here at the Bill Smith Softball Complex. Emotions running high and drama running high here in this one.
Like you said, it's an emotional day, but like Coach Baker said, still business ahead yet, and you got to win 2 games today. Winning one's not going to do you any good. So he mentioned business as usual. We got a strike here to Villegas, make it 0-2.
Jasmine Villegas, the second baseman, here for Doane as we'll work our way through the batting lineup. Still piecing it together. Some lineup cards can turn into a scavenger hunt, especially when those lineup cards are in alphabetical order and you're trying to put names and places down. I'm a traditional fan of just order the lineup cards in numbers, please. I don't want to play the alphabet game when putting my lineup card together. But it is Vegas at batting second on a Prainer. Awaiting in the on-deck circle after Dowling leading things off here for Doane. Rest of the lineup looks like this. Marissa Marquez will bat in the cleanup spot at the third base bag. Bree True will be doing the pitching here in the circle for Doane University. Interesting note on Bree True. Did not see any stats on the Great Plains Athletic Conference website from True. And she will get the nod in a must-win scenario here for Doane. It's Melanie Gonzalez batting sixth, playing right field as this ball is popped up first base side, and in foul territory, Medeiros can't make the grab. Medeiros playing the first base bag for Hastings College. Faith Molina will be the designated position player batting eighth, and J.J. Allen once again doing the catching here for Doane. Rounding out 9, the flex player playing second base will once again be Alexis Diaz here for Doane, as their lineup did not change too much from game 1 to game 2. Scoring around once again is Jasmine. Swung on and missed. Runner goes on the pitch. Tanabe makes the play at short, but can't quite get the tag down. And it'll be a stolen bag there for Dowling. Again, the senior Isabel Tanabe. 2 stolen bases away from a school record here for Hastings College. Just underway here in game number 2. No score on the board. Runner in scoring position for Doane after the stolen base. And leadoff single from Grace Dowling.
You mentioned the lineup card. You don't want to make Michael Jackson proud and sing ABC 1, 2, 3?
No.
No?
No.
Okay.
Here's the pitch. Chopped foul. One down, one on. Here in the first. As Anna Bronner steps up to the plate. This ball put into play. It's going to go foul. 56 degrees here at first pitch for game number 2. Winds were about 15 miles per hour in game 1. Checking the latest wind gauge, still out of the south, although now pushing a little bit more left to right coming out of the east. Southeast at 13 miles per hour, gusts up to 19. As the pitch is fouled back, and it's 1-2. Danny get a K on that second at bat? Was that a strikeout?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
Yep.
I was missing a piece in my box score. I was more worried about the runner that broke on the play.
Yep, she had a swing and a miss there. So
No strikeout throw-out. Runner at scoring position is Dowling. This ball inside, and it's going to hit on a Prana. And there's 2 aboard. Here's the Tigers will threaten in the top half of the first with 1 down. Marissa Marquez, the cleanup hitter, waiting in, stepping up to the plate. Marquez in game number 1, 0 for 3 with a strikeout. In Hastings College softball here this afternoon. And a lot of eyeballs and ears on this one across the Great Plains Athletic Conference, as postseason implications when you're in. And a season full of ups and downs, you'd love to put the finishing touches of the regular season off on a high mark and send these seniors off with a dub, but sits in trouble here early on as Doan is threatening with 2 Tigers prowling at first and second. The 1-0. Runner breaks to third, and it's going to be a double steal. Pitch outside was called a strike as they offered. Marquez trying to move the runners over. And now 2 in scoring position. Downing 2 stolen bases. As she swipes second, and then the double steal on for second and third. Here's the 1-1 delivery from Sitz. It's fouled back and out of play. Now bring the count to 1-2. Bree True waiting in the on-deck circle. True was robbed of a home run to put the exclamation point on game number 1 with an outstanding center field grab from Shea Storsund. That ball in the dirt brings count to 2-2. Shea was so far over the fencing, and I had to, before I was going to say makes a spectacular catch, made sure she was able to hang on to that, and I have still no idea how she was able to come down with that softball. An outstanding play out in center that ended game 1. Pitch up high, taken for a ball, 3-2. It's loaded here for Marquez. Counts full, excuse me.
I was like, I was waiting for him. I guess waiting for to show the umpire that she had the ball in her glove, and what a spectacular catch that was.
The payoff. Skied out towards second base. Mudloff is there. Tracks it down, and 2 are away after the fly out to 4. Bree True scheduled to be the opposing pitcher here on the lineup card. And again, no stats on True. As far as that number is concerned. True squaring around. Long look in here from Danny Sitz. Pulls it back and watches that one in there for a strike. Big difference between the KB and Danny Sitz in the circle just in terms of the work rate and Danny taking some time in there, finding the grip, and really making these Doan hitters stay patient is True. Barrels up on that baby, but hits it well foul. We do have some stats on Bree. Okay. She'll be making her 12th appearance. She's 2-1 on the season. ERA sitting at 4.5 for Bree. Thank you. Pitch on the outside. 4.07 on the ERA. Stand corrected. Let's bump it up to 4.25 or whatever I said. Here's the 1-2 with 2 down on Bree. This one skied up, and that'll be well out of play. Get your fishing net, Marcus, and try to reach out and grab that one.
Gonna need a bigger net.
1-2. 2 in scoring position here in this pivotal game number 2 of GPAC softball. From a gloomy, overcast Bill Smith softball complex. This one's my way. Also foul. And True keeping this at-bat going. She has shown the ability to do that so far here this afternoon. You flash back to inning number 7, and it was a long at-bat with fouled pitches before she finally got one she liked, and she nearly put it out of the ballpark. The 1-2. Here from Danny. Rocks and fires. High and outside, trying to get Bree to chase. Good plate discipline there. That'll even up things here at 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out, 2 on. 2's all over the board. Danny looking for the strikeout pitch to get out of the jam. Delivers. It's a slow roller, third base side, and this ball is going to say it hit off the plate. Hit off the plate, foul ball. We'll do it again.
Yeah, totally different rhythm from, excuse me, from KB to Danny. I mean, KB doesn't, if we had a pitch clock, she wouldn't hardly use any bit of the pitch clock, and Danny uses about every single second as she can as she gets ready to rock and fire every pitch.
Danny looks in. Gets the sign here from the catcher, Lee. And delivers. And once again, this one will go foul towards the bullpen area out in left field. Lauren Lee fighting off Danny sits in the circle. Lauren Lee is the catcher. Medeiros at first base. Sam Skinner third. Up the middle, it's Tanabe and Mudloff across the outfield. Same as game 1. Schneider, Storson, Kapler for HC. We'll try the 2-2 again. This one's inside. That'll bring it full. And Bree True just frustrating. Danny sits right now in the circle. Long at bat, you want to win it. Here if you're Danny. She'll go inside, and this one goes off the chest of Sam Skinner. She tries to fire over to third. The ball pops out of the glove of Medeiros. It would have been late anyway, so see how they rule that for Bree True as she hits a one-hopper right at Sam Skinner. Skinner fields it off the chest and tries to make the play over in time. A run will score here for Doan as Dowding comes in to score. They will rule it an E5 on Sam. Bronner was able to get over to the third base bag. And now it's a first and third situation here for Doan. Almost one of those plays, Marcus, where I didn't think she would have time to make that throw down to first. And that would have just held the runner over at second. But when you make that play over to first, then Bronner was able to take the third base bag. And now you have a first and third scenario if Bree is off and running. With Melanie Gonzalez now at the plate. Takes a healthy hack, swing and miss.
Yeah, I don't think she's going to get to it after just kind of bobbled over there at third base. I don't think she was going to get her, but would have kept the runner at second, though, as you were mentioning. But now you got runners on the corners.
First and third, 1-0 Doan as they strike first here in this must-win game for HC. Danny trying to stretch the zone a little bit to the outside. Doesn't get the call. 1 ball, 1 strike. One run already aboard after Dowding swiped 2 bags. Here's the ball popped right back towards your way. And off the window. That don't open.
We're not at Duncan Field here today.
One, 2. Gonzalez trying to extend the inning here for the Doan University Tigers. Off-speed pitch. Put in play center field side. Storsund. Can of corn. Side retired, but Doan does strike first as they are able to get one run. On one hit, there was one error, 2 left aboard as we go to the bottom half of the first inning. Broncos trailing it here to the Doan University Tigers 1-0. We're back with more GPAC softball right after this on Extreme Sports.
Industrial Irrigation Services has proudly supplied reliable horsepower to the industrial engine market since 1955. Our entire team is dedicated to fostering long-term relationships with our customers and key suppliers. Honesty and integrity make up the foundation that our business is built upon. Our entire team is ready to deliver the best sales, engineering, parts, and service support you have come to expect over many decades. No matter your industry or the rigorous demands of your application, our team of experts stand ready to serve you. We have been serving our customers and friends for over a half-century, and we look forward to continuing to provide you with the absolute best industrial engine packages and services for generations to come. When you need a solution for your industrial needs, don't just buy horsepower. Invest in reliable horsepower.
Welcome back to Extreme Sports.
Back here with Hastings College softball coverage on Extreme Sports. Tyson Nevronic, Marcus Metcalf with you. Broncos trailing it here in the early goings 1-0. Doan striking on the leadoff single from Grace Dowding. Some nifty base running as they're able to swipe 3 bags in that top half of the first and come across to score on an error at third base from Sam Skinner. So a 1-0 lead here for the Tigers. We'll see if the Broncos can't counterpunch. Isabel Tanabe leading things off. She'll be followed up by Lauren Schneider and Kaylee Pino. The first 3 due up here for HC, as it is Bree True going to work in her 12th appearance here on the campaign. First pitch in there for a ball. Rest of the lineup looks like this. Lauren Lee, Anna Medeiros, Lexi Mudloff, Kaiten Kapler, Sam Skinner, and Shay Storsund. A direct snapshot, basically, of game number 1 minus a few positional changes here for the Broncos. 1 ball, 1 strike as Tanabe fouls this one back into the fence. If you're the Broncos, you're wanting to respond and get right back in this baby early on. Give your pitcher, Danny, a little bit more breathing room, and so that every mistake or mislocation isn't magnified. The offense was only able to come through in the bottom of the 4th in game number 1, leaving 8 runners stranded, and even in that 4th inning, it was a bases-loaded opportunity for HC. But plenty of base runners left on, and if you're HC, I think you coming into game 2 knowing that probably could have opened that one up a little bit in game number 1. We'll see here how the offense responds. It's a 1-hop from Tanabe to the third baseman. Marquez fields it over to Parsons in time. 5-3 put out here for out number 1 of the first. Senior Lauren Schneider stepping up to the plate. Lauren had the hot bat in game number 1. 2 for 2 with 2 walks. Reached every single plate appearance. More of the same, please, Lauren. As True goes back to work, finding the grip. Winds and delivers. Throws off the outside corner, ball 1.
A double and a single in game 1. How about the daily cycle? How about a triple and a home run in this game, Lauren? How about that?
I'll take it. I will take it. The 1-0. Off speed. Framed well there from catcher Allen, and she has done that all day long.
Yep. Yeah, she's framed it for any pitcher for faith and faith.
Keep the faith.
And now, Bree True.
Off-speed pitch. Fouled off to the left side. Get you an update on NHL hockey playoff action. The Lightning winners in game 1. Game 3, 5-1 over the Florida Panthers. They gave up the early goal. They were down 1-0 and then scored 5 consecutive goals. So the Lightning win their first of that 7-game series. 2-1, Florida still with the advantage. Off-speed pitch. No dice. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Vegas Golden Knights, they are taking on the Minnesota Wild as we speak, trying to even things up in game number 4. Wild have the 2-1 advantage, but it's the Golden Knights with the 1-0 lead, and they are halfway through the first period of action on the ice. That one being played over in Minneapolis as the series shifts back to Minnie. 2 balls, 2 strikes here for Lauren as she fouls one back off the fence. Kaylee Pino waiting in the on-deck circle. Lauren Lee in the hole if they can get there. Broncos trying to apply early pressure on opposing pitcher Bree True. Strike right back after giving up the early lead. Here's the pitch from True. Must have just dropped low off the zone. At the knees, that'll bring it full 3-2.
He caught a lot of the plate, Tyson. Like I said,
did.
I thought it was using a ringer up strike 3, but nope, must have been low, but counts now full.
Use it, Schneider. 3-2. Off the plate. And Schneider's going to be aboard once again. She has reached in every single at-bat so far here this afternoon. Pino now to the plate. Designated position player here for Troy Baker and the Broncos. With Schneider over there at first base. Corner's playing in on the right field, or on the right side of the field. Here against Pino as the player to pull. Bree looks in. Pino squares around, and Schneider has to dive back in as they'll throw behind the runner. Or behind the batter, excuse me. Trying to get Schneider sleeping.
Yeah, Pino was 0 for 3 in game 1 with a walk as she grounded out the short, flew out the second, grounded a double play, and she also had a walk.
Pino's due. She hits one straight up the middle, and that's a base hit. Station to station go the Broncos, and the first hit here of game number 2 will bring up Lauren Lee in the cleanup spot with 2 on the pond. Lee in game number 1 struck out, flew out to right, and grounded out to the shortstop. And here's where the Broncos need to strike. 8 runners in scoring position in game 1, or 8 runners, left on base in game 1. Got to be able to cash in. Bree looks in. It's a spot you want it. Top of the order, picking up leadoff hitter Isabel Tanabe. Getting 2 on and forcing True to go to work with runners on. And Lee looking for a big counterpunch here in the first after Doan struck for the first run of the ball game. Pitch misses, or did no, it caught the corner there for a strike, 0-2.
Coach Baker must be getting a little chilly out there. He put the heavy jacket on now in third base coach's box.
And right back to the pitcher, and it's going to be a double play. Oh, heartbreaker there for HC as Pino steps off the first base bag. It was a line drive shot right back to the pitcher, and out in no man's land was Kaylee Pino, and it turns into an easy 1-3 double play to end things here for the Broncos in the first. No runs on 1 hit, no errors. And 2 left aboard as we go to the top half of the second. Doane University with the 1-0 lead, a must-win game here for both schools to make it to the GPAC postseason. We'll continue our coverage of Hastings College softball right after this on Extreme Sports.
There's a noticeable difference when you walk into Tom Dinsdale CDJR in Hastings. You can't miss the exceptional customer service that we're known for, or the huge emphasis we place on providing unsurpassed vehicle service with experienced technicians and quality parts. And of course, we think big when it comes to giving back to the community that has supported us for so many years. At Tom Dinsdale, we take tremendous pride in serving our friends, family, and neighbors throughout central Nebraska. See for yourself. Stop by Dinsdale CDJR today.
You are listening to Extreme Sports, Central Nebraska's new home for sports.
Top half of the second, Hastings College trailing it here to the Doane University Tigers by the score of 1-0. Danny sits still in the circle. It'll be 7-8-9, bottom of the order, now due up for Doane. Leading things off will be Addie Parsons, then Faith Molina and J.J. Allen. Addie was 0 for 2 with 2 flyouts. Molina was 0 for 2 with 2 flyouts, and Allen was 0 for 2 with 2 flyouts. We'll keep that trend going, as Addie will step to the plate here against Danny Sitz. Addie, chopper, shortstop side, that works too. Tanabe fires over to first in time, 6-3 put out, as Parsons is retired on the very first pitch here of inning number 2. Faith Molina now stepping up to the plate, Hastings High product. She didn't even have to change colors, by the way.
Or change the last name of the school. Tigers.
There you go. Pitch on the inside. Misses for a ball. It's a 1-0 here to Faith Molina. Molina lines this one right back up the middle. That'll be a base knock. Her first hit of the ball game. Her first hit of the afternoon. Molina's on first, with J.J. Allen now stepping up to the plate. J.J. doing double duty at the catching position. Sometimes you see those catchers will swap gears after a game with the gear, but J.J. still a battery mate here for Bree True this afternoon. And she'll square around, pull the bunt back, and then line that baby into right field. Cut off there from Kapler. They'll throw it back in, but the speedy Molina grabs the extra bag, and now it's runners at the corners. And once again, Danny sits in a high-stress situation, now giving up back-to-back singles. And it's been early ambush tactics for Doane. They are working early in the count and putting balls in play. Make contact, good things will happen, and that's what's happening right now for the Doane University Tigers.
Yeah, they're putting the barrel to bat right now, and here's an opportunity. Runners on the corner. I guarantee J.J. Allen's going to be stealing here.
Speaking of steals, Grace Downing stepping up to the plate. Single and 2 stolen bases. Back in the top half of the first. Grace looks at a strike on the inside corner. Runners at the corners, high-stress situation for Danny. 3 hits already in the ballgame for Doane. Sits, rocks, and fires. Swung over the top of it. Trying to pull that one down the right field side. Can't make contact. That'll bring the count to 0-2.
Yeah, Lauren's way in on the left field side there. I think she can cut off the Molina, who's got some wheels there at third base.
Jasmine Villajegas waiting in the on-deck circle. Off-speed pitch, runner goes, ball throws over the head of Lexi Mudloff, and the E2 is going to allow a run to score. Looking for the strikeout, throw-out double play. Downing goes down on strikes, but then a costly error allows another run to score for Doane as Molina comes across easy. And JJ, who was off on the pitch, is now standing at the third base bag, and so you get an out, but you trade a run in, and those are bad trades.
You just didn't want that.
Jasmine pops this one straight up the chute, tack towards the catcher, off comes the mask, and Lauren Lee makes the put out, but another run put up on the board for Doane, as Doane takes advantage of the miscue from the catcher. A throwing error resulting in the run. Doane has the 2-0 advantage as we get set to go to the bottom half of inning number 2. Doane 2, Broncos nothing. It's GPAC Softball on Extreme Sports.
If you experience air conditioning problems this summer, call the experts at Ruts Heating and Air Conditioning of Hastings. Ruts is a local, family-owned business with over 45 years of experience in the HVAC industry. They service all makes and models of heating and cooling equipment for both residential and commercial customers. you can trust Ruts Heating and Air Conditioning to complete all repairs, installations, and maintenance work on time. If you're shopping for a new air conditioner or heating system, remember Ruts Heating and Air Conditioning. They have a broad range of systems to choose from. Ruts Heating and Air Conditioning. Call 402-463-4853.
Keep it right here. You are listening to Extreme Sports.
Back here on Extreme Sports, Tyson Nevronic, Marcus Metcalf with you. G-Pack doubleheader, final day of the regular season, and high stakes, high drama everywhere you look. 2-0 Doane with the lead after Hastings College had a must-win game number 1 where they knocked off Doane by the score of 3-1. And now postseason hopes hinge here in the final 5.5 innings as the Broncos will come to bat. 5, 6, and 7 due up. Anna Medeiros, Lexi Mudloff, Kaiten Kapler. 1-0 count here to the dangerous 5-hole hitter for Hastings College. As True looks in. Off-speed pitch. Flaring foul towards the dugout, towards the bullpen area. And that'll bring the count to 1-1. For Anna Medeiros in game number 1. Walked, singled, and grounded out to short. Stranded at third base back as well. Trying to get something started here for the Broncos. If you're just joining us, HC in the white tops, black pants. The All Blacks for the Tigers. As True winds and fires, and this ball's fouled back. And now behind in the count 1-2. Lexi Mudloff awaiting in the on-deck circle. She went 0 for 2. And just like 2 weekends ago, had 2 balls on the absolute button that just went right at the defenders. She has had some hard luck outs, but keep hacking and good things will happen. Don't change much. 1-2. Here to Medeiros as she fouls this one off the left field side now. And Bree finds the grip, winds and delivers. Medeiros staying alive. 3 straight foul balls. Looking for hers. Trying to put it in play and get something going here for the Bronco offense.
Low line drive.
There you go. There's your line drive towards the gap. It's going to drop out there in right field and be dropped by the right fielder. Gonzalez trying for a diving grab. Can't come up with it, and Medeiros is going to be aboard via single. And she dropped one out there between right and center. Couldn't have thrown it out there any better if you're on a Medeiros. Second hit here of the contest for the Broncos.
Looks like they're going to keep Medeiros out there at first. She's going to run. I was anticipating a Kimbrough or someone to come in.
Playing the first base bag now, so not the catcher position.
Oh, that's true.
And so let's Lauren Leo get the courtesy if needed. Lexi Mudloff stepping up to the plate. And she's looking to deliver a big base hit. Just in terms of confidence and approach. Over the last several games, has absolutely put barrels on that softball that just haven't found any green. And she fouls this one back to the fence.
I think she had one, a couple weeks ago that was pretty much right at the fence, and Wynn was able to just keep that thing in on any of the other.
The exact same swing as a ball that went out, from the other team. And, that's the way this game goes. It can humble you. And it can be frustrating, but good things happen if you keep doing. Mudloff squares that one foul. It's 0-2. Medeiros at the first base bag. Bottom half of the second inning, 2-0 your score. Doane with the lead. Doane 2 runs on 3 hits. taking advantage of 2 Bronco errors to come across to score 2 runs. As Mudloff watches that one go upstairs. That'll bring the count 1-2.
What I've noticed a lot, too, is these HC hitters have been really patient today. Getting one that's theirs, kind of in their zone a little bit, and not afraid to take any hacks.
As Mudloff lines and delivers, and an atom ball right at the left fielder. As Bronner puts away Lexi. So fly out to left to bring up Cat and Kapler. Cap sacrifice bunt and a double. Back in game number 1, bottom of the order was the run producers for Hastings College. We've heard that before at home. Been really impressed with how resilient this bottom of the lineup has been for HC all season long. Can that trend continue here with Cap at the plate and Medeiros over at the first base bag? 1 out as Bree True delivers and throws that one in there for a ball. Sam Skinner waiting in the on-deck circle. She delivered the big RBI double that got the scoring started back in game number 1. See if we can't put another duck on the pond for her. Swinging over the top there was Kaiten Kapler, 1-1. True looks in. Winds and delivers. Found back again. Just quite can't catch up to Bree True. They're making contact but haven't been able to really put it in play. Fighting off the nasty ones. Here from Bree. Trying to make her work a little bit as well. Here's the 1-2. Off speed, outside, 2-2.
They're trying to really jam her, really, because they've been going inside, and then now there's your outside pitch. So I think True's probably going to go back inside here and see if we can get her to jam or swing and a miss here.
Ball upstairs. Now 3-2. Looks like Danny staying loose in the Hastings College bullpen over there. And ball gets away. Runner advances to first base. On the base on balls. Medeiros over to second. Anxious moments there for Doan as that ball squirted behind the catcher, but no extra bases given. So Kapler at first, Medeiros at second. Sam Skinner, who delivered the RBI double, has an opportunity with a runner in scoring position here to do the same.
How about a repeat of game 1, find one in the gap, and play to run across, or maybe a couple runs across.
Just whatever you need to do to keep the rally going here in the second. Broncos in the first 3 innings were able to get base runners on early on in the innings and then unable to find the clutch hits. They need the clutch hits here in game number 2 if they want to continue the season. Here's the pitch to Skinner, as that's in there for a strike, 1-1.
Yeah, Skinner's been playing really well, especially with the hot corner, and then had, like I said, that clutch base hit in inning number 4 in the last game to blow this thing open for HC and see if she can do the same here.
Swung over the top, 1-2.
And outfielders are just playing normal depth there. They're not have no shift on, nothing. They're just playing her straight up.
Bree True fires at Skinner, fouls it back. Sounds like Adams Central Baseball had a great day today. Head coach Tim Stroman texting me that they broke a bunch of school records today. Total hits in a season, total triples in a season, total runs in a season, total stolen bases in a season. There's more. I have to open it up my phone to see it.
As a Patriot over here, I like the sound of that. school records. There's one chop foul.
22 stolen bases in a game. Gee, many Christmas. Wheels were on for the Adams Central Patriots today. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 down.
Yeah, no, just really quick. Really quick. I know this is college softball, but
right.
Adams Central baseball played actually pretty well against Maxwell St. Pat's, and then not bad really against North Platte, even though they came out with a loss. But Coach Stroman has to be proud of that. We've got another chop foul here.
Skinner fighting off. Boy, Bree True has really been in some stressful at-bats here, has been in some battles. Hastings College doing a great job staying alive and working that pitch count here on Bree True in her 13th appearance on the season. Bree looks in, gets the sign, rocks and fires, and that one's going to go outside. Now brings the count to 2-2.
What'd you say, 22 stolen bases?
Yeah.
In one game?
Yep. It's a lot.
Yes, it is.
Patriots playing well. Here's the pitch. Off speed. Skinner swings out of her shoes. Got fooled on that one. Was looking for the rise ball upstairs. Got the off-speed pitch, and Skinner goes down on strikes. So that'll bring it up to Shea Storson to the plate. Shea with an RBI single back in game number 1. And let's see if she can get a little 2-out magic with the bat. Out of the left-handed batter's box. Here for Shea. Top of the order, due up if Shea can get aboard. And keep the inning alive. She'll square around, and it pops right at the plate. Foul ball. Catcher JJ came out of the crouch really quick. I'm actually glad that that ball hit off the plate, because if that would have died out there, JJ probably would have had easy pickings and might have been able to have a couple options. Shea trying to catch Doan off guard. Corners playing in a little bit now. Respecting the small ball here from Hastings College. The 0-1 outside, 1-1.
Trying to see if she can draw the corners in, and she is, but see if she can pull a little rabbit out of the hat here and like place one from right vantage point right down the first base line.
Updates around the majors. Reds leading the Rockies by the score of 4-3. Colorado off to a miserable start. 4 wins, 21 losses for Colorado. St. Louis in the middle of the 8th currently leads the Milwaukee Brewers in NL Central action, 5-3. Cardinals looking to string together 2 wins for the first time in what feels like forever. And the Chicago White Sox have the lead on the Athletics by the score of 6-0. They're in the top half of inning number 3. The 2-1 here to Shea Storson. Upstairs, ball 3. Good patient AB here from Shea. Base hit, ball 4. However you work it, keep this inning alive. Bree True has really had to work here in this bottom half of the second. Shea swings over the top, and now it's 3-2. That'll load it up. Full count. Payoff pitch upcoming. Runners will be off on the pitch. A pivotal AB here early on in game number 2. And with postseason implications, every at-bat, pivotal. Every pitch, pivotal. That's why we love sports, but if you're on the Broncos side of things, you got some anxious moments right now because you're staring down a 2-0 deficit. Cardiac Kids just setting the stage for what could be a very fun afternoon of softball. And a great day to be a Bronco. But work to be done. Shea continues to foul off pitches. As another one goes back by the fence. And we'll load up and do it again. Payoff pitch up coming here for Bree True. Chopper, shortstop side, fielded and fired over from Alexis Diaz to Parsons in time, and the threat is retired as the Broncos can't cash in after the single and the walk. No runs on 1 hit, no known errors, 2 left aboard. Going to the top half of inning number 3. Tigers leading it over the Broncos by the score of 2-0. You're listening to GPAC Softball on Extreme Sports.
Need a power boost after a serious workout? Stick with the original recovery drink. Highland Dairy's chocolate milk contains 13 essential nutrients, including protein and electrolytes, helping you build muscle and hydrate better than water. Our Chocolicious milk is perfect for building healthy bones in little ones and maintaining bone health in adults. It's chocolate milk with no artificial growth hormones, and it's locally made, so you know you're getting the best for your body. Highland, locally made, naturally delicious.
You're locked in to Extreme Sports.
Olivares now hits a line drive to deep left field. Ward is back to the wall. Granny time!
There's Doncic wheeling inside in traffic and got it to go. Got it in the foul.
The home of 24/7 sports talk. Nothing but pure sports action.
Danny still rocking in the circle here for the Hastings College Broncos. Doan with the 2-0 lead as we begin the top half of inning number 3. Heart of the order coming up here for the Tigers in 3, 4, and 5. It'll be Bronner, Marquez, and True here in the top of the 3rd. First pitch in from Danny. First pitch swinging here from the left fielder, and it goes out of play. Hastings College and Doane University in a must-win softball game here this afternoon. Broncos forced this scenario with a 3-1 victory in game number 1, as it'll be a leadoff single. Parks right in front there of Caton Kapler, and Anna Bronner is aboard for the second time here this afternoon. Reached on a single, now a walk, and the Tigers have a leadoff base runner. Last 2 series for the Broncos have basically been postseason intensity. They needed to split with the top 25 Midland team just to get to this scenario, as a bunt's laid down, fielded by Skinner in time, and she makes the throw at first to retire Marquez. The sacrifice successful. Bronner is aboard in scoring position. So they get the split over ranked Midland, which set the stage for meaningful softball this Saturday afternoon, and now even more meaningful softball after the Broncos picked up a win in game number 1. GPAC postseason implications. Win and you're in. It's that simple. Bree True now steps up to the plate. Pitch inside. Ball 1. On a Bronner in scoring position over the second base bag. There's 1 down here in the top half of the 3rd. For the Tigers, 2 runs, 4 hits, no errors. For Hastings College, no runs on 2 hits, 2 errors, and already 4 runners left on base. As this ball is hit from True, left field side, and it's caught in the bullpen area. Nice catch there. Is that Angie getting loose up there, Marcus?
Looks like Schmidt warming up down there in the bullpen. For HC, looks like Faith Molina in the Doane bullpen.
Making sure you're keeping pitchers loose. Can't lose this game. 2-1. Stay active, stay ready. Number gets called. Got to go out there and produce. 2-1. Count here to Bree True, who reached on an error in her first at-bat. That error ultimately proving costly as a run coming across to score. This one fouled back towards the bullpen side. Too far there for the catcher to make the play. Evens the count here. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 1 down. Runner at second. 2-0 Tiger lead. Pitch high and outside. And that'll bring things full. Here to Bree True with Melanie Gonzalez awaiting in the on-deck circle. Danny finding the grip on the softball here on a chilly Saturday afternoon. Bree True drops this one right in front of the right fielder Kapler, who can't make the catch. And it would have been a Herculean effort, but it falls just out of the glove and drops in there for a base knock. So True hits a little cue shot that finds some green. Runners at first and third. And looks like we will have a change upcoming here for the Broncos. Change upcoming for the Broncos, pitching change. We'll tell you all about it when we come back. Runners at the corners and a 2-0 Doane lead here in the top half of the third. We're back right after this with more GPAC softball coverage on Extreme Sports.
At Bosselman Energy Companies, we take pride in being a trusted partner to our customers, a strong presence in the communities we serve, and a family business that truly cares. Founded in Grand Island in 1948, Bosselman Energy has grown into a diverse group of companies with locations across the Midwest. We supply local communities with essential petroleum products that fuel farms, power industries, and heat homes. With over 70 years of industry experience, Bosselman Energy remains committed to the principles that have guided us from the beginning, ensuring our continued success for generations to come.
Keep it right here. You are listening to Extreme Sports.
Well, all hands on deck in a must-win scenario here for the Hastings College Broncos, and now the Broncos making their first pitching change of the afternoon. Cassidy Beavers will come in relief of Danny Sitz, who worked 2 1/3, allowed 2 runs, gave up 5 hits. Hastings College defense also committing 2 errors during Sitz's outing. That led to those 2 runs. And so we'll see if the switcheroo can't reverse course here for HC. Runners at the corners, high-stress situation for a reliever to come in and work too. You got a runner standing at the third base bag. First and third play could be on. Melanie Gonzalez up at the plate. Clutch moments now here for the Hastings College pitching and defense. As off on the pitch. They'll throw Lexi's way. A designed play was on there, and that will ultimately just be a easy trot to second for Breanne True. Melanie Gonzalez back in game number 1. Had the lone hit for the Tigers and adds another as she drops this one into center field, and both runs are going to come across to score. Chase Dorson bobbling just a little bit, was delaying on the throw, and that allows both runs to come across to score as True flies around the bag. Bronner comes in to score from third, and it's a 4-0 Tiger lead with a 2 RBI single from Melanie Gonzalez. She's able to take the second base bag and advance on the play with some heads-up base running. So 3 base hits here in the inning, the 6th total hit for Doane in the game. And now Addie Parsons stepping up to the plate. And the Broncos need to get some energy fired up as they go back to the dugout after this frame. Doane has scored in every frame. 1 in the first, 1 in the second, 2 here in the third. And now 4-0 for an offense that, with the wind blowing in and not playing advantageous to the hitters today, we'll have to string something together here on this Doane University staff. There's a line drive right to Shea. Addie Parsons is retired. There's 2 down here in the third with a runner in scoring position in the form of Melanie Gonzalez. Faith Molina now coming to the plate. Hastings homegrown product. We love supporting our Hastings products here on the on the program, but on a day like today, not so much. Foul ball, left side. Here's the 0-1 coming up as Cassidy Beaver steps into the circle. Molina lines and drives it left field side. Beautiful grab out there from Lauren Schneider as the senior makes a lunging grab to retire Faith Molina, who hit that ball on the absolute screws, but is retired. 3 hits, total 2 runs. There were no Bronco errors and 1 left on board. Let's go to the bottom half of the third. Time to get some runs going. Time to get the bats going. The Broncos fired up as the offense will come around here in the third. 4-0. Tigers lead it. We're back with more Broncos softball right after this on Extreme Sports.
Bullseye Sports Bar and Grill has been serving Hastings and the surrounding area for more than 25 years, becoming more than just another bar and grill. It's a Hastings institution. Don't miss Wing Night every Wednesday, featuring legendary wings that are crispy, saucy, and downright delicious. Stop back on Thursday for roasted chicken. Fridays, enjoy the prime rib and seafood buffet. Then savor Bullseye's world-famous prime rib on Saturday. On Sundays, indulge in the brunch buffet from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. For over a quarter century, Bullseye's has been the go-to spot for good times, great food, and unforgettable memories. Visit Bullseye Sports Bar and Grill on West 2nd and Hastings, right across the street from the water park.
Keep it right here. You are listening to Extreme Sports.
Back here on Extreme Sports. Crunch time here for the Hastings College offense. They trail it 4-0 to Doane University. Doane 4 runs on 6 hits and taking advantage of 2 HC errors. It's top of the order time here for the Broncos. Time to set the table. Time for the heart of the order to eat. Isabel Tanabe leading things off. Grounded out to third in her first at-bat. Lauren Schneider, who has reached in every at-bat so far this afternoon, awaiting in the on-deck circle. The pitch from Bree. Misses low. 2-0 count. Here to Tanabe. Isabel Tanabe lines this one over the second base's head, and that'll fall into right field. That'll be a leadoff single, and the Broncos are in business here in the third. Lauren Schneider now stepping up to the plate and trying to keep the train rolling. Just takes one. That's what we talked about, Marcus, in the game number 1 here with the top half of the order for Hastings College. It feels like once they get one, then the hitting can become contagious at times. That's what we saw back in the 4th inning, where they were able to string together some hits and pour across 3 runs.
Yeah, it's any part of the lineup. If the 4-hitter gets a base hit, it'll kind of get a train going. The 7-hitter gets one going. It's just whoever can get that first, can get the leadoff hit, that's where the train starts. And we've seen times this year that it can continue for quite a while.
Well, it's out of the station now as Isabel Tanabe is on the first base bag. Lauren Schneider now stepping up to the plate. Schneider has reached in every at-bat so far. 2 for 2 with a double and a single in game 1 and a couple walks. So walk in the first here in game number 2. And Kaylee Pino waiting in the on-deck circle. It's 1-1 here to the senior. Going to be very different looking at this team a year from now when you don't have 4-year starters like Schneider and Isabel Tanabe here at the top of the lineup. Lauren Schneider lines this one out to center, and she has retired for the first time this afternoon. Haley Pino. Reached on a single back in inning number 1 when the Broncos were able to put 2 on but couldn't cash in. And they have had kind of a trending storyline with that today, the inability to push runners on. Runners left on base, it's a huge stat, and right now the Broncos had 8 in game 1. They've got 4 so far this afternoon. trying to flip the script as they trail it 4-0 here to Doane. Big jump there from Tanabe, but gets the stare down there from J.J. Allen and trots back towards the first base bag.
Tanabe wants to go, but Allen's got a cannon behind the plate for Doane, so.
Very talented catcher.
Yep.
Here's the pitch. Low in the dirt. And once again, a quick prop up and check down to first base.
She's really quick out of that stance.
Easier to do if you got a left-handed batter in that box to make that throw down. It's easier to disguise, I guess I should say. But when you are so quick to jump out of that box, or out of that crouch, I mean, you can try just about anything. Here's a line shot from Pino, and that'll drop in front of the center fielder. Sliding in safely to second base is going to be Tanabe. And it's 2 base hits here in the inning and 2 more base runners for Hastings College. Now it's time to cash in. Lauren Lee, the cleanup hitter. Hard luck out back in inning number 1. She hit a frozen rope right back to the pitcher, and they were able to turn that into a quick inning double play. One more like that. Maybe just a skosh higher over the glove. And the Broncos are going to have 2 runs on the board. 2 on. 1 down here in the bottom half of inning number 3. And after a long delay, time is called. As the cleanup hitter steps back up to the plate here for the Broncos. On Medeiros awaiting in the on-deck circle. Lee pops this baby up and out of play. Medeiros singled back in her first at-bat of game number 2. So she's put 1 in play. Just got to be able to cash in. Find the clutch at-bats that's been eluding Hastings College this entire season. The 0-1. Lee watches that one roll across the plate to even things up here at 1 apiece. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 down, 2 on. Bottom of the 3rd. Broncos trailing it 4-0 to Doane. Here in this GPAC rivalry matchup on Senior Day with postseason implications on the line. Want to be packing the bags for a road trip next week, not packing the bags to get out next year. Win or go home. It's that simple for HC. Lauren Lee's got a hitter's count here at 2-1. Bree rocks and fires. Lee puts it in play. It's going to head towards the fence, and it will go foul. Giving a chase there and a look-see was Parsons, but running out of real estate. Counts even, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
I said they're just being patient, and that's what they're going to continue to do. Get patience, patience, patience. Don't chase anything. Find one that's in the area that you want to hit it.
Lee watches that one upstairs, 3-2. Counts full here for the cleanup hitter. Broncos trying to cash in. Here with 2 on and 1 down. Lee absolutely puts a 1 into the drive left field side, and it's going to be caught in foul territory, excuse me. Boy, I thought off the bat that looked like it was going to be sailing out of here. It rolls off to the left field side, and over there to make the play is Proner. That looked like it was destined for home run territory off the bat, Marcus.
Yeah, and then, like I said, I think that wind kept it in, and it sounded pretty good off the bat, but pulled just a little bit too much. Wait on it just about a half a second longer, and that thing probably is out of here, like you mentioned.
Medeiros now steps up to the plate, 2 down. After Lauren Lee can't move the runners. Nice play by Proner, by the way, out in left field just to stay with that baby and make that catch along the fence line. First, I thought it was going to be maybe a A line drive home run off the left field side. Then I was just praying that it would go foul, but Proner makes the play at the fence. And Ana Medeiros now in a clutch situation. Swung on and missed over the top of that one. Gripping and ripping was Ana Medeiros. She was swinging for the downs. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 down. And 2 more base runners here aboard for Hastings College. They've been unable to advance that base runner to third so far here this afternoon. Here's the pitch. Nice eye there from Ana. Watches that one go outside and low, 2-1. Hitters count as Ana Medeiros has worked herself into count advantage here. And I'm running out of fingers to count the opportunities that the Broncos have had to get back into this baby. Medeiros pops this one up into the air. This one's going to be playable. Who's got it? Shortstop. Alexis Diaz calls off the second baseman. And a fly out to short will end things once again for the Broncos, who once again strand 2. 6 runners stranded in total for Hastings College as a 4-0 lead has grown here for Doane. Let's go to the 4th. Coming back right after this. Doane 4, Hastings College nothing. You're listening to Hastings College Softball on Extreme Sports.
Family Medical Center of Hastings is the place to go for all your healthcare needs. Their team is trained to treat the whole person regardless of age. They provide a wide range of medical care, including acute care, routine health screenings, and treatment of chronic conditions. They're dedicated to providing you with the best care in the most cost-effective manner. Family Medical Center, as an independent clinic, has served the community for over 65 years. Your family's home for healthcare. 1021 West 14th Street. Proud to support all area student-athletes.
You are listening to Extreme Sports, Central Nebraska's new home for sports.
9-1-2 due up here for Doane. Doane with the 4-0 lead over Hastings College here in game number 2 after Hastings College picked up a win in game 1 by the score of 3-1, but a split would end the Broncos season. They need to get the sweep to advance to GPAC postseason play. J.J. Allen will step up to the plate. 1 for 1 so far here. She led off the second with a single. Stranded at third. And will lead this inning off with a single, maybe more. J.J. takes a big turnover there at first base, retreats back. Nicely cut off there from Shea Storsund to get to it, but 2 base knocks for J.J. Allen, and the catcher in the 9-hole coming through and setting the table for the top of the order. Doane has a tally in every frame so far. 1 in the first, 1 in the second, 2 in the third. And now Hastings College defense playing doubting to play a little small ball. Grace singled. 2 stolen bases. JJ's off on the pitch. Here's the throw down from Lee in time. Isabel Tanabe coming over from shortstop to apply the tag, and the would-be base stealer J.J. Allen is nabbed on a nice throw down from Lauren Lee to Isabel Tanabe.
Nice play by Tanabe to go get that ball and make the tag at the same time, because she wasn't over there at second base quite yet, and nice play by Tanabe.
So Grace Downing will reload here, down in the count 1-0. That baby's on the black. Nice frame job there from Lee. Strike 1. And that might be the play you need, Marcus. I mean, just a simple throw down and catch a runner trying to steal a base. Anything to light a spark here for this Hastings College softball team to get some energy fired up in that dugout again. And sometimes a nice defensive play can turn around and produce some good offense for you. We'll take momentum any way we can get it at this point.
I was going to say momentum, and that's what HC was able to grab in that first game and be able to hold on to it. And now Doane's got it, but now HC is going to try and steal it back.
Pitch to Downing, outside, too far, off the black. 3-1, hitters count here for Grace. Single, 2 stolen bases, strikeout on her line score in game 2. Cassidy rocks and fires across the plate. You bet. 3-2. Needed a strike through one. Jasmine Villajagis waiting in the on-deck circle. 0 for 2 on the afternoon. Pitch put in play to Hopper. Isabel Tanabe throws across her body and makes it in time. Nice adjustment there, like mid-air from Isabel Tanabe as she was on the run trying to get that delivered out to Medeiros in time. It ends up coming across her body to make the throw. Made that look easy. Isabel Tanabe, the 6'3" put out.
Look like a Josh Allen throw over the middle on the run.
Jasmine Villegas now at the plate. Jazz 0 for 2 this afternoon here in Game 2. Tigers leading at 4-0 on the Broncos. To Hopper here to Skinner. Skinner fires over to Medeiros, and a first pitch swing there from Jazz Villegas. She goes down, and after the leadoff single, the runner was gunned down, and it was 2 straight groundouts for Doan to end quietly here in the 4th. No runs on 1 hit. There was no errors. Nobody left aboard. We're going to the bottom half of the 4th. It's a 4-0 Tiger lead. You're listening to GPAC Softball. You're on Extreme Sports.
If you experience air conditioning problems this summer, call the experts at Ruts Heating and Air Conditioning of Hastings. Ruts is a local, family-owned business with over 45 years of experience in the HVAC industry. They service all makes and models of heating and cooling equipment for both residential and commercial customers. You can trust Ruts Heating and Air Conditioning to complete all repairs, installations, and maintenance work on time. If you're shopping for a new air conditioner or heating system, remember Ruts Heating and Air Conditioning. They have a broad range of systems to choose from. Ruts Heating and Air Conditioning. Call 402-463-4853.
Welcome back to Extreme Sports.
Bottom half of inning number 4. Doan with the 4-0 lead. 4 runs, 7 hits. Broncos, no runs, 4 hits, 6 left on base. A big stat looming here midway through this ball game. Lexi Mudloff awaiting the first pitch here at the bottom of the 4th. 6, 7, and 8. 2 up here for the Broncos. Broncos got to be getting some offense going and might get it here from Lexi Mudloff. Straight away to center field. This ball's going to be a home run. A line drive home run off the bat of Lexi Mudloff. And the Broncos are on the board. First pitch swinging ambush tactics as Mudloff delivers a huge hit that will spark that bench and get the dugout fired up. And we'll see here what that can lead to for the Broncos. What a way to get into the hit column here today for Lexi Mudloff. We mentioned that, God, if any Bronco player was due, it's been Lexi. She's been hitting the ball absolutely on the button all season long, has had some hard luck outs in games that we've called, and this one is out of here. Lexi Mudloff fires one right back up, frozen rope, straight away center field. A beautiful swing. Doesn't get much better than that if you're a Bronco fan.
And that's her first home run, too.
That first home run of the season. Here from Mudloff. Kaiten Kapler now in the on-deck circle. Kapler flies this one out to right field, and a diving play is going to go off the fence. Kapler rounding second base. Kapler's going to wheel in here to third, and the Bronco bats have come alive in the bottom half of the 4th inning. A leadoff home run from Lexi. A triple from Kaiten Kapler, and they have seen all but 2 pitches and are starting to find some barrels here this afternoon.
Momentum.
Sam Skinner now coming up to the plate to keep this party rolling. But first, maybe a conference out in the circle as we're going to have a pitching change. Faith Molina is going to be coming back into the game here for Doan. Bronco bats finally found some success. A leadoff homer for Mudloff, a triple for Kapler, and the bottom of the order delivering once again. We'll have some more pitches coming up. We'll take a quick break. Be back with some more Bronco softball after this. It's 4-1 here in the bottom of the 4th. It's Hastings College Softball on Extreme Sports.
At Bosselman Energy Companies, we take pride in being a trusted partner to our customers, a strong presence in the communities we serve, and a family business that truly cares. Founded in Grand Island in 1948, Bosselman Energy has grown into a diverse group of companies with locations across the Midwest. We supply local communities with essential petroleum products that fuel farms, power industries, and heat homes. With over 70 years of industry experience, Bosselman Energy remains committed to the principles that have guided us from the beginning, ensuring our continued success for generations to come.
Keep it right here. You are listening to Extreme Sports.
Well, just like that, drama once again here at the Bill Smith Softball Complex. 2 batters, 2 pitches, 2 extremely well-hit balls. A home run to straightaway center for Lexi Mudloff and a triple for Kaiten Kapler, and the Broncos in business with nobody down here in the bottom half of the 4th, trailing now by 3. 4-1, Doane University with the lead. Faith Molina coming back in. The Hastings homegrown product back into pitch here for Doane. Molina came in the 4th inning in game number 1, and that was a big 4th inning here for the Broncos as they scored their 3 runs in that inning. So it's been all about inning number 4 here for HC today. And now with a runner at third base in scoring position, the batters who cashed in on those RBI opportunities are coming to the plate. Sam Skinner, Shea Storson, both with RBI knocks back in the 4th. It was Skinner with the RBI double to get the scoring started. And now with nobody down, looks at a 1-1 count. So Faith Molina back into pitch here for Doane. And on that pitching note, I'll be interested to see how HC counters. When do you pull the trigger on KB? 65 pitches there in that first game. Plenty of workload left in the arm. And do they turn back to the ace? All reliable. The pitcher that the players have the confidence in. All the tales yet to be told. Here as we hit the halfway point of this softball matchup. Skinner swings, chops it, foul. And that'll bring the count to 2-2. Kaiten Kapler at third base after the triple. Dancing in the dugout for Hastings College, down 3. That's what momentum looks like. That one is jump foul back at the fence and bring things 2-2. Not used to seeing a lot of singing and dancing when you're trailing in a ball game, but when the offense finally wakes up and comes alive, they're getting fired up over there in that third base dugout and trying to keep this momentum train rolling. Here's the 2-2. Pitch from Faith Molina. Put in play. Line drive right back to the first base side. Sliding back in safely, though, is Kapler. Ooh, anxious moments there as that nearly turned into a disastrous double play. Line drive, nice play over there by Parsons at first, and then a quick throw down over to third as Kapler was just a few steps off the bag, but she slides back in safe. And so Skinner is the first out.
Another frozen road that finds some leather.
I'm getting tired of hearing that broken record. I mean, this has been the story of the season so far here at home for Hastings College. How about some clutch hits and some runs on the board? Here's Shea Storson. She had an RBI knocked back in game number 1.
So they're having that left side of that infield play in a little bit. The middle is open. Be a good time to place one.
Hit it right back where it came. Go frozen rope. I'm okay with that. Whatever you do to produce a run, got to manufacture it here. Ooh, high and tight chin music there for Shea Storson. She's got to run out of the way. 1-1. Anxious moments here in the 4th. Bronco bats trying to come through. 6 hits so far here in the contest for Hastings College. 2 have come here in the 4th, outside corner. Wonderful job once again from J.J. Allen to help Faith Molina paint that corner. And she brings that in, and the catchers that do it well do it almost seamlessly to where you can't even tell that they're framing it. There's a lot you see today in baseball where they make an egregious attempt. Here's a chopper, shortstop side. Going to be fielded, and they're going to elect to just keep the runner at bay there at third. Alexis Diaz not risking the throw down to first. And so runners stay put here now at the corners with Shea Storson reaching on the infield single. That first hop maybe just a little bit too high there for Alexis Diaz to be able to make a play down at first base. Plus, very concerned about the runner standing at third, Caden Kapler. However, this sets up the top of the order now for HC in a runners at the corners scenario. How you playing this if you're the Broncos? Isabel Tanabe flares this one foul. Every at-bat, Marcus, seems to just grow with intensity.
It does, because your season's on the line right here. It's win or go home. And you got a hitter when Tanabe is up who had a single and advance on second base in her last at-bat. See if she can duplicate the same thing here.
Storson to first, Kapler at third. Tanabe at the plate. Off speed, checks it, watches it go low. 1 ball, 1 strike. 1 out, 2 on. Bottom half of the fourth. Here as we approach 4:30 this afternoon from beautiful Bill Smith Softball Complex here in Hastings. Faith Molina, who once called this home, pitching against the Hastings College Broncos. 1-2. Here to Tanabe as she flares that one foul. Lauren Schneider awaiting in the on-deck circle. Has arguably been the hottest hitter for Hastings today. And if Tanabe is able to get on board, someone you feel really confident about stepping into that batter's box. That ball just misses high, 2-2.
Big time momentum right here. If you can place one, like left center, score 1, maybe 2.
The 2-2. And hit once again foul. Tanabe fighting off Faith Molina. Doan jumped out to the early 4-0 lead thanks to 3 consecutive frames where they put runs on the board. Broncos trying to claw back here against the Tigers. Here's the pitch. Outside, and maybe a skosh low. That'll bring things full. Payoff pitch upcoming here for Iz. The shortstop who has played in every game here for the Broncos, been a starter since day 1. On senior day, draws a walk. Bases loaded here for the Broncos in the 4th. Tanabe's on board. Storson over at second. You've got Kapler at third. And on the base paths, Marcus, a gapper could score 3. It's speed there for the Bronco base runners.
This is your best opportunity right here. I don't know when the next chance will be, if any, with the bases loaded with 1 out, to claw your way back into this thing with 1 out.
Lauren Schneider now stepping up to the plate. Schneider walked and flew out to center. So far here in game number 2. Swung on, and is that swung and missed. Misses the glove of J.J. Allen, but no advancing from any of the runners. It didn't get that far away from J.J. So it's 0-1 for Lauren. Another senior on senior day. And another senior that has started and since day 1 as a freshman. The pitch from Faith Molina, put into play, first base side. They'll come home with it. Nice play there from Doan as Parsons goes to J.J. Allen, and the lead runner in Storson cannot score. Check that, Kapler. Gets gunned down. Storson moves over to third. Tanabe second. Schneider aboard on the fielder's choice. But 2 outs now, and so you need a clutch 2-out hit. Oh my goodness, bases loaded opportunity here for the Broncos. Cannot let this baby slip away. Kaylee Pino. 2 for 2 with 2 singles so far here on the afternoon. And it's going to get through the second baseman. A little low ground out towards second base side. Gets by Villajagas and rolls in for an E4, and that will score 2. Villajagas just with a little Buckner there as it gets underneath the glove. Tanabe comes across to score. Storson scores. Pino reaches on the E4. Schneider takes the third base bag. And it's runners at the corners here with 2 down and a costly error for the Doane University Tigers.
Hey, Villegas was just I think she was trying to get the play and make the out, and she just ate her up.
Pulled up the head too soon. Was looking over to where she was going to throw it. Didn't look that one cleanly in the glove, and it's costly for Doane. Broncos strike back, get 2. Here's Lauren Lee with an opportunity for another big 2-out knock. So 2 runs come across to score on the error. 3 runs have scored here in the inning. Doane has made a pitching change here in the frame. And just like that, it's a brand new ball game here at the Bill. The 0-1 now to Lauren Lee. Off-speed pitch. Ooh, that one crawled across the plate, but it goes low for a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike. Lee so far. The hard luck double play. And the fly out to right. 0 for 2. Time for cleanup to come through. Here's the pitch. That's in there for a strike. Lee held back on it. Wants to see another. Heart of the order due up, by the way, for Doane in the next frame. Game-tying run at third. The go-ahead run at the first base bag. It's a 2-2 here to the cleanup hitter, Lauren Lee.
Big clutch hit right here for Lauren Lee would benefit that HC dugout.
Here's the 2-2. Lee puts it into play. Left field side. It's going to drop in there for a base hit. Lee with an RBI single. As coming around to score is Lauren Schneider. Pino to second. Lee to first. The RBI single. And we are all tied up. 4 runs in the 4th. The 4th inning striking once again against the Doane Tigers. As it was 3 runs in the 4th in game number 1, that would be the only 3 runs the Broncos would need. Now 4 runs here in the 4th to get this baby tied up, and it's Anna Medeiros at the plate. Medeiros has singled, and with 2 ducks on the pond, HC with an opportunity to grab maybe the lead here with some 2-outs clutch hitting. Oh, errors can be so costly. A 2-out error at second base that allowed the Broncos to get within 1. And then a 2-out base hit, which tied it. Lee at first, Pino at second. And Medeiros at the plate. Pino is the would-be go-ahead run.
Another clutch moment here if he can put one down the left field side again.
Every pitch this afternoon has essentially been a clutch moment for Hastings College. This one's upstairs. 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 down. 4-4 ball game. Brand new ball game. If you're just joining us, Hastings College striking for 4 to answer the Doane early offensive attack. Pino. By the second base side, a diving play there from Villajagas to make up for the earlier error as she gets it over to first in time. A 4-3 putout puts out the Bronco Flames, but they send 9 to the plate and score 4. It is a brand new ball game that will go 3 innings here as we go to the top of the 5th. Broncos 4, Tigers 4. Drama here at the Bill Smith Softball Complex. Postseason spot on the line. Don't go anywhere. More Hastings College softball when we return.
Sundays are meant for relaxation and indulgence, and there's no better place to do it than at Bullseye Sports Bar and Grill in Hastings. Enjoy the Sunday brunch buffet from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., featuring an irresistible spread of breakfast favorites that will make your taste buds dance. Choose from fluffy pancakes, sizzling bacon, fresh fruits, and so much more. It's all you can eat and everything you could ever want. Bullseye Sports Bar and Grill, located at 2017 West 2nd, across from the water park in Hastings.
Industrial Irrigation Services has proudly supplied reliable horsepower to the industrial engine market since 1955. Our entire team is dedicated to fostering long-term relationships with our customers and key suppliers. Honesty and integrity make up the foundation that our business is built upon. Our entire team is ready to deliver the best sales, engineering, parts, and service support you have come to expect over many decades. No matter your industry or the rigorous demands of your application, our team of experts stand ready to serve you. We have been serving our customers and friends for over a half-century, and we look forward to continuing to provide you with the absolute best industrial engine packages and services for generations to come. When you need a solution for your industrial needs, don't just buy horsepower. Invest in reliable horsepower.
At Bosselman Energy Companies, we take pride in being a trusted partner to our customers, a strong presence in the communities we serve, and a family business that truly cares. Founded in Grand Island in 1948, Bosselman Energy has grown into a diverse group of companies with locations across the Midwest. We supply local communities with essential petroleum products that fuel farms, power industries, and heat homes. With over 70 years of industry experience, Bosselman Energy remains committed to the principles that have guided us from the beginning, ensuring our continued success for generations to come.
Back here at the Bill Smith Softball Complex, Tyson Nevronic, Marcus Metcalf with you. A little delay between innings there as Ana Medeiros was a little slow to get up after a play over at first base, but gets back up and grabs the glove and the visor and is ready to go again defensively. So some anxious moments there as Hastings College faithful holding their breaths, but Medeiros is ready to roll. 4-4, your score here as we begin action in the top half of inning number 5. The Broncos coming in clutch once again in the 4th inning as they are up for 4 runs to tie this baby back up. After Doan scored the first 4 in the first 3 frames, the big bottom of the 4th for HC. 8 hits for Hastings College. They had 4 hits in that 4th inning. 4 runs, 8 hits, 2 Hastings College errors for Doan. 4 hits, 7 runs, 4 runs, 7 hits. Let's get it in the right order, Tyson. 1 error, the costly error in the 4th that allowed 2 runs to come across to score. Cassidy Beavers continues to deal here for HC. Has a 1-2 advantage on the 3-hole hitter and Anna Proner. As action starting to stir up in the HC bullpen, if needed. Ball hit third base side. Rolls foul.
Looks like we got Angelina Lockhart.
Angie Lockhart. Began the season as Broncos' number 2 pitcher. They've kind of midway through the year moved things over to Danny Sitz, but Lockhart, when she's on, she's on. And on senior day, wouldn't that be just something special if she can close things out? This ball just above the third baseman. Skinner can't quite make the grab, and it rolls into foul territory, so 1-2.
You say that you're a superstitious person.
Very.
How ironic how the HC bats started to come alive when the sun's starting to come out.
I hadn't thought about it, but 1-2. Really honest, I was trying for a reference there, and I couldn't find anything in the library. Here's a swing and miss. Ooh, made Proner look silly there. A pitch on the outside from Cassidy Beavers, and that's the first strikeout here for Cassidy this afternoon. So that'll bring up Marissa Marquez to the plate. Marquez with a sack bunt and a fly out. Yeah, sun slowly trying to peek its way out from the clouds. It has been a all but overcast day today. The precipitation chances that started off this weekend, or on Friday at least, it's kind of looking a little dicey, but they have subsided, and it's just kind of turned into a chilly Saturday afternoon, all told. As Beavers goes to work, and there's a hit from Marquez. It's going to go into foul territory. Said it feels a little bit more like we're watching fall ball out here than spring ball, with the temperatures not even anticipated to get to the 60-degree mark today. But all told, the tension and the drama is certainly starting to heat up even though the temperature's not. 2-1 here to Marquez. 4-4 score. Third base sideline drive. Skinner's there. You bet.
Just a quick draft update. A second Nebraska player is now off the board. Thomas Fedoni has been drafted in the 6th round. It is 6th round. It is 7th round by the New York Football Giants.
I was excited until you mentioned he was going to be a Giant. Hey, must be Fedoni. Congratulations. Brianne True puts the ball in play. Slow roller, third base side. Skinner's there. Fires across the diamond in time. 5-3 put out. And the Tigers go down in order. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on board. Let's go to the bottom half of the 5th. Hastings College coming back to bat. A 4-4 score here between Doane and HC. It's GPAC softball on Extreme Sports.
Family Medical Center of Hastings is the place to go for all your healthcare needs. Their team is trained to treat the whole person regardless of age. They provide a wide range of medical care, including acute care, routine health screenings, and treatment of chronic conditions. They're dedicated to providing you the best care in the most cost-effective manner. Family Medical Center, as an independent clinic, has served the community for over 65 years. Your family's home for healthcare. 1021 West 14th Street. Proud to support all area student-athletes.
Keep it here on Extreme Sports.
Hits it to right field. Brennan is back. He's at the wall, and we are tied.
Your all-access pass to nonstop sports talk and live play-by-play coverage.
You guys are the #1 sports station because you make the phones light up.
Back here at the Bill Smith Softball Complex, Tyson Vronick, Marcus Metcalf with you. Bottom of the 5th inning we go. 4-4 tie here between GPAC rivals Doane and Hastings College. And the sun makes its way out, peeks out behind the clouds for the first time here this afternoon. 6, 7, and 8 due up. Lexi Mudloff, who led off inning number 4, the 4-run 4th, with a home run. How about a little duplication of that, Lexi? A player who has been due all season long in the home contests comes through with a big home run straightaway center field. She goes up against Faith Molina. Two players that grew up here on the 281 corridor. Very familiar with each other. Pitch inside. Taken for a ball. It should bring the count to 2-0. Here to Mudloff. Nope, 1-1. I stand corrected. Here's the pitch. And that one is hit foul. Into the fencing. J.J. Allen's over there to make the grab it and throw it back over to Faith. 1-2. Coming up here to Lex. Caden Kapler waiting in the on-deck circle. Sam Skinner in the hole. Broncos trying to keep the momentum going after a big 4th inning, which tied things up. Ball inside, gets away from JJ, 2-2. Caden Kapler trying to hand it off to JJ, missed the handoff.
That'd have been an ejection in a MLB spring training game.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Oh, ouchies. Lexi Mudloff fouling it right off the shin. Immediately hits the ground. And she will take a moment to walk that off. Oh, mercy. Right on the shin there. No protection in that area. That baby's going to bruise tomorrow. Might be bruising already.
That would be an ice bath tonight. And probably for the next couple of days. Those hurt. I've done that when I was playing ball a couple times. Back-to-back pitches. I took both pitches, got it right off the shin. Back-to-back pitches.
St. Louis Cardinals have come back around and won after Ryan Helsley blew the save opportunity. He gave up a 2-run home run to Jackson Churio of the Milwaukee Brewers. Nolan Arenado with a walk-off home run, his 6th of his career. St. Louis wins it over Milwaukee and takes a 2-0 series lead. Anytime the Cards can beat down on the Brewers, it's a great day. We're trying to make it an even better day here if HC can come back and win this baby. Lexi Mudloff swings out of her shoes there, was going for the downs once again, but goes down on strikes as Molina gets her first strikeout of the afternoon. That'll bring up Kaiten Kapler, who walked in, had a triple, was gunned down at the plate on a fielder's choice play. Went right down that right field line for the triple. We'll see if we can't duplicate that. Goes towards right field once again. That'll drop in front of the right fielder. Asking you shall receive. Kaiten Kapler's aboard. That'll bring up Sam Skinner now to the plate. Struck out and lined out to first.
That's all that takes. Just a nice little bloop shot over between the second baseman and right fielder all day long.
Concordia has knocked off the College of St. Mary's in game number 2. The Bulldogs winning by the score of 4-0 over the Flames. Here it's 4-4, and a pivotal spot in the Great Plains Athletic Conference softball tournament on the line. Win and you're in. Lose and the season comes to a close. High drama here at the Bill Smith Softball Complex. One aboard here for HC and Kapler. Skinner at the plate. It's an 0-1 as Faith Molina working here against the Broncos. Off-speed pitch in the dirt. No dice, 1-1.
Quick score update really quick. I don't think there's any Cubs fans up here, but they're trailing 6-2.
Okay.
Phillies.
Yeah, just about as far removed from Cubs fans as you'll find here on the left side of the broadcast booth, partner. 1 ball, 1 strike. Keep calm and hate the Cubs is what we say. 2-1. Although I will say this, and I told Adam Mazer the same thing this afternoon. In my fantasy baseball league, I drafted my first and only Cub I've ever drafted in Pete Crow Armstrong, and he's paying off for me. Speaking of paying off, Sam Skinner delivers this one high up into the air. Shortstop is going to camp out underneath it. Blocks the sun, makes the out. A fly out to 6. And Kapler stays at first base, and Shea Storsund now to the plate. Shea singled, came around to score back in the 4th. How about a little 2-out rally once again?
2 singles on the day. Let's make it a 3.
3 of the 4 runs came with 2 outs. Let's see if we can't keep that trend rolling. 9 hits for the Broncos. They out-hit the Tigers 9-7 so far here. There's a ball that skips in the dirt. It's going to get away from JJ. And an easy swipe back there as Kapler will take the bag. Pass ball there on JJ. So Kapler now into scoring position. And can Shea Storsund make the Tigers pay for the miscue? You got to think with Cap speed, a ball out in the outfield could score. Shea swings over the top on that one. Got to stay composed in these moments. You know the heart's racing. You know the season's on the line. Can't swing out of your shoes like that. And Faith does such a good job of changing speeds and locations and really testing the hitters mentally. Shea pops it foul. That'll bring the count to 1-2. Go ahead, run at second base here for the Broncos. Thanks for listening to all those to GPAC softball coverage this afternoon on Extreme Sports. Probably a lot of interest conference-wide in this baby, and we're excited and delighted to bring it to you. Two-hopper to shortstop, fires across the bag, and it gets away from the first baseman. It'll be an error on the play, and the go-ahead run comes in to score. Caton Kapler scoring on what looked like a pretty routine ground out. It sneaks by the first baseman, and Shea Storsand is going to get over to second base on the error. The throw was low, and the Broncos once again take advantage of a Tiger error. Wow.
Yep, chalk that as an E6.
Error on the shortstop. And the Broncos have taken a 5-4 lead. 4 of the runs that they have scored have come on errors. Incredible. Here's Isabel Tanabe. I mean, with as shaky as that one lone defensive play looked in game number 1, and Doan looked really solid defensively, I think, in game 1. I mean, you just weren't anticipating the Bronco onslaught offensively to all come with the Tigers kind of shooting themselves in the foot here. They've given the Broncos some life. Here's a chopper from Tanabe. Shortstop this time is thrown over in time. A 6-3 put out, but another costly error results in a Bronco run. 1 run on 1 hit. There was the Tiger error, and there's 1 left on board. 5-4. Broncos retake the lead. Top of the 6th we go. Drama you want, drama you got. It's Broncos softball on Extreme Sports.
Bullseye Sports Bar and Grill has been serving Hastings and the surrounding area for more than 25 years, becoming more than just another bar and grill. It's a Hastings institution. Don't miss Wing Night every Wednesday, featuring legendary wings that are crispy, saucy, and downright delicious. Stop back on Thursday for roasted chicken. Fridays, enjoy the prime rib and seafood buffet. Then savor Bullseye's world-famous prime rib on Saturday. On Sundays, indulge in the brunch buffet from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. For over a quarter century, Bullseye's has been the go-to spot for good times, great food, and unforgettable memories. Visit Bullseye Sports Bar and Grill on West 2nd and Hastings, right across the street from the water park.
Keep it right here. You are listening to Extreme Sports.
Back here on Extreme Sports, 5-4, Broncos retake the lead, falling behind early by the score of 4-0, but striking for 4 in the 4th and 1 more in the 5th, and now a 5-4 lead, trying to play their way into the conference softball tournament. 6, 7, and 8 due up here for Doan. KB Cassidy Beavers still in the circle here for Hastings College. And she'll go to work here on Melanie Gonzalez with a single, stranded at second. And flew out to center. First pitch swing, second base side. Mudloff's there. Makes the throw across her body in time. 4-3 put out.
Nice play there from Mudloff there to Medeiros. And Medeiros, she is favoring that injured hamstring quite a bit, and she's toughing it out. But
got to. I mean, final game of the season, right? Like, with everything on the line, you're toughing it out if you're on the diamond. You don't want to be taken out of this ball game. Addie Parsons now stepping up to the plate, 2 flyouts. And Parsons, did that get her? It did. Well, if it did get her, she didn't really sell it very well. And she kind of stood there and looked at the umpire to wait to see if he was giving her a free pass. And indeed, it's a first pitch hit by pitch. No Oscar for you, Addie Parsons. Here comes Faith Molina to the plate.
Looks like we're going to have Alexis Adams in there to run.
Okay.
Should be number 29. Nope, it's 20. It is going to be 29. Yep, Alexis Adams.
Alexis Adams will pinch run here for Addie Parsons. And Faith Molina coming to the plate. Adams, the potential tying run. I almost wonder, the umpire goes over to the third base buckets over here with the coaching staff, and I'm almost thinking that they're having that exact same conversation. They're like, if she had to ask if that hit her, did it hit her? Probably was the discussion, I'm just assuming. Faith Molina now at the plate. Molina line drive third base side, and this is going to be trouble. Coming around second base is going to be Adams. He is going to stand up at third, and there's 2 runners in scoring position. And just like that, Doan has struck back a double from the Hastings native Faith Molina. And now Molina is going to be courtesy run for. No, check that. Just giving the sliding gloves up. Alexis Adams at third, Faith Molina at second. Nobody down, 2 on. And guess who? Coming into the ball game here for Hastings College. The ace, Kara Brock, called back into action as 2 runners are in scoring position. Couldn't ask to come into a ball game in a more stressful situation. We'll have the pitching change for you when we come back. Kara Brock coming back into the ball game for Hastings College as they try to close out the Tigers up 5-4. It's Broncos softball on Extreme Sports.
Sundays are meant for relaxation and indulgence, and there's no better place to do it than at Bullseye Sports Bar and Grill in Hastings. Enjoy the Sunday brunch buffet from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., featuring an irresistible spread of breakfast favorites that will make your taste buds dance. Choose from fluffy pancakes, sizzling bacon, fresh fruits, and so much more. It's all you can eat and everything you could ever want. Bullseye Sports Bar and Grill, located at 2017 West 2nd, across from the water park in Hastings.
Keep it right here. You are listening to Extreme Sports.
Kara Brock back into the ball game for Hastings College. The ace who has been so dominant this season and was so dominant against these Doan College Tigers in game number 1, allowing just 1 hit in that contest, striking out 3, walking none. Will come back to try to silence the Doan Bats with 2 runners in scoring position and a 5-4 Bronco lead. J.J. Allen, the talented catcher, certainly defensively has come through with a hit so far, and now a squeeze is on, and it gets out into the front of the plate, and they're going to slide in safely. The squeeze is on. Alexis Adams slides into home. Just didn't quite get that ball with enough oomph to Lee in time. They sort of lobbed it towards the catcher, and that allows Adams to slide underneath the tag, and just like that, we're all tied up, and now the leading run over at the third base bag, and it works out as a bunt single for J.J. Allen. Fielder's choice, for J.J. Allen. They can't make the play at home. That is tough.
Had her at the plate. Just get it to the, throw it kind of low and get him out, but it's a run for Doan.
Grace Downing now at the plate in a 5-5 tie. Small ball. Doan executes. 5 runs, 9 hits, 2 errors for the Broncos. 5 runs, 8 hits, 2 errors for the Tigers. 2 teams that literally mirroring each other in the box score, mirroring each other in the standings. And a check back throw down to third. And difference there, J.J. Allen takes the second base bag. And now 2 in scoring position here for Doan. Oh, mercy, what a back and forth roller coaster ride this has been on a Saturday afternoon. Dowding pops this one up, third base side. Skinner is there. 2 down. That'll bring up Jasmine Vajegas. Jazz 0 for 3.
You couldn't have asked for anything better with 2 teams fighting for the potential last playoff spot.
Tell that to my doctor as he examines my heart rate from this one. Here's the pitch, off speed, 1-0. Best case scenario is score 8 in the first and put him in the rearview mirror. I mean, that's kind of what I was hoping for this afternoon, but here we go. Locked in a tight one once again. Pop fly to Nabe. Is going to call off Skinner and make the play. Read it all the way. But the Tigers strike for one more in the 6th to tie it up. 5-5 as we go to the bottom of inning number 6. Bronco bats coming to work. Dramatic GPAC softball. Game 2 hitting clutch time. And we'll have it for you right here on Extreme Sports.
Celebrate mom with the gift of beauty this Mother's Day. Show your love with a stunning bouquet from Bob Sass Flowers. Our fresh, handcrafted arrangements are perfect for the woman who means everything. Find all our Mother's Day specials on our website at bobsassflowers.com. Call 402-462-2179 or order online today to schedule your delivery or pickup. Located at 2618 West 2nd Street in Hastings. Serving Hastings since 1955.
You are listening to Extreme Sports, Central Nebraska's new home for sports.
Back here at the Bill Smith Softball Complex, 5-5 your score. Bottom of 6 here in game number 2. Broncos trying to play their way into the GPAC softball tournament. Right now outside looking in, but currently in a tie with Doane. 2-3-4 due up. Time is now here for the Bronco Bats to come alive and continue this season, which has had ups and downs, roadblocks and adversity. Fine moments with an 8-game winning streak, some walk-off wins that we've called for you here on Extreme Sports. And I don't know about you, Marcus, but I've had a lot of fun this season, and I think we want it to continue here for these Broncos. 5-5, locked in a tight one here with Doane, with Faith Molina, the Hastings High product, in the circle for the Tigers. Going up against senior Lauren Schneider on senior day. Schneider, Pino, Lee. The order due up for HC here in the bottom half of the 6th. Scheduled for 7. As Schneider pops one straight up into left field. Coming on to make the play is going to be Bronner. And there's one down.
No, it's been an exciting, fun season. And for the times we've been able to have these games here at home, and every single one of them I've enjoyed, and it's been a blast to have Hastings College have us do these games for them, and it's been a blast, and nothing but great hospitality here.
Can't start the hugs and tears and well wishes just yet. We want to continue to play some softball. Kaylee Pino now at the plate. Pino 1 for 1, reached on a single and then also reached on an error. Did not fly out. I wrote the F7 in the wrong spot. Here's the 0-1. From Molina. Pino pops this one straight up the chute. 2 down. Back-to-back pop-ups and Lauren Lee coming to the plate. Lee with an RBI single back in the 4th. The lone RBI in this contest. The other Bronco runs all scoring because of errors. Lauren Lee with a straight ripper that got through. That helped as part of that big 4th inning for the Broncos where they played at 4. And now the catcher, cleanup hitter, trying to come through here with 2 down. The power hitters getting set to step up in Lee, Medeiros, and Muddleoff. That ball's inside. Lee gets out of the way. 2-0. Mentioned Thomas Fedoni going to the New York Giants. Told you earlier, Ty Robinson, now a part of the Philadelphia Eagles. Notable Husker draft picks on day 3 of the draft.
And they'll be seeing each other twice a year since they're in the same division. Philadelphia and New York.
Good for Thomas Fedoni. I mean, all the knee surgeries and missed time and missed opportunities. Still getting an opportunity to play some pro ball. Here's the 2-1. It's a hitter's count to Lauren Lee. Faith Molina delivers. And it goes upstairs. 3-1 count.
The only thing I have that's wrong with Fedoni is he's with the wrong team in New York. That's my 2 cents.
There's a right team in New York. Here's the 3-1. Ball 4. Lauren Lee draws a walk.
No, they're called strike.
Okay. I will make that correction in the scorebook. This is why you bring pencils and erasers and not pens.
Erasable pens.
This looks a little messy. Here's the 3-2. Payoff pitch. Lee pops it high up into the air, and this one is going to go into foul territory off the bat, and just the sound that made. Boy, it was a beautiful swing, but gets caught up in the jet stream, and it stays up there on the top half of the playground.
That thing hit the bottom part on that plastic piece and bounced straight up in the air and landed on top. Couldn't do that again if you tried.
How about just put it out of the ballpark?
That'll work.
Here's the 3-2 payoff pitch from Molina. Swung on and hit out of the ballpark the other way. Another foul ball as Lee continues to stay alive. Fighting off the nasty ones, waiting for a pitch.
We've seen plenty of those today. Plenty of foul tips on full counts. Just
good ABs. Seen a lot of good at-bats here today. And another foul ball. Just past the outstretched reach there of Troy Baker, who gave it a look.
Baker needs one of those mega gloves.
Do they have hand warmers in them? I think that's what he's concerned with right now. So 3-2. Here on a chilly Saturday afternoon from the Bill Smith Softball Complex. Lauren Lee trying to deliver here in the bottom half of the sixth. Off-speed pitch swung up over the top of it. And Lauren Lee goes down on strikes, and Molina sets the Broncos down in order. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left aboard. 5-5, we're going to the top half of the seventh. It's Broncos softball on Extreme Sports.
At Bosselman Energy Companies, we take pride in being a trusted partner to our customers, a strong presence in the communities we serve, and a family business that truly cares. Founded in Grand Island in 1948, Bosselman Energy has grown into a diverse group of companies with locations across the Midwest. We supply local communities with essential petroleum products that fuel farms, power industries, and heat homes. With over 70 years of industry experience, Bosselman Energy remains committed to the principles that have guided us from the beginning, ensuring our continued success for generations to come.
You're locked in to Extreme Sports.
Olivares now hits a line drive to deep left field. Ward is back to the wall. Granny time!
Here's Doncic wheeling inside in traffic and got it to go. Got it, the foul.
The home of 24/7 sports talk. Nothing but pure sports action.
Kara Brock back to work here against the Doane University Tigers. 3, 4, and 5 due up here for Doane. Anna Proner, Marissa Marquez, and Bree True. Bree was the starting pitcher before being relieved by Faith Molina. Danny Sitz started, then Cassidy Beavers came in relief, and now back to the ace for Hastings College all season in Kara Brock, who was brilliant in Game 1. Gave up a sacrifice bunt attempt, a little squeeze play, and just couldn't quite zip it to the plate quick enough to nab the courtesy runner, Alexis Adams. That gave the Tigers the one run in the sixth to get back into this baby to 5-5. Proner, left field side. Schneider gives it a look-see, but pulls off as it was down the fence line. Broncos, 5 runs, 9 hits, 2 errors. Doane, 5 runs, 8 hits, 2 errors. 0-2 count. Here to Proner with Marquez waiting in the on-deck circle. Off-speed pitch, line drive, right to Ana Medeiros, who didn't have to move. That literally got sucked up into her glove. A line out to first, and now it's Marissa Marquez at the plate. Marquez flew out to second, lined out to third. Also executed a sacrifice bunt as Doan has played a little small ball here. Marquez now shoots this one straight up the chute. And that'll be Storson calling off to Nabe, and Storson makes the out. A pop out to center. We'll bring up Brianne True.
Get a big out right here. All he needs one.
True singled, came around to score, reached on an error, and also grounded out to third. KB rocks and fires. That ball's low. No, check that. Goes in there for a strike. All right. 0-1 count. For the Broncos, it's 5, 6, and 7. And to be honest, Marcus, the way the bottom of the order has played so far this year at home, I'm totally cool with that.
Yeah, they came up. Times have been clutch.
Absolutely clutch from the bottom of the order. I mean, the two out hits, the walk-off that we saw back in the home opener weekend series. More times than not, they have set the table for the top of the order to come through and deliver with some RBI opportunities. No weak links here on this Bronco batting lineup. And yeah, 5, 6, and 7. The two power hitters in there, and then it's speed the rest of the way out. But Brock has to work back here against Bree True as she falls behind in the count 3-1. 3-1, 2 down. Off-speed pitch put in play. Third base side. Skinner fields it. Fires across the diamond in time. You bet. Skinner to Medeiros. A 5-3 put out. And the Tigers are set down in order. Bottom of the 7th we go. An opportunity for a walk-off. 5, 6, and 7. Do it for the Broncos. Broncos trying to play their way into the GPAC postseason tournament.
This sound is processed by Stereo Tool. Go to stereotool.com.
Need a power boost after a serious workout? Stick with the original recovery drink. Highland Dairy's chocolate milk contains 13 essential nutrients, including protein and electrolytes, helping you build muscle and hydrate better than water. Our Chocolicious milk is perfect for building healthy bones in little ones and maintaining bone health in adults. It's chocolate milk with no artificial growth hormones and is locally made, so you know you're getting the best for your body. Highland, locally made, naturally delicious.
This is Brad Musburger from VSiN. You're listening to Extreme Sports.
Bottom of the 7th, drama, 5-5. The moments that you dream about in the backyard as a kid. An opportunity to play yourself into a conference championship. An opportunity to walk it off against your rivals. And for the seniors, an opportunity to play their last game at the Bill Smith Softball Complex, where they've called home the last 4 years, to walk off winners. Could you script it any better? Ana Medeiros will step up to the plate here for HC. A 5-5 tie here with the Doan Tigers. Faith Molina, the Hastings High product, now pitching for another Tiger. Another black and orange, the Doan Tigers, in at the circle. Going up against Medeiros, Mudloff, and Kapler. Medeiros takes a look at that one in there for a strike. And now the count is 1-1. Corners on the infield playing up just a little bit on the inside. Not too many steps up. Medeiros grounded out to second in her last at-bat. Still showing some aggravation from that hamstring injury that she had while trying to cross first on that ground out. But trying to tough it out here in this pivotal GPAC matchup. Doesn't get much more dramatic than this, does it, folks? Bottom of the 7th. With a spot to the conference tournament on the line and an absolute must-win doubleheader. The Broncos have taken care of business thus far. They had a must-split matchup against Midland. They did that. They had a must-win matchup in game number 1 against Doan. They've done that. One more box to check off here for Hastings College. And how special would it be if that was a walk-off? On Medeiros, the 3-2. Here's Molina. Looks, and it's a base runner.
Why are you running to first?
And Medeiros hobbling over to first base. You got to imagine we'd have a pinch runner here.
Yes, we are. And it looks like it's going to be... I think it's Nicole Halsey.
Nicole Halsey coming in to courtesy run for Ana Medeiros, who has given that hamstring just about everything she's got. Clearly in some pain, but toughing out a walk. And now Nicole Halsey, a senior, is the would-be go-ahead run, winning run. We're no longer in go-ahead territory. This is it. Lexi Mudloff at the plate.
Do you take the bat out of her hands after she hit a home run earlier in the game, or do you sacrifice her over?
Lexi is going to grip and rip. 2 Grand Island products, one from Northwest, the first base bag, the other the Central Catholic Crusader. Both finding their way to Hastings College. And now Nicole Halsey with a few steps off. Heads back over to the first base bag. Lexi Mudloff looking at a 1-0 count.
Man, you cut the tension with the knife, folks.
Why we love sports, my man. Here's the 1-0. And this ball is going to be drilled to center field. It's going to drop in front of the center fielder. Nicole taking a wide turn at second, getting back to the bag. Station to station, ball go the Broncos. It's runners at first and second, and Halsey in scoring position, representing the winning run. Kaiten Kapler now to the plate. Kapler with a walk, a single, and a run scored, and an RBI today.
Now's the time to add another single to that list, put one in the gap somewhere, and go home a winner and extend your season.
Dugout jumping once again. The momentum train rolling here for Hastings College. Trying to walk it off. Halsey the winning run at second. Kapler takes a look at the first pitch. Just low for a ball. Runner at first irrelevant at this point. It is Mudloff. And Kapler going towards the gap out into right field. This one's got home run distance. It's a 3-1 walk-off. Kaiten Kapler, a 3-1 walk-off home run to send the Broncos into the conference tournament in a must-win game. Cap goes right field, and on a day that the wind's blowing in, finds a way to hit a 3-run walk-off home run, and the Broncos are going to walk their way into the GPAC conference tournament. What a thriller here at the Bill Smith Softball Complex, and it ends in walk-off home run fashion. The Cap rocking one out to right. 8-5, Broncos win.
Wow.
I have no words.
I have no words either. I mean, that thing, we were mentioning all year, they've been turning on one with the weather, putting the bat on the ball, or the bat to ball, and they weren't able to get anything. Kaiten Kapler comes up huge on a day when, like I said, 9 times out of 10 this year that we've seen would get out of here wouldn't. And this time, that baby was a no-doubter. What a clutch hit from Kaiten Kapler. Just a base hit to the outfield somewhere. Probably would have scored Nicole anyway. But, man, what a way to end the regular season. And extend your season, and now you're going to be playing for the GPAC tournament and possibly to bring home some hardware if you're able to bounce through that. So what a way to cap off the regular season if you're Kaiten Kapler and the Hastings College Broncos.
Cap walks it off. The seniors running out to left field, surrounded and hugging for joy. An incredible way to cap off their Hastings College careers. 8-5, your final. The Broncos walk it off. They sweep the Doane College Tigers and play their way into the GPAC postseason tournament. We'll come back with more Broncos softball and wrap things all up right after this.
I'm John Butler, funeral director and owner at Livingston Butler Vollen Funeral Home and Cremation Center in Hastings.
And I'm Nikki Butler, the advanced funeral planning specialist. Whether you choose a traditional service, cremation, or a unique memorial service, Our experienced staff is here to help guide you through every step. Visit us at lbvfh.com to learn more about our services and how we can support you.
Livingston Butler Rollins Funeral Home and Cremation Center. We are here when your need is greatest.
Industrial Irrigation Services has proudly supplied reliable horsepower to the industrial engine market since 1955. Our entire team is dedicated to fostering long-term relationships with our customers and key suppliers. Honesty and integrity make up the foundation that our business is built upon. Our entire team is ready to deliver the best sales, engineering, parts, and service support you have come to expect over many decades. No matter your industry or the rigorous demands of your application, our team of experts stand ready to serve you. We have been serving our customers and friends for over a half-century, and we look forward to continuing to provide you with the absolute best industrial engine packages and services for generations to come. When you need a solution for your industrial needs, don't just buy horsepower. Invest in reliable horsepower.
At Bosselman Energy Companies, we take pride in being a trusted partner to our customers, a strong presence in the communities we serve, and a family business that truly cares. Founded in Grand Island in 1948, Bosselman Energy has grown into a diverse group of companies with locations across the Midwest. We supply local communities with essential petroleum products that fuel farms, power industries, and heat homes. With over 70 years of industry experience, Bosselman Energy remains committed to the principles that have guided us from the beginning, ensuring our continued success for generations to come.
The weather is warming up, and that means only one thing. It's baseball season. Whether it's Hastings High, Adams Central, or Hastings College baseball this spring, you'll be able to catch the action on Extreme Sports. And this summer, Extreme Sports will be the exclusive voice for Hastings American Legion baseball. Whether it's Hastings 5 Points Bank, Hastings Johnson Imperial Homes, or Hastings Runza, all the big games will be right here. Listen online at x-streamsports.com, on your smartphone with our free mobile app, or on your Alexa-enabled smart speaker. Just say, Alexa, play Extreme Sports. Central Nebraska's new home for sports is Extreme Sports. Extreme Sports has been bringing you the exclusive home of Hastings College Athletics, and we're just getting started. Thanks to our incredible sponsors and your support, Extreme Sports 2 has been a huge success. And now we're excited to announce the launch of Extreme Sports 3. With Extreme Sports 3, you'll get even more local sports coverage. Plus, 24/7 access to Sports by Line, where you'll hear the best in national sports talk. Whether it's Hastings College, high school action, or the latest from around the sports world, we've got it covered across all 3 streams. And don't forget, when we're not broadcasting games, join us weekday mornings from 7 to 8 a.m. for Huddle Up with Mike Will and Tyson Havronik. It's the perfect way to start your day with sports, news, weather, and great local interviews. So tune in, check out all 3 streams, and stay with us for even more sports coverage coming soon. Thank you to our sponsors for making it all possible, and to you, our listeners, for keeping Extreme Sports strong. The Bronco Postgame Show is brought to you by Ruts Heating and Air, your York Midwest dealer in Hastings and Kearney.
Back at the Bill Smith Softball Complex, Tyson and Veronica back with you. Hastings College takes care of business, does what they have to do. Split with Midland to get to meaningful softball here this afternoon and took care of business against Doane. A sweep over the Tigers, and in the most thrilling of fashions, a walk-off 3-run home run from Caton Kapler out to right field. Wind blowing in, doesn't matter. Lexi and Kapler both homering, and the Broncos walking off winners. What a way to send seniors out, as Troy Baker, head coach here of the Broncos, joins us. And couldn't have asked. I mean, maybe my doctor, when he takes a look at my heart reading, is going to have a different story, but you can't ask for a more storybook way to put the cap on the regular season.
Oh man, I still have chills. It is, I just don't believe what I just saw. You know, you watch that on TV, you see it on Sports Center, you don't see it in real life. But, you know, I think the ballpark was probably saying, is Baker going to bunt? And Caton Kapler and Faith Molina have seen each other so many times. It has been a lot of hit and miss. We talked about it during the first game. I said, you either hit a rocket or you strike out. And she said, I know. The last few times in that second game, you know, Faith threw probably about 80-some pitches in that first game and came back. You know, credit to her to grit it out and come back, but I just had a feeling Caton was going to do something, even to move the runners or something. She loves right center. You know, she is a person that has bought into Coach Theo's philosophy of hitting, and when she threw it outside, right when it left the bat, I knew that thing was gone. I went, oh my God, you know, so it is. I'm, you know, calming down a little bit, but it's an awesome thing to, you know, to be in the tournament and to not even be the 8th seed. And that's an awesome thing. So we are very excited to be in. Now we got to get Ana Medeiros healthy, because I felt like Kirk Gibson was going to hit a home run. You know, I thought she was going to do it. And I went, if that happens, I might do a cartwheel on the field. But it was a great team effort from all the way around.
Talk about the grittiness and the toughness of this team. Medeiros with the hamstring. Lexi fouls one off the shin. I mean, these kids are banged up, but they weren't being pulled for the world here, and with the stakes where they were here today. This team is just a determined bunch, and they wanted to see them get to this next stage.
Yeah, Anna, when we talked at the end of the game, she said, there was no way you were taking me out. She said, my team needed me, and I'm going to grit it out, because that is the way that she is built. And, you know, I just said, we got to get you healthy. She says, I'll be fine. Well, we'll see. You know, maybe some healing, some praying, and she'll be ready to go.
Baker, so many times here in this contest, we'd lead off with base runners, and we'd get traffic on the base paths early, and find ways to ground into double plays or line drive into double plays, or get 3 consecutive outs on some really good balls that found bats to be able to come through. What's going through your mind there in the 7th as we had once again runners at first and second?
Well, you know, so when we got to the point when it was 4-0, I was, you know, on my GA, and, you know, we're all close since Elena was my player for 4 years. We had a conversation, what are you going to do to get those seniors in? I wasn't thinking that the game was over, but, you know, first, second inning, we had people all over the place, and we could never do anything about double plays or whatever. Lexi's homer woke us up. Mm-hmm. You know, she hit a rocket in the center field, and then all of a sudden, yes, they helped us. You know, KP did hit it hard, but it went right. It was a Buckner play, right between the legs of the second baseman, and we got 2 runs, and then it was a dogfight. It was back and forth, and I don't know what you guys saw up here. The hit batsman should have never happened. She stuck her knee out. She did not want to swing the bat. She was trying to get on any count, because Kira was like money today. Holy cow. They couldn't do anything with her. I think they flew out like 10, 11, 12 times in that first game. It was insane. And then she came up to me in game 2, like in the 5th inning, and she said, I can go. And I said, go get loose. You know, she only threw like 60-some, 70 pitches.
Yeah, 65 in the first game.
Yeah, insane, and she did it. I think we were going to leave her out there. And again, I feel bad for Angie. She didn't get in. But you never know in the GPAC tournament. We might need Angie to come in and steal a couple innings here and there. She just got to be ready. But, Kira did a great job in both ends of the doubleheader.
Everything in the kitchen sink when you're playing with the season on the line, and I think we kind of saw that with this roller coaster ride today. But, talking more just about that decision to put Kira in at that time, when did you know it was time for KB to come back in the ballgame?
So I knew that Cassidy didn't have great stuff. The first 3 batters, I think, was a line drive single, a line drive out. And I kind of went, uh-oh. Because Cassidy can usually fool some batters maybe a time and a half around. But she did. I just went after that first thing. I said, it's time. And, Kira came in. We work on glove to glove on squeezes all the time, and if the kid would have gloved it to our catcher, I think we would have got her. But she tried to throw it, and you saw the throw. She is not a great thrower overhand. I would have been okay if she would have underhanded the thing. But, we got out of it. We got a pop up to probably arguably their best hitter in Dowding. And we got out. The next batter got out and, went from there.
Both of these contests ended in spectacular fashion. Game 1 with these great grab out in center from Shea, the Kampler walk-off home run. Again, just with everything that was on the line, senior day all coming into play. There was a lot of elements that were working against this softball team today, and their perseverance, just as they've shown all season long, comes through once again.
We did. It just seems like, a couple, when we left last time talking, it was kind of a downer, 1-0, 1-0, and nothing against the College St. Mary, nothing. They played their butts off in here. We just kind of went, really? It wasn't as windy, like it was that day, but I just went, we weren't getting good at bats all day long. Today, similar wind, not as hard. We put some good at bats together. We made their pitchers work and work and work, and we came through. And I think, again, that probably helped us by seeing a lot of pitches from Faith in Game 1. It didn't fool us. It was the same lineup. So all of them had seen Faith 3 times at least. And, again, I know it sounds, goofy with the players that we have. Caton was the perfect player to do that just because of the past that she's had with Faith.
One more final thought on Lexi. It seemed like she was out of players to be due. Certainly was due. She's had so many hard luck outs, so many balls that have found barrels, that have found gloves, to be able to come through. And you mentioned it. That was the spark. That was the turning point. That's when, even in a 4-1 contest, your dugout's dancing and having a good time. Just how good did that feel for her to get that solo shot?
Oh, like I said, we talked before the game even started. It's crazy that coming in today we had 10 homers. And I would pay to watch our team take batting practice. It is like watching a major league team just when we get a hit on this field, it's home run derby. And I'm telling you, there's at least 13 to 14 of those kids. I know we're throwing front toss stuff, but that's their resume. Lexi had a great high school career with home runs. Caton even had home runs. It's just it was amazing. This was our first 2 homers. It came at a great time, but I would have lost my house, my car, my kids, if you would have told me at the beginning of the year that we had not hit a home run until the last game of the year. It's insane, but I do think that they're seeing the big. I saw this from day one. I went, it just didn't make any sense why we were 20-20 coming in. It did not make sense. We had Kira, a very good pitcher. We had people around her. Yeah, we struggle on pop-ups on the infield, which is insane. But we have players that can do the job. And look where Caton hits. She's like in the 7 hole. And that's dangerous. A lot of teams, she probably would be hitting 5 or even a 2 or something like that. But this is a very solid team wins today. And I would love, just to carry over. They always say, sports isn't a carryover thing. I think these guys might be flying high for at least 48 hours. Good thing we're going to be with family because they might celebrate a little bit. And I'm okay with that. They deserve to have a little bit of fun tonight because they made they made everything they needed to do to possibly, get in the tournament, and they did it.
And cheers on a great season. It's Fremont back to Fremont for opening round of GPAC tournament play, a team you split with, a team you've seen, and a team I think that is certainly well within the ability for your Broncos to come pick up a round one victory.
You didn't see, I don't know if you noticed the celebration a little bit. I told them we're playing Midland. You guys don't know, there was some smack talking back and forth. Umpires had to get in between KP and one of the players. We don't like them. We just don't like Midland because I don't think they respected us coming in. And we just beat you game one and had you guys on the ropes game two. Well, you're going to respect us now because here we come. We're going to get on the old Bronco bus for the 83rd time this year. And I'm coming down I-80 and I'll come and see you and we'll be there. Is it a great matchup? No, I don't think there is such a thing, but we'll be there. We'll be prepared. We saw their two best pitchers. We know what they like to do, and best team wins.
What a day, my man.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Broncos winners today, sweeping the Doane University Tigers here at the Bill Smith Softball Complex this afternoon. Well, that'll wrap up shop for us here today. For my broadcast partner, Marcus Metcalf, our executive CEO, Mike Will, IT man, Shaner, I'm Tyson Veronik, wishing you all a very pleasant good day here from the Bill Smith Softball Complex as the Broncos made it a great day to be a Bronco.
The game show has been brought to you by Ruts Heating and Air, your York Midwest dealer in Hastings and Kearney. Hastings College Softball is an exclusive presentation.
Differential is just plus 1.2. You look at the Timberwolves since December, they've been plus 6.6 as a team. This has been one of the best teams in the league in the Western Conference, especially since December. When they started the season slow, they kind of figured everything out offensively and defensively. And I do think that there was a lot of talk heading into this series about what the Lakers would be able to do to the Timberwolves when they went small. I think Minnesota likes to play that way. That's when you get Naz Reid and Julius Randle in space being able to attack the basket. Both guys have had really good series, and Anthony Edwards has looked like the best player in the series. So I don't think that the Timberwolves are scared of this matchup at all. I think that Finch has been underrated as an X's and O's coach. I think everybody's kind of saying, J.J. Redick's the best, top 5 coach in the league and should be able to figure this out. Finch is really, really good, and I think that he deserves some credit.
I think what's been interesting, too, is like the Lakers, if you look at some of the numbers, Zach, they're shooting like just 60% at the rim. Like they've had nothing inside. The painted area has been a really big problem for them as well. That they can't generate any offense inside of 14 feet against this team.
Yep, and that's where Rudy Gobert deserves some credit. Everybody likes to clown him, but he's been playing really well defending the rim. Also has done a good job of kind of holding his own when he is isolated on Luka on the perimeter. That was, the one where Luka was just killing him last year when the Mavericks beat the Timberwolves. That has not been the case in this series. Gobert's holding his own. That's allowing Minnesota to just be aggressive defensively, and this just looks like a really good team. It's honestly a team that I've thought for a while is a real contender in the Western Conference, and now seeing them play this way against the Lakers, I think that's true.
Real quick, we have breaking news, Will, before you go. We have a Ben Simmons bucket. A runaway dunk there off of a turnover, and Simmons has cut this to a 2-point lead for the Denver Nuggets. 24-22, 37 seconds left to go, and the Clippers have their defensive lineup out there looking pretty good, and hell has officially frozen over because Bogdan Bogdanovic has hit a perimeter shot. All right, Will, what do you got?
Zach, well, looking ahead to tomorrow again, another game for Boston and Orlando. The markets certainly expect Boston to flex its muscles, bounce back, and win and take a commanding 3-1 lead. They're laying 7. Is this too many points? Can Orlando at least make Boston sweat in this series? We've given them a hard time here, at least defensively.
I kind of think Boston's going to get right after that game, but I do want to see the injury report and just see if there are any bodies out for the Celtics, because Orlando is still a very good team defensively. Obviously, the offense is, kind of lackluster, but they were scoring when they needed to in that game. I thought that they played a really complete game. I thought Jamal Mosley did a really good job of getting those guys prepped, but 7 is a lot if the Celtics are going to be missing anybody. So I'm just going to be keeping my eyes peeled for that injury report. If not, I'll probably be looking to the under in that game. I just think it's going to be really, really ugly.
Any shot? Do you go the desperation angle at all? What have we seen now in this series in Cleveland and Miami? Do they have a chance at extending this out in Game 4?
I don't think so. I usually think you get the best punch in Game 3, and by Game 4, it's, they're kind of already ready for the offseason. Obviously, they don't want to be swept. That's something that all these players do look to avoid, but I just think that this would have been the game the Heat would have won this morning, and I just don't really think that they performed at a good enough level to even consider them in Game 4.
All right, we should ask this because Will and I had our frankly, our ugliest argument of our time together earlier today. We were discussing Milwaukee and Indiana. Right now, Milwaukee 4.5 points, total of 226. I argue that Indiana actually has been the better team and that you're not going to get Gary Trent Jr. to score 37 bleeping points again. Will thinks the Bucks have been slept on. Break the tie.
I'm really tempted by the money line with the Pacers. I'm with you. I think that the Pacers have looked like a much better team for most of this series and most of this season. I know Game 3 told a much different story. I think getting to Milwaukee, where that crowd is absolutely insane, definitely helped. But like you said, some of those role players were just blistering hot. With Gary Trent being one of them, I think the Pacers will be a little bit more prepared to slow him down. And I just don't like this Milwaukee defense. I think Indiana is going to be able to exploit it, especially as we look to Game 4. Rick Carlisle going up against Doc Rivers. That's a big coaching mismatch for me. I think that Carlisle is going to find a way to get the Pacers going offensively.
30-second answer, Zach. If it's Thunder Clippers, what's the series price?
I think it's going to be Thunder like minus 225. Maybe I'm way off on that, but I do think the Clippers have a shot.
I do too, man. If it's going to be that far over, my guess was like as high as $1.80. I was ranging from like $1.50 to $1.80, but maybe I'm a little too high on the Clippers. But it also depends too on how they win this series. If they go up 3-1 today and win 4 straight to sweep away in a gentleman's fashion the Nuggets, we'll see if that's the case. Zach, always great to talk to you, man. Thank you very much for the time.
Thanks, guys.
All right, Jokic with a three at the end of the first quarter. It is 27-23, Nuggets up on top of the Los Angeles Clippers. We'll get you updated numbers there. We had a scary moment, but still all tied up at 3 apiece between the Knights and the Wild in the last 3 minutes there as well. How you feel? You okay? Are you angry at me? With the Bucks?
No, not at all. Why would I be angry at you?
All
By
right.
the way, sloppy bucket by the Clippers.
Yes.
Harden throws a prayer with 1.9 left on his own side of the court. Nobody touches it. Out of bounds. It leads to a Jokic three. So that was 3 kind of giveaway points there.
Well, I'm a little angry at you, so I think this is going to be the last show I do with you on Saturday. How about that?
Oh, man.
We'll come back there. We'll wrap up Live Bet Saturday next.
Nobody wants to get ripped off, broken into, or robbed, but nobody wants to pay a lot of money to have their home protected either. I've got an offer to tell you about to provide home security for your home for less than $1 a day. For real, with no installation or equipment charges. And this is from a company rated #1 by a leading consumer research company. According to the facts, most of you won't even call unless there's a burglary in your neighborhood or something bad happened. So let's give you a reason. Save money. For less than $1 a day with no other costs, you can get your home secured. Plus, get a lifetime equipment replacement warranty. You need protection for your home. Call the Home Security Hotline right now.
800-402-7117. 800-402-7117. 800-402-7117. Call right now. That's 800-402-7117.
Here's a look at your weather forecast, powered by weatherology.com. Cloudy skies this afternoon with a chance for scattered showers. Highs level off around 55. Winds out of the southeast, 10 to 15 miles per hour. Lows dip down to about 49 tonight. Chance for scattered thunderstorms. 72 tomorrow. Chance for isolated thunderstorms. Upper 70s Monday with a chance for scattered storms. Turning much cooler Tuesday with highs in the upper 60s. And that's your forecast. I'm meteorologist Paul Trombley. Currently,
Sundays are meant for relaxation and indulgence, and there's no better place to do it than at Bullseye Sports Bar and Grill in Hastings. Enjoy the Sunday brunch buffet from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., featuring an irresistible spread of breakfast favorites that will make your taste buds dance. Choose from fluffy pancakes, sizzling bacon, fresh fruits, and so much more. It's all you can eat and everything you could ever want. Bullseye Sports Bar and Grill, located at 2017 West 2nd, across from the water park in Hastings.
When opportunity knocks, you don't want to miss the call. Hamilton Business Technologies makes communication easy and efficient using customized technology, all while putting people first. Whether you're working from the office, at home, or on the go, Hamilton Business Technologies equips your business with the right tools for smooth, professional call handling. Hamilton Business Technologies. Real people, real technology solutions. Learn more at hamiltonisbusiness.com.
Extreme Sports has been bringing you the exclusive home of Hastings College Athletics, and we're just getting started. Thanks to our incredible sponsors and your support, Extreme Sports 2 has been a huge success, and now we're excited to announce the launch of Extreme Sports 3. With Extreme Sports 3, you'll get even more local sports coverage. Plus, 24/7 access to Sports by Line, where you'll hear the best in national sports talk. Whether it's Hastings College, high school action, or the latest from around the sports world, we've got it covered across all 3 streams. And don't forget, when we're not broadcasting games, join us weekday mornings from 7 to 8 a.m. for Huddle Up with Mike Will and Tyson Havronik. It's the perfect way to start your day with sports, news, weather, and great local interviews. So tune in, check out all 3 streams, and stay with us for even more sports coverage coming soon. Thank you to our sponsors for making it all possible, and to you, our listeners, for keeping Extreme Sports strong.
This is Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
We head to an extra period of play. We are all knotted up at 3 apiece. The third period ends, and that is all she wrote for regulation. We will see if the Vegas Golden Knights can pull this off in the extras or if the Wild will take a commanding 3-1 series lead. We head to another intermission and overtime between Minnesota and Las Vegas. Some numbers right now as we head into the extra period of play. Current number for the Minnesota Wild, -125 for the Knights, even money for the Minnesota Wild there. So 3-3, we will give you that update. We'll probably be up there by the time we really get into the meat of overtime. We also have 10.5 minutes left to go in the second quarter. Nuggets consistently up on top here in this first quarter. We'll see if the Clippers can start to get back into this thing. Like you mentioned, a really lazy possession at the end of the first quarter. Could have been a 20, what were we at, 24-ish, 24-25?
Took it from 2 to 5.
Yeah, 2 to 5, thank you. And a 3 that's given up there. So Denver up 29-24, 10:37 left to go. That is the deficit. Any early observations here for Clippers and Nuggets for you?
Nothing other than it's a very good start for Denver and a start they needed, where I know it's only up 5 and it's early, but you didn't want to be in position as an underdog, an undermanned team. You just got blown out where you're chasing points and you're down 7, 10 points early. You're up 5. Not that this is a big cushion, but if you can make a little run here, it looks like Jokic is off the court.
Yes, I was going to notice that. I was going to mention that. Yep.
Yeah, that's a key. So you got to survive these minutes, but if you can ever push this up, and with Jokic, it's a lot to ask, but if you can ever push this up to double digits and give yourself some cushion, you'd feel good, obviously. But a good start, a much-needed good start here. When you're the underdog and as hurt as Denver is, as Murray misses a 3, I think it's very important to not be chasing, which they have been able to avoid at least so far.
So I would say right now, this is the time, if you're going to do it, to maybe jump on a cheap price for the Clippers. As we talk about our G-Bank Best Bets. Best Bets brought to you by G-Bank. 29-26, 10 minutes left to go in the second. The non-Jokic minutes are obviously big. They've won the non-Jokic minutes over the course of the series. If there is going to be a time to jump on a cheap number, and if there was going to be a time that the Clippers were going to get back into this thing, and hey, I say get back into it. Obviously, they're only down by 3 right now with free throws coming for Jamal Murray. You would think that this is the time that they're going to do it, and maybe by the time Jokic comes back out there, we're talking about a small lead for the Clippers as opposed to a small deficit.
No, would completely agree, and it's just it's a game of whack-a-mole for Denver, where if you play Jokic too much, he gets tired and he's ineffective, and he's going to start turning the ball over at the end, and he's just not going to be the Jokic they need him to be. That being said, if you sit him too long, you're just going to have a hard time keeping up with a Clipper team that's much deeper, that's much more talented.
Big moment here where Ben Simmons called for his third foul already. So with 9:49 left to go in the second, he will hit the bench. Not that he's going to greatly affect what they do on offense for the most part, but he does run their second unit. He is kind of a full point guard and a pretty good defensive piece to come off the bench for LA. So that is something to monitor as well. When they go a little bit smaller, he can guard Jokic. So that's going to be something to keep an eye on. 31-26, 9:46 left to go in the first quarter. Best Bets brought to you by G-Bank, who is up in the ante with up to a $750 bonus for new G-Bank Visa Signature Card customers. New customers who spend $1,000 on eligible purchases in the first 90 days get a $250 bonus. And if you spend $50K on gaming and sports app loads within 30 days, you receive another $500 bonus. That's together $750. Apply now at VSiN.com/GBank. That is VSiN.com/GBank. Subject to credit approval. Terms and conditions apply. Did you have anything in the late night baseball window, Will?
No, I mentioned I liked Atlanta. I don't have the board in front of me. I like Atlanta. We'll leave it at that one. I like the Braves there. I think I like the first 5 right around even money as much as anything, just because I think Kelly's very hittable. I like the Braves lineup. Arizona's not swung the bats great since a hot start to the season. So Atlanta first 5 money line.
All right. The other thing we should note, this is not going to get started for just under 2 hours. But Houston and Golden State, we get the official report. Jimmy Butler will be a game time decision. As as Zach mentioned, the thought, it seems, when you read between the lines, is that Butler is going to give this a go. Be interested to see how much the market moves if and when Jimmy Butler is officially announced as in today. Rockets right now catching 3.5 with a total of 205. Does it get to 4? Does it get to even 4.5? By the way, before I ask you a question and then go immediately to something else, Nick Batum 3 from the left wing, tie game, 31-all, 8:34 left to go. All right, real quick. Sorry, go ahead. What do you got?
I haven't played this game. I still think you can get Rockets at -125, plus a game and a half for the series. I just think if it's a compromised Butler and you're getting a game and a half, Houston has really mauled them on the glass, 99-69 in rebounds, a bunch of offensive rebounds. To me, I think they can get one of these games in Golden State. If there's no Butler, or if there's a diminished Butler, which I think the latter is probably more likely, it's just Curry, and I know how great he is and not much else. You're going to really need something out of these role guys. Pajimski, Moody, Heel. I think the Rockets have an advantage, especially as this series goes on. It becomes every other day for an older Warriors team. So I think the Rockets can force this to 7, if not win the series. So I like getting the game and a half with Houston against a banged-up Warriors team.
Yeah, I went so for the contest today, I went the stale line approach. We were getting 2.5 in the contest, so I laid that. Figured that if Butler's going to play, this is going to close probably about 4, so you're sitting on a good number there. Same thing with the over. The total is interesting, and I don't know, man. Like, I want to ask you, do we draw a line through Game 2? Because we had Zach on, and he said that the Rockets have been the much better team over the course of this series, and I don't argue that's fact, but it should also be noted they've been the better team over the course of this series, largely because of Game 2, in which Brandon Pajemski had a stomach flu and Jimmy Butler got hurt with like 3 minutes in. Like, I don't know how much I'm supposed to take away from the Rockets beating the crap out of them when you have certain guys that are never going to see the floor in a playoff game seeing the floor because of what was happening from an injury standpoint.
And these teams, we see it all the time. For whatever reason, these teams just can't get up the same way when they win Game 1 on the road. Now, some of it was injuries and illnesses, but they win Game 1 on the road. There's some satisfaction that sets in. The numbers are overwhelming. Now, this is a different situation because the 7 seed's the favorite, but we saw it Minnesota and LA. I remember last year Minnesota beat Denver Game 1 and then beat them again Game 2. That broke like a 20-something game losing streak of teams that steal Game 1 on the road, going on to lose Game 2 also, or win Game 2, vice versa. Yeah. You know what I mean? It's very hard for these teams. First of all, the team that's down 0-1 is home. They're desperate. They're usually the better team because they have the higher seed. So just for whatever reason, these teams that are down 0-1 or steal Game 1 on the road just can't duplicate it in Game 2.
Yeah,
go for the knockout punch.
I mean, Pat Spencer played 12 minutes and took 7 shots for them in Game 2.
Says it all.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough place to be in. That I'm really like, I'm not running to discount what they did. But Pajemski gave you 14, Butler only gave you 8, and you needed to ask like some other guys to play some pretty big roles. So I don't know. I go back to Game 1 where Game 1 they were up by 20. It looked like they were going to run the Rockets off their own home floor, and then of course Rockets clamped down. But we'll see. But I don't know if you're asking Quentin Post again to play 25 minutes. And maybe you have to. That's always the rub here, is that Jimmy Butler's not fully healthy. They ruled him out very quickly in that second game. That should be noted. Like, he got hurt. He went back to the locker room. There was no questionable to return. Like, 5 minutes later, we got the news that he was out. you do wonder how healthy he is.
And I agree with you completely. He was at least okay. Remember, he shot the free throws.
Yeah.
But after that, he walked off. He walked off very gingerly, and he didn't come back. So, yeah, I'm with you. I think my guess is Butler plays, but I don't know that we see 100% Butler. And then once you get into the every other day nature of this series, that really favors Houston here. So, who did you pick before the series? And we weren't together last week. Who would you pick before the series, and who would you pick now?
I picked I have a bet on the Rockets to win the series because of the price, but I picked Warriors in 7. Like, I thought this was going to be a long series.
That was my pick.
So it wouldn't be shocking, but here in this, and again, I don't have a strong opinion. Played the stale number there, but it's going to be curious to see what's going to happen with Butler and if he's going to be fully healthy, because they don't really have an answer for him. And Amen Thompson's good, but I don't think you're shutting down Steph Curry like you did in that one Sunday matchup. 31-31, 7:54 left to go in the first quarter. Nuggets still duking it out without Nikola Jokic on the floor. Again, key minutes here as we're trying to see if the Clippers can take a lead. We mentioned that lane 2.5. There's a 3 that goes down for Jamal Murray, a tough one. Michael Porter again with a 3. 34-31. With 7.5 minutes left to go. Remember, coming up next, as we are all done here, Live Bet Saturday rolls on, followed on by Cashing Out. And then the VSiN Weekend Morning Line tomorrow morning is 7 a.m. with Tim Murray. And then Ready, Set, Bet, all times Eastern. If you're watching up at VSiN.com, we'll take it over from there tomorrow at 1 p.m. Will, in our last 60 seconds, would you like to tell me anything poetic, nice, wonderful? It is our last Live Bet Saturday together for now. I'm sure we'll do another show together in the near future.
Jokic is checked back into the game.
Okay, all right, that's it. That's all I get. 34-31, 7.5 minutes left to go. After carrying the show since football season, this is what I get.
I will miss it. I'm sure. Look, you get to go from me to Stormy, so big upgrade for you. You should probably give some of your salary back. You get to go from me to Stormy. Jeez, that's a nice little trade. But no, man, it's been fun. I'm gonna miss it. So I'm sure we'll be running into each other plenty, but this has been a lot of fun.
And we should also note
nice enough?
Yes, that is very nice. We should also note that you guys are all lucky too, but because I moved from primetime, Will be on Thursdays and Fridays with Matt Heumann. So that is a fun pairing that I know our audience very much enjoys. All right, with that, we are all done. Remember, VSiN.com. Go check that out, folks. We have a lot of great write-ups up there up the website. Check out the summer special and all the tools we have too. But for everybody else, we appreciate it. Always have fun on the weekends. You can see me Monday with Stormy starting at 9 a.m. Pacific time. See you then.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. 'Cause I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to Hims.com/joy. HIMS.com/.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Stuart Smith. Heads of state, monarchs and other foreign dignitaries are arriving in Rome ahead of the funeral of Pope Francis, which will be held on Saturday. The head of the Catholic Church died at the age of 88 on Monday after weeks in hospital battling severe pneumonia. John Beaver has more on the preparations from Rome.
We're approaching the final few hours of people being able to pay tribute to Pope Francis in person. He will lie in state until 7 o'clock tonight, local time, in St. Peter's Basilica. An hour after that, his coffin will be sealed ahead of the funeral tomorrow. The Vatican has said they expect 50 heads of state and 10 reigning monarchs to be among the guests at the funeral. Estimates vary wildly about the number of members of the public who are likely to attend, but some saying it could be as many as 250,000. Security here is being stepped up ahead of tomorrow. There's a huge number of police on the streets. There are even snipers on rooftops and police helicopters often flying overhead as the eyes of the world focus on the Vatican. John Beaver, Rome.
Talks between government representatives from the US and Iran are set to take place this Saturday as Washington continues its diplomatic push to avoid Iran acquiring a nuclear weapon. From Tel Aviv, Trent Murray has more.
American and Iranian negotiators will meet Saturday in the Omani capital Muscat for their third round of talks in as many weeks. Last week's discussions in Rome were described as positive, with both sides saying progress was made. The White House is pushing for a diplomatic solution to concerns that Iran is enriching uranium to make a nuclear weapon. Tehran denies the charge, saying its nuclear program is for civilian purposes. President Trump has threatened that if a deal isn't reached between the US and Iran, that he could take military action targeting Tehran's nuclear program. Trent Murray, Tel Aviv.
Indian security teams continue to be on the lookout for 4 gunmen who opened fire on tourists earlier this week, killing 26 people. Sketches with the names of the suspects have been put up in Indian-administered Kashmir, with a cash reward announced as well. Neha Punya has more.
Police have named 3 of the 4 suspects and have also released their sketches. They claim 2 of the suspects are from Pakistan and 1 is a local. A cash reward of $23,000 has also been announced for information of the suspects. Security teams have sealed the town of Pahalgam in Indian-administered Kashmir, where the gunmen had opened fire on tourists in an open meadow only accessible by foot or on horseback earlier this week. The home of one of the suspected gunmen has also been demolished by local authorities. In New Delhi, Neha Punya.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
This is VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. This is Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
And a good Saturday, one and all. This is Live Bet Saturday. Mark Malusis and Jeff Schwartz with you. NFL Draft out in Green Bay. We've got NBA playoffs, Stanley Cup playoff action, MLB baseball. Update you on, give you our thoughts. We've got 4 hours to play with right here on VSiN on this Saturday. Jeff, how are you, bud?
I'm fantastic. You know, we got a full day of sports. We got more sports tonight, and the draft, man. I'll tell you what. You know, the first and second days were tiring. As someone who does it, who covers the thing full time, today was a little bit of a respite. But obviously, the Sanders thing is fresh in everyone's mind.
Yeah, we'll get into Shedeur here momentarily. Update a little bit of playoff action. Right now, Denver leading Los Angeles, the Clippers, that is, 44-40, 3:43 to go in the second quarter. If you want to take, or you're believing in the Clippers right now, they're -1.5, -125, -160 on the money line if you like Los Angeles. One NHL game that's still going on right now, and that is the Golden Knights and the Minnesota Wild. They are in overtime, tied up at a 3-3. Let's start with a little NFL draft. We'll get into baseball as well and touch upon the NBA and NHL playoff games that are going to get going tonight. But you mentioned Shedeur Sanders. He finally gets drafted, Jeff, after, not going in round 1, not going in rounds 2 and 3 on Friday night. But today was the day, and Shedeur Sanders is a Cleveland Brown.
He's a Cleveland Brown. And I still had a wager on him to be an Indianapolis Colt that I saw did not cash today. Like, I was still in my account because I thought maybe there was, I just sort of sprinkled a little bit of money on different teams just in case. I had Pittsburgh, I had Cleveland, I had a little bit on the Colts. And what a wild ride, man. And look, let's talk about what happened here, right? Because I think people are going to misinterpret what happened. First of all, okay, the NFL will overlook a lot of things if you are a game record type of player, right? We see it all the time. The Deshaun Watson deal. There's a player drafted in the second round in this draft with 2 allegations against him for sexual assault. Like, the NFL will overlook it. It's not a good thing they do, Mark, but they do overlook that. So the idea that sort of they blackballed him or didn't want him to be in the NFL is just not true, right? You have to think about the prospect, okay? I think if you're honest with yourself And there were sort of two camps on this, right? There was the forward-facing television people that knew they probably would get a little bit of grief if Shedeur Sanders was graded a little bit too low. And there was sort of like the film people on social media that we all know. The film people had him like 30, 40. The TV people had him 5th. Okay, like it's a wide gulf. You know what I mean? It was more about 30 and 40. And then once you get past the first 2 rounds of the NFL draft, most players drafted are not considered to be starters immediately, right? And so you look at Shedeur Sanders. Is he the type of quarterback to want to be a backup? Is he okay just sitting behind someone else? What happens when that quarterback doesn't play well? Is there a national call for Shedeur to be the starter? You don't want that for your backup quarterback. So all those things were in play here, right? Stuff we didn't see behind the scenes. We're getting stuff reported now. But the fact is, I say this about the NFL often, if your talent outweighs your problems don't matter. When your problems outweigh your talent, then and I'm not saying Shedeur has problems per se, but very clearly the NFL rebuked him. They whatever his process was to get ready for this for the combine, for everything else, Mark, they said, we didn't like the way you did it. We're dropping you down our board. He was a 5th-round pick to a team that already drafted a quarterback in the same draft.
Yeah, and Dylan Gabriel in the 3rd round coming out of Oregon. A couple things. I don't disagree with anything you said. I don't think it's I think it's more a case of everything that comes along with Shedeur Sanders is why he dropped. And you mentioned as far as will he be okay being a backup quarterback? The microphone that Dion has out in Colorado. And I downplayed it going into the NFL draft. Didn't necessarily think it was to be that big of a deal. But the more that this went along, when you don't have this, you're not Andrew Luck, you're not Cam Ward, you're not those guys, that caliber talent. You're not Jaden Daniels, you're not Drake May, you're not Caleb Williams coming out of college, right? So I'm not telling you that Shedeur Sanders can't play in the National Football League. He can. And I do believe he was, I do believe he was a better prospect than where he landed. But I think it's everything else that comes along with it. And,
right.
Is there that national call, as you mentioned, Jeff, to have him be the starting quarterback if your starter is struggling a little bit? Is it too much of a distraction for your organization, everything that comes along with it? In the end, though, he lands in a spot in Cleveland, and I know you've got Deshaun Watson, you've got Joe Flacco, you've got Kenny Pickett, you've got Dylan Gabriel, now you've got Shedeur Sanders in that quarterback room out there in Cleveland. Do I think that it could all work out for the best for Shedeur Sanders with the Cleveland Browns and Kevin Stefanski? Yeah, I think he can. To be perfectly honest with you, it depends on how he uses it. And I felt bad for him as it went along. You had those 2 clowns at Ole Miss that were prank calling him, talking about the fact that he was the New Orleans show. You had stuff going on here where in the end.
That was sarcasm. That was so cruel, man. Look, you might not like Shedeur Sanders. You might not like Dion. You might not like the way that he acts. I have no problem with it, by the way. Ego's fine with me. I do think, looking back on the process, they overplayed their hand. Publicly, yeah. I'm only going to these 4 teams. I'm interviewing with these teams and whatnot. Like, they overplayed their hand. But you might not like him, and I actually don't know why you wouldn't. Shedeur seems like he's not a bad person. Again, bravado. I don't know. Players have egos. It's okay. But that was so cruel, man. Like to get his phone number and call him and tell him he got drafted. Like that it's such a mean thing to do. I hope the karma comes to those 2 kids.
Oh, karma's king. Karma will come to those 2 kids. You know that, Jeff. You can't put that out there and not have it come back to you, and it will.
They videotaped it and put it out there. Like, come on, man.
And put it out on social media, and then there are people laughing at it. Like, whatever you think about, and Jeff, you played in the National Football League. I never did, right? You were talented enough, gifted enough to be able to play in the National Football League. The commitment it takes to be a professional athlete, from the individual to the family, to the sacrifices, the hard work, to have the God-given ability to be able to, play in the NFL, to have the prospect of your name being called on draft night.
Yeah.
That's not to be minimized, right? So whatever, as you mentioned, whatever you think about Shedeur Sanders, and I like him. I really do. I'm going to be rooting for him in the Cleveland Browns, right? I really do. I think it'd be good for the National Football League, to see him, get humbled a little bit here to a certain extent. a big-time learning a lesson. His name still gets called. Maybe he's able to become a starting quarterback and a big-time quarterback in the NFL. That is yet to be determined. However, that's just cruel. Like, that is just mean. And anybody that finds that funny, I don't find that funny, to be honest with you. I've got a good sense of humor, to be honest with you, Jeff, but I don't find that funny at all. I think it's really sad, and it's really kind of a state of, I know we don't do this on VSiN, but it's kind of a state of where we are in a society a little bit.
It's sad that people thought it would be entertaining to record it and put it out there. Like, what did they think? Like, we're all going to be like, hey, great, LOL, you got him. Because look, to your point, like, this is a very special moment, even if the moment isn't what you want it to be, right? My draft day, look, I'll tell you quickly. So I was drafted 7th round, pick 241. Actually, we might be there now. I'm going to actually look at where we are right now in the NFL draft, because we're approaching the end of the draft. Actually, might be over right now. Pick 241. I wasn't Shadur, okay? I did not think that I would be drafted in the first round, but I thought I'd be drafted the 4th to 6th round, okay? 4th to 6th round. And the first day, it was 2 days, rounds 1 and 2, and then rounds 3 through 7. The first day, 10 offensive tackles were taken. So I was like, heck yeah, man. Like, I'm next. I know I'm next. And so I did what you're not supposed to do, right? I woke up at 5:30 in the morning on the West Coast and put the draft on at 6 a.m. and sat my butt on my parents' futon and watched the draft, okay? I'm next. I'm next tackle. I'm like, I knew. I was anywhere from 11 to 15 sort of ranked. Okay, so I'm next, 3rd round goes by, 4th round goes by, 5th round goes by, nothing. Now, you start getting calls from teams that are trying to butter you up. I learned this afterwards. So you sign as an undrafted free agent. So they call you, hey Schwartz, this is happening. Dave Magazine, the Carolina Panthers. You end up drafting me. Hey, remember I came and worked you out? I'm pushing for you. I'm pushing for us to draft you. You get like 4 of those phone calls. A scout calls you, someone else calls you. And then eventually the Panthers called me, pick 241. And it's what I said. It was Brandon Beede who called me. He's now the general manager for the Buffalo Bills. It was his job in Carolina in 2008. He said, hey, are you ready to be drafted? And I said, at this point, I don't even care. That's how I felt. Like, by that point of the day, I was done with it. Then they said, hey, you got drafted by the Carolina Panthers. I was ecstatic. Like, of course, like, it's life-changing. I drafted the NFL. And if someone would have called me in the 6th round to prank me, I would have hunted them down. And it's just like, so you don't always, your draft story a lot of times cannot be perfect, but it doesn't mean that the ending has to be terrible, right? And so I just want to explain, like, everyone falls, everyone has a different draft story, but it's so mean to like ruin his draft day by calling him like that.
Yeah, awful, terrible. I mean, you see the emotions on the players, whether it be Cam Ward in tears. I saw the video of Cam Scatterbo, who was drafted, I believe, in the 4th round by the Giants.
Yes,
the former Arizona State star, and he was in tears. It's a big time moment. I mean, for all these guys, no matter what happens, this is a big moment in their life to have their name called and be drafted into the National Football League. That is unquestioned.
It is, and so
he is Jeff Schwartz. I'm Mark. Yeah, go on.
No, I'm saying, I mean, it's good. I'm glad it happened for him eventually. It didn't happen the way I wanted to, but that's life sometimes.
That is, and we'll see exactly what Shedeur Sanders does with his opportunity out in Cleveland with the Browns. He's Jeff Schwartz. I'm Mark Malusis. We got NBA playoffs. We got NHL Stanley Cup playoffs. We got baseball. We got a full round of Major League Baseball. A lot of night action as well. This is Live Bet Saturday. You're locked in right here on VSiN.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 5/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store single line activation on qualifying plan. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
There's nothing like the rush of a winning bet. But let's be real, winning consistently, that's tough. That's why Jeff from Wonder Dog Sports Picks is stepping in to help. He's been one of the most trusted names in the game for over 25 years, helping more than 40,000 bettors find an edge every single day. And his track record, always public, always transparent. Now, Jeff wants to give you a shot at winning on the house. Visit PicksRadio.com today to receive your free $50 credit. Get back to the thrill of winning. Visit PicksRadio.com.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE, SIPC.
Hey, it's Bill from VSiN. You may know me as the guy who writes the VSiN daily newsletter, but I'm also one of VSiN's owners. If you're a business owner like I am, you need to reach customers ready to spend, right? VSiN talks to millions of engaged sports fans every month, folks with money in their pockets, ready to bet on the next big game. If you want to connect with this audience, email me at bill@vsin.com. Let's talk about how VSiN can help your business, no matter what its size.
Here's a look at your weather forecast, powered by weatherology.com. Chance for scattered storms tonight, otherwise overcast skies. Lows level out for around 49, winds out of the southeast, 10 to 15 miles per hour. Cloudy skies tomorrow. Chance for isolated storms, 71. Chance for scattered storms again tomorrow night, 62. Overcast skies. Upper 70s Monday with a chance for scattered rain showers, turning much cooler Tuesday with highs in the upper 60s. And that's your forecast. I'm meteorologist Paul Schrabley. Current
Extreme Sports, the ultimate destination for sports enthusiasts.
This is the greatest record in the history of sports.
Broadcasting live 24/7.
Just have some fun out here, and enjoy the journey of all this. We're trying to get 16 wins and going after a gold trophy.
We give the people what they want.
And I am a huge sports fan. I love sports.
Betting Network.
This is Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
He is Jeff Schwartz. I am Mark Malusis. This is Live Bet Saturday right here on VSiN. We kicked it off talking a little bit about the NFL draft and the drama around Shedeur Sanders eventually getting drafted day 3, and he is going to be in that very, very full quarterback room out there in Cleveland for Kevin Stefanski and the Cleveland Browns. We've got NBA playoffs going on right now. Right before the end of the first half, the Denver Nuggets leading the Los Angeles Clippers 50-48. And we had a little brawl, not a brawl, a little bit of a fight, a lot of pushing and shoving between Aaron Gordon and James Harden. Right when we were in break, this transpired. This happened. James Harden pushing Gordon. I don't know what's going to be the determination if anyone's going to get tossed from this game, Jeff. But right now, the Denver Nuggets with a 2-point lead late second half.
You can't toss anyone for this. Like there's levels to ejections, in my opinion. And maybe regular season game in December, you want to throw guys out to prove a point and whatnot, but you can't throw someone out. You can give some technicals, obviously, the next time they get in trouble and they're out of here. But, I mean, near the end of the first half, like just assess your technicals and let them go to halftime, cool down, and get ready to play again. I'm anti-ejection, like for the most part. I don't think it's necessary unless you do something so egregious that you got to go. You throw a punch. No one threw a punch. As you mentioned, it was more of a shoving match between grown men who are a little emotional in this big important game. But Jokic and Harden started, and Gordon and Zoo. I mean, look, Harden's probably going to get a T for he appeared to throw something that looked like a punch. Now again, I mean that's not really a punch per
right.
se.
Well, it looked like he was trying to figure it out. I mean, Harden looked. Oh yeah, he did look like he threw a punch. He did.
Yeah,
Harden threw a punch.
Yeah, so he
might get ejected.
He might get ejected. I'm not sure I would do that. I'm sort of anti-ejection, but he did throw a punch. It looks like.
When I first saw it, Yeah, and right now, I mean, if you're, in obviously what we do here is on the betting network on VSiN, the Clippers right now are minus 2.5 for the game. They trail by 6.6 seconds to go. They're minus 180 on the money line. The total in the game is still sitting at 202.5, and we've got 98 points total between these two teams with 6.6 seconds to go in the first half. Initially, when I saw the video, Jeff, I thought Harden was trying to push him and kind of missed. But then on the third replay that I saw, he clearly threw a left hand. And it didn't hit on Gordon. It kind of hit his shoulder, but clearly he threw a punch. So James Harden might get tossed from this game. I mean, the refs are looking at it right now. All three are looking at the video monitor. James Harden might get tossed. We'll find out here in short order.
It's again, I understand the emotion part of playing sports. That's why I think ejections are mostly unwarranted, right? Like this is it's emotional, right? It's the playoffs. You're at home. You win this game for the Clippers. You go up 3-1. You lose. The game's tied back up, and the Nuggets get home court again. And so I get it, but Harden can't do that. Like you can't put yourself in a situation to get thrown out. Now, obviously, I have it on mute. I don't know if you have it on mute or not as well. I don't know.
I have it on mute.
I don't know what's happening. Harden, there's a camera on him. He looks like he's staying in the game. So it looks like, which is probably the best situation for all. You want your players to decide the game on the court. Jokic comes over, shoves him. Yeah, that's not a punch. I take it back. That's like a shove. Okay, he should stay in the game, hopefully.
It appears that he's staying in the game. He initially got into it with Brown. They went face to face. And then Gordon comes up. Yeah, maybe. I mean, his hand was, I don't know if that's a pusher. I don't know if that's a push or a punch. I mean, if he stays in the game, the refs are looking at it more like a push than it was a punch. And Harden is staying in the game. The Clippers are trailing by 6.6 seconds to go. So I guess they called matching technicals on both of them. Is that what they called? I don't know what the official call. We'll see if Brian can maybe figure out exactly what the official call because I have it on mute right now.
I'll look up with the official the game cast here. So they gave Christian Braun a tech. That might be it. That's what it says. Oh, they gave Jokic and Christian Braun, Aaron Gordon, all technicals. I imagine they gave some Clippers a technical foul, it's just not on the screen yet. So I would imagine they're not the only ones who got in trouble here. But that game is at halftime now. The superstars are showing out, which is the Nuggets. Jokic didn't play terribly well last game. He's got 15, 8, and 3 so far. Kawhi has 9, 5, only 1 assist. Clippers just haven't shot the ball as well as they shot in game 3. So we'll see. Look, second half has been more Clippers in these games. It's just, can the Nuggets withstand that 6-minute stretch when Jokic doesn't play, end of third quarter, early fourth quarter? Like that's what it comes down to.
Jeff, I don't think they can. Yeah, I mean, I like the Clippers in this series, and honestly, I would dabble right now, and I will, in the Clippers at halftime, laying 2.5. Even with everything that we just saw, and I like it. I mean, to be honest, I don't want to see fist fights. I don't want to see blood. I don't want to see anybody getting hurt. I think the NBA needs more of this, where you see a little bit of hatred, a little bit of vitriol, a little bit of anger between the two teams. Rivalries work when you talk about the association and the NBA, when you look at it historically. So I think this makes his second half even that much more intriguing from what we saw at the end of the first half. Nobody got hurt. Nobody got thrown out of the game. Harden is still in the game. They're down 2. You lay 2.5. All the Clippers need to do is win the basketball game. I think they're the better team. When you look at the conjecture of this series, have an opportunity to go up 3-1. They're only trailing by 2 at the half. I think it makes sense with the Los Angeles Clippers at the half laying 2.5.
I think it does as well when you consider everything you said. Like, so who's number 2? I mean, is Murray trustworthy enough to be number 2 for the Nuggets right now? Like, if Jokic doesn't give you a 45, Westbrook's not there tonight, right? So I would think you're probably right. Again, Harden hasn't played terribly well in 6 points so far. Probably not going to hold. Again, Kawhi only has 9 points. Clippers actually have 9 players have scored. They have a decent spread around right now. Denver has 2 points from their bench. The Clippers my quick math has 14. So, like, it's just that's the difference in this game. And when you get in those moments when Jokic goes to the bench and can't play every minute of this game, then that's when the Clippers take over those moments.
Yeah, and here's what I mean. If you're going to go out there and say, okay, I'm going to take Denver, right? I'm going to take them plus 2.5 at halftime. They're winning by 2 at the half. You're going to say to yourself, okay, well, Jamal Murray in the first half is 2 of 11, right? Played 22 minutes in the first half. He's not going to be that bad in the second half. I'm going to get what I'm going to get from Jokic. Maybe, what we saw at the end of this first half even emboldens this Denver team a little bit more. Plus, they are home, even up the series at 2 games apiece. I just think the Clippers are better. Like, I went into it, and I understand there's a lot that goes into the Clippers, right? And I'm not the biggest Harden guy in the world. I do love Kawhi, however, and when Kawhi's healthy, we know that he can be a difference maker offensively and defensively. I think they're better coached, obviously, after Malone was fired toward the tail end of the season by the Denver Nuggets. I get the reason why they decided to do that. I think they're a little deeper, a little bit better, but if Murray continues to struggle shooting the ball, Denver can't win. I mean, let's be perfectly honest. They don't have enough. Like that's it. Like if he has a bad second half, like he did have a bad first half shooting the basketball, the Clippers are going to win this game going away. I would expect him to play significantly better offensively. Still, even with that being said, Jeff, I still like the Clippers to win the game.
I think you're right. Look, they're better, right? Like they're just a better team. And also, too, I think when it comes down to crunch time, they have more options. They got Kawhi, they got Harden. Like they got 2, and that we often see helps you win a lot of these close games. And so I'm with you here. I think I played it with you as well. So I'm with. I mean, look, it's interesting how the minus 2.5 was cheaper than the money line, which is the same wager, correct? I'm not crazy, right? They're down. Yeah, 2.
All you have to do is win. All you have to do is win, right? They're down 2. It's 2.5. They win the game, right? You win.
I'm not crazy, right? I mean, it's 40 cents cheaper to take a minus 2.5 for the game.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Couple Stanley Cup playoff action going on right now. Golden Knights and Wild are still tied at 3. They're in overtime. 6:29 to go in the extra session. Just underway. Early first period. Maple Leafs and Senators up in Ottawa. They are scoreless. Toronto leads that series 3 games to none. I want to tell you about the NBA playoffs. They are here, and so is the VSiN Killer Sports NBA Playoff Challenge. We've invited 15 sharp minds from the world of VSiN and Killer Sports to go head-to-head, making 38 picks each from the start of the playoffs all the way through the NBA Finals. The total of 570 NBA playoff picks, all available to VSiN Pro subscribers. Picks are locked in 1 hour before the first game each day, so you'll have fresh insights to guide your bets every step of the NBA postseason. And right now, you can get full VSiN Pro access through August 1st for just $59. Don't miss the playoff edge. Head to vsin.com/subscribe to sign up today. He's Jeff Schwartz. I'm Mark Malusis. This is Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. HIMS.com/JOY.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-961-5544. 800-961-5544.
TLC Vet Care is pleased to serve Hastings and the surrounding area. The goal at TLC Vet Care is to provide you and your pets with the best veterinary experience possible. Everything from dentistry to surgery. They can also do x-rays, microchipping, vaccinations, wellness checks, nutritional counseling, behavior management, parasite prevention, spay, and neuter. Let Dr. Tammy Craig and Dr. Catherine Caston take care of your pets. Give them a call at 402-463-2899 or stop in to see them at 512 Eastside Boulevard in Hastings. We are here for you and your pet. TLC Vet Care of Hastings.
You are listening to Extreme Sports.
Rev up your energy and fuel your body with the protein punch you've been craving. When it comes to nutrition, Highland Dairy has a wide range of locally made products. Discover tasty ways to a stronger, healthier you with Highland's range of yogurts, smoothies, flavored milk, and cottage cheese. For parents with picky eaters and trendsetters looking to jump on the revival of cottage cheese, Highland has what you need to hit your protein goals. Highland, locally made, naturally delicious.
I'm John Butler, funeral director and owner at Livingston Butler Volland Funeral Home and Cremation Center in Hastings.
And I'm Nikki Butler, the advanced funeral planning specialist. Whether you choose a traditional service, cremation, or a unique memorial service, our experienced staff is here to help guide you through every step. Visit us at lbvfh.com to learn more about our services and how we can support you.
Livingston Butler Volland Funeral Home and Cremation Center. We are here when your need is greatest.
Extreme Sports, the ultimate destination for sports enthusiasts.
This is the greatest record in the history of sports.
Broadcasting live 24/7.
Just have some fun out here, and enjoy the journey of all this. We're trying to get 16 wins and going after a gold trophy.
We give the people what they want.
And I am a huge sports fan. I love sports.
Family Medical Center of Hastings is the place to go for all your healthcare needs. Their team is trained to treat the whole person regardless of age. They provide a wide range of medical care, including acute care, routine health screenings, and treatment of chronic conditions. They're dedicated to providing you with the best care in the most cost-effective manner. Family Medical Center, as an independent clinic, has served the community for over 65 years. Your family's home for healthcare. 1021 West 14th Street. Proud to support all area student athletes.
This is Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
It is Live Bet Saturday. Mark Malusis, Jeff Schwartz with you right here on VSiN. And let's welcome aboard Dylan Rockford. Look at this setup. MLB gambling podcast at Rock, ROCKK24 on X. Hey, Dylan, Mark, and Jeff with you. Thanks for the time here on this Saturday.
Thanks for having me, boys. Good to be with you.
Yeah, we got a lot of
Let's talk. Yeah, go ahead, Jeff. Let's talk a little baseball.
Go, you go.
All right, there you go. Let's talk a little bit of baseball, shall we? And let's start with some of the games that are about to get underway. And let's start with Braves and Diamondbacks gets going at 8:30 Eastern Time. Grant Holmes and Merrill Kelly, your starters.
Yeah, I would kind of look towards the under in this game. Probably in the first five, though, kind of staying away from the full game total. Both teams, Braves and the Snakes, bottom 10 bullpen in the league right now. So going to eliminate that and just kind of focus on the starting pitchers. Merrill Kelly has been a much different pitcher at home than he has been on the road. 2.0 with a 2.38 ERA, just 6 runs given up at home this year. Walks have been a problem for him, so maybe look towards a walk prop, but Snakes are first in the league in drawing walks, so they'll get on base. And on the other side with Grant Holmes, he's kind of been up and down. Walks also have been an issue for him as well, but Braves just 197 on the road. If you are an Atlanta fan, I'd feel just fine. I think you guys are going to turn it around, but at a 5.5 in the first 5, it seems a little high. My full game total came out to 8.9. So like the full game under, I like the first 5 under as well.
Let's talk Rays at the NL West leading Padres. As long as the Dodgers don't lead the NL West, I'm going to keep mentioning that as long as I can as a Giants fan here. Padres, Rays. Have you noticed, by the way, any difference in the Rays home and away? Because obviously in that home stadium, it's a lot different than any of the major league ballparks they're going to play in outside of Sacramento.
Yeah, I mean, the home and road splits for the Tampa Bay Rays have kind of been telling. I know they've won 3 in a row right now, but on the road, 3 and 4 straight up. Really not a buy on team or a bet on team for me right now. It's a little chalky right now with the Braves. I got them a little earlier in the day at minus 140. I do think they're the right side. My numbers made them a minus 160 favorite. I know from people I've talked to, people I do my podcast with, they've kind of been turned off by Dylan Cease. That makes sense. But at home, I do think he's kind of backable. They are Padres are 3-0 in his 3 starts at home, 6+ strikeouts in all 3 starts at home as well. And to be honest, I'm kind of surprised the Padres have kind of laid eggs in back-to-back starts right now with that offense. But I think this could be a nice bounce-back start for them. And like I said, Pepiot he's making his first start on the road this year. I got to see it. He has been serviceable, but first start on the road against a really good offense who have laid back-to-back eggs. I think they're going to turn it around here. Padres, they are hitting 269 at home. They don't really strike out. They get on base. Padres still one of the best teams at home, 12-2 straight up. So I'd rather back them. I know the Rays winning 3 in a row right now. They might look like the hotter team, but I'm going to take San Diego here at home.
All right, how about the Pirates? They're on the road in Los Angeles tonight, taking on the Dodgers. Mitch Keller, Roki Sasaki, your starters.
Yeah, going with another total in this game. I was able to grab the opening total of 8. I took that over, even at an 8.5 right now where it sits. I would take the over. My total came out to 8.9. It's honestly, I'm fading Mitch Keller in this spot. This is his only second start on the road. His strikeout rate has dipped to just 6.4 K through 9. And on the other side, like you said, Dodgers are throwing Roki Sasaki. He's been good, but he does have as many walks as strikeouts, 7.2 per 9. His field independent is 5.15, which does suggest that trouble is coming for him. So I trust the Dodgers. They're averaging around 4.9 runs per game at home, and Pirates have quietly been playing some competitive baseball recently, 4.4 runs per game in their last 5. We also have the weather, winds blowing out in towards center field around 8 miles an hour. So I do think that should help get us over the total. I think we'll see runs here tonight. So I'm going to take a D over.
All right, let's go to the last game of the night here. The last first pitch, I believe. Marlins, Mariners, all the way in Seattle tonight. What do you got for us?
Yeah, it's the trend. I'm gonna take another under 8 here at minus 120. Maybe even looking towards team total under for the Miami Marlins. Maybe first 5 under. Luis Castillo has looked great at home this year. No more than 2 runs given up in 3 starts. He has a 2.12 ERA, 15 strikeouts. Batters only hit in 206 off of him. And for as good as the Marlins bats have looked recently, they do strike out a lot. They don't really walk. They don't really get on base. And, on the road is where I at least want to fade them. At home, I think they couldn't be a sneaky team. Coming from a Met fan, they have been a pain in my butt sometimes. But I think this could be a good spot to fade them. Castillo has looked great at home. I think he could keep them in check. So I'm going to fade the fish here. I like the full game under. Maybe look towards a team total under for the Marlins.
We're talking to Dylan Rockford on this Saturday MLB Gambling Podcast. Dylan, what about any futures here that you're dabbling into?
Yeah, one future that I really like that I've been kind of looking at the past few days, and it's going to go right back to the Pacific Northwest and the Seattle Mariners. And Andre Munoz, AL reliever of the year at plus 500. They're going to be in a lot of close games this season. Their offense, to no surprise, is no juggernaut by any stretch of the imagination. But right now, he is on pace for 58 saves this season. And what I like with him, outside of the others, who the leader is right now, and Mason Miller with the A's, they're going to be in a lot of close games. And even if he gets 45 to 50 saves this season, that means the Mariners are going to be in the postseason. They're going to be playing in October, and you could get the Mariners to make the playoffs right now at minus 145. I see minus 150s out there. So both futures I really like. I think Andre Munoz is one of the best relievers in the league.
So anything for the first month of the season that has made you change the way you wager? Are you fading teams? Like I have been betting basically the opponent team total against the Rockies every day. It's paid pretty well. Even today, they juiced up to 5.5 runs, and the Reds got 6. I mean, so have you changed any betting strategies? I mean, the Rockies are 4-22. Like, they are legitimately a really bad baseball team.
Yeah, no, they're on pace to might be the worst team we've ever seen, or at least I have ever seen. But yeah, fading the Rockies has always been profitable, especially away from Coors. To be honest, not being a little biased here, but the Mets rotation has looked one of the best. Their bullpen has looked good. They have the best ERA in starting pitchers, and we haven't seen one inning from Sean Manaea, Frankie Montas, Paul Blackburn. So I've been looking at a lot of unders for the Mets. Like right now, the Mets total was 9.5 today against the Nationals. That's egregious. The Mets are no juggernaut of an offense either. Juan Soto's been struggling. Pete Alonso has looked good, but outside of that, this offense is nowhere near going to score 9-7 runs per game. So I would look towards the Mets under. Giants overs have been profitable as well at home. Wilmer Flores, it's nice to see an ex-Met do really well too. So I've been looking at a lot of Giants overs. Honestly, Angels were profitable in the beginning of the season, but just wait a couple of weeks. They're a complete fade as well. They've reverted back to the Angels' ways. Orioles, they're looking like they're struggling. Corbin Burns really hasn't looked good, in my opinion, as well. So we'll see. I think a lot of teams are dealing with injuries right now, but those are the kind of things that I've been noticing first month of the season.
You know, Dylan, I want to ask you as far as like in game, right? This is Live Bet Saturday, right? And kind of take advantage. You know, we looked at the game at halftime between the Clippers and the Denver Nuggets NBA playoffs. You could do it in the NHL. What about Major League Baseball? Is that something that you like to dabble into in terms of looking at team down early, team struggling early, the ability to come back, anything of that nature?
I usually don't live bet unless I'm like a total degen. Unless I'm at the game, I'll live bet. But when I'm not, okay. I usually kind of stay away. But I'm looking at the games right now on the diamond. Mets are up 2-0. It's the top of the ninth. Detroit 3-1 in the second game of their back-to-back, up 3-1. There's really maybe look towards an under. It's 3-1 right now, top 5 under you could get at plus 102. My total came out to 7.9 in that game too. So maybe look at a live under in that Detroit game because Baltimore's offense has been abysmal. First couple of weeks they've looked really good, but I don't know what's going on there in Baltimore right now. But other than that, really not much of a live better. I'm sorry.
No, all good. I mean, Dylan, last one for you. You're a huge Met fan. You got the bobblehead of Darryl Strawberry there. Have you let your fandom get into in terms of betting on Alonso to be the MVP of the National League?
It's funny, when I was looking at the American Reliever Awards, I was looking at him for MVP, and I just relaxed myself, and it's like what Stephen A. says, what could go wrong will go wrong. And as a Met fan for 29 years, I still have nightmares of Carlos Beltran looking at strike 3 down the middle in the playoffs back in the day. So I'm going to pump the brakes. It's been really good month so far, but we're going to pump the brakes. Let's see another month or two.
A long baseball
Dylan Rockford. Yeah, no doubt. Dylan Rockford, MLB Gambling Podcast. Hey, Dylan, appreciate the time tonight.
Thanks, guys.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling grandma for her recipe? No-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m.? Big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas? The ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. Straight Talk. Real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 5/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store single line activation on qualifying plan. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Is your AC ready for summer? Don't wait for the heat to hit. Weak airflow? Warm air? Strange noises? These are warning signs your AC needs attention. Our skilled technicians offer AC repair services or replacements to keep your family cool all summer long. Don't sweat it. 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning has your back. Here to keep your home cool all summer. Visit onehour.com to schedule today. Financing options.
Here's a look at your weather forecast, powered by weatherology.com. Chance for scattered storms tonight, otherwise overcast skies. Lows level off around 49, winds out of the southeast, 10 to 15 miles per hour. Cloudy skies tomorrow. Chance for isolated storms, 71. Chance for scattered storms again tomorrow night, 62. Overcast skies. Upper 70s Monday with a chance for scattered rain showers, turning much cooler Tuesday with highs in the upper 60s. And that's your forecast. I'm meteorologist Paul Schraubly.
Bex is the largest family-owned retail seed company in the United States and is dedicated to the needs and profitability of America's farmers. This is Sustainable Seed Solutions, your local Bex dealer. Did you know that Bex is the only company with access to every approved trait in the U.S.? This advantage allows us to remove the bias from sales and focus on what's best for farmers. For more information, call 402-751-0089 or find us at sustainableseedsolutions.com. Bex would like to wish all area teams the best of luck this season.
Enjoy the great weather at the Southern Hills Golf Course in Hastings. The course and the driving range are now open as long as the weather permits. Walk 9 or 18 holes or hit some balls on the driving range. Go online at southernhillshastings.com to reserve your tee time or call 402-463-8006. And don't forget to get your team signed up for spring and summer leagues beginning soon. The Southern Hills Golf Course of Hastings, where members and guests are always welcome.
Keep it here on Extreme Sports.
Hits it to right field. Brennan is back. He's at the wall, and we are tied.
Your all-access pass to nonstop sports talk and live play-by-play coverage.
You guys are the #1 sports station because you make the phones light up.
Get ready, race fans. Cam Raceway is teaming up with Extreme Sports for an electrifying season of high speed, dirt slinging, adrenaline pumping action. Every race night, we're bringing you live video coverage straight from the track, so you won't miss a single lap, pass, or photo finish. From non-wing warriors to cage karts, flat karts, and the A-class winged beasts, we've got it all. There's nothing like the roar of the engines, the smell of burning rubber, and the rush of dirt flying action right in front of you. So get to the track and experience it live. But if you can't make it, don't sweat. Extreme Sports has you covered. Buckle up, because this season is going to be fast, fierce, and unforgettable. Make sure you like and follow Extreme Sports on Facebook to get all the latest updates, and we will see you at the track.
Back to Live Bet Saturday. Mark Malusis, Jeff Schwartz with you. We are a week away from Derby Day and looking for a new way to feel the rush for this Kentucky Derby. First Bet is your front row seat to the fastest 2 minutes in sports and so much more. Bet on the Derby and hundreds of other races each day at firstbet.com. That's the #1 stbet.com. New users can use promo code VSIN200 to grab a $200 sign-up bonus. Get ready. The Derby starts at firstbet.com. I'm going to have a Derby pick a little bit later on the show. There's a horse that I absolutely love, and we'll get into it. It's not going to be the betting favorite next Saturday out at Churchill Downs, so we'll hit upon that a little bit later on in the program. But, Jeff, a couple of things to update. Right now, Ottawa leading Toronto 2-0, 4:51 to go in the opening period. The Vegas Golden Knights knocked off the Minnesota Wild 4-3 in overtime. That series is knotted up at 2 games apiece, and last I checked, as far as the NBA goes, let me give you the score there. The
Denver
NBA,
58-54, I believe.
58-54. You are right on target. With 8:35 to go in the third quarter, the Denver Nuggets still up by 4. They led at the half, 50-48. They're now leading 58-54 at the 8:35 mark of the third quarter.
Yeah, they're getting a little more contributions from other people tonight. So that's one reason that they're playing a little bit better. Clippers aren't shooting as well. Gordon's got 10, Porter's got 12, Braun's got 10. Jokic, obviously, he's Jokic. He's got 20. It's now out to 62-54. So I don't know. I don't feel great about our wager, buddy, but I think we'll be okay. Look, it's that it's that period when he goes out of the game, right? It's when you make your run. So there's a certain
just get me to the fourth quarter.
So you know
get
what
me to the fourth quarter within a couple possessions, and I'll feel good about the Clippers. That's all I want. Don't have Denver extend this lead to 8, 9, 10 at the end of third quarter. Then I'd be a little bit more nervous. If we're out looking at a 2-possession game, even if they're down 2 possessions, 9, 10 minutes to go in that fourth quarter, I'm still feeling good about the Los Angeles Clippers as long as they're within striking distance. And the Clippers, Jeff and I hopped on board at the half plus the 2.5. And Jeff was right on target. You're actually getting a better price getting the 2.5 as far as compared to just the money line on the Los Angeles Clippers.
Yes, absolutely. Just that makes, again, this is just kind of like piece it out and see what you can find as a better number. So that's one way that I'll play this game with you. The other one that I'm looking at too, by the way, and I did it the other day, I'm just making sure that I'm game 2 and game 3. I see that I would have hit it. I didn't do it in either of these games. I would have actually. So the fourth quarter, I did this for the second quarter the other night. The fourth quarter, basically first to 10 points. So you basically are just taking the minutes that Jokic is not playing in the fourth quarter. And because if the game is closer, he'll take his probably normal rest. If the game is pretty wide open, he won't because they're worried about the game being too long. But when he's out of the game, the Clippers score the first 10 to start the fourth quarter, something I'm considering about taking here. We have 6 minutes left to make my mind up here. So I think that when he's out, the Clippers will use that as an advantage. I'm trying to find ways to play when he's out.
Yeah, I can understand that. You got 2 other playoff games that get going later on this evening. 8:30 tip-off, one in the NBA. The Rockets on the road in Golden State taking on the Warriors. Golden State, I believe, is a 2.5-point favorite in that one. When you look at the Warriors, it's 2. It's moved to 2. Golden State, a 2-point favorite, minus 134 on the money line. If you think the 2-seed Rockets are going to win Game 3 on the road series, tied up at a game apiece, it's plus 114. The total is 205 in the game. Anything you like later on tonight before the game gets going, Jeff, between the Rockets and the Warriors?
So I like the Warriors to win the first quarter. I often make this wager. Team back home, Game 3. They're going to be fired up. They're going to be excited. The reason the numbers moved is Jimmy Butler is out for tonight. So that's why the numbers moved, which isn't surprising. But you want to start fast in this environment, right? You just lost Game 2. You're back home. And this is the Rockets, this young team. Like, this is their first time in this spot in Golden State. I think the Warriors start fast in this game. I might actually look to taking some player props. The player props have not been up because didn't know if Jimmy Butler was going to play or not. So I'm kind of curious where the props net out before I decide what to do there.
I like the mindset of Golden State getting off to a good start, take them, feeding off the crowd, feeding off the emotion of the crowd. I like the Rockets plus 2 to win the game. And getting, I would take them on the money line plus 116. But if you're more comfortable taking the points, without Butler, that's a massive hit when you're looking at Golden State. I think there's no doubt about it. You look at the Rockets, I understand the inexperience. They're on the road in Golden State, hostile environment, all of that stuff. Houston, the loss of Butler for the Golden State Warriors is a huge one. There's no doubt the inside-outside game when you look at Butler, and obviously when you look at Steph Curry, the greatest outside shooter the NBA has ever seen. I think the Rockets, even though I don't love it, I like it. I would take the Rockets to win Game 3 to take a 2-1 series lead. I would take them on the money line right now. It's plus 115.
You trust this team, like this young team, like on the road? And I know Butler's not playing. I get that. I just don't know if they're going to have periods, I think, where the scoring is going to be tough. I feel like in this game. So I'm concerned. I would rather take the first quarter and just be done with it and not have to sweat out the Rockets covering a game on the road in this manner. Again, I'm looking at player props now. They haven't been up yet. I can't pronounce that kid's name on the Warriors that was sick last game. I'm going to probably hammer his points over because he was sick. He had 0 points last game. I think he averages 17 a game. And he's going to, he averages 12. It's going to be 12 a game. But the last 10 games, he averaged 17. He's gotten more minutes. I think he has to he has to play well tonight. He'll get more opportunities to shoot the ball with Butler being out.
The other playoff game that gets going later on tonight, right around 10 o'clock Eastern time, and that's the Colorado Avalanche entertaining the Dallas Stars. That series, Dallas leading that series 2-1. Lange getting Gabriel Landeskog back after basically 3 years. Their captain in their last game. Dallas able to win it. You look at the Stars, they're plus 152, minus 184 on the money line for the Colorado Avalanche. The total in the game is 6.5. I would be absolutely stunned, Jeff, if Colorado does not win this game and even up the series at 2 games apiece.
I would be too, but I said that the last couple of nights and they couldn't score. So I don't know. I don't know if I'm nervous about going back to the well there. I mean, what's Dallas led for? Like 7 minutes of the entire series? They haven't led the entire series. Whatever, it's some number. I think that's exactly. Jonathan Davis, I think, put an article out on VSiN today. I have actually right here. Sorry, they've led for 71 seconds. 71 seconds. They're up 2-1. So, yeah, I'm with you. I think that this should be an opportunity for Colorado to get back out and, tie the series up at 2. Because they've been better. They just, haven't won. So maybe the 60-minute line's a way to play this game and just be done with it. McKinnon, by the way, 20 shots on goal. So if you want to take his over on shots on goal, that's a good way to do it. Maybe ladder it as well, because again, they're going to be desperate to score.
They are, and sometimes, and at some point, that comes back to haunt them, right? You mentioned it. They barely led in the series 71 seconds. That's a good piece of information. You look at Colorado. I just look at it. I think they're the better team. They rode the emotion. Dallas, I give them credit for being able to find their way back in. They're not healthy. One of their big defensemen, obviously not available in this series as it's gotten going. Colorado, a little bit more talented. And now they face their first challenge. I'd be really surprised, watching this Colorado team if they don't get off the mat. And this series goes back to Dallas with the Stars leading it 3-1. I get the point is they're struggling to score. You look at Dallas, maybe they've got a little bit of the lucky rabbit's foot going. At some point, though, you look at it, it's the more talented team. They're home. They find a way to eat, and they've been the better team in this series. They've carried the play. They just trail in the series 2-1.
They do, yeah. The Maple Leafs go up they're down 2-1 now. Score right before the end of the first period, so that's important for them, obviously, to feel good heading into intermission.
No doubt about it. So we're keep you up to date. All the MLB, all the NBA playoffs, the Stanley Cup playoffs as well, and we'll get into some NFL futures because the NFL draft, the long NFL draft, Thursday night. Round 1, Friday night, rounds 2 and 3. Today, rounds 4, 5, 6, and 7 has finally come to an end. So we'll get into some futures in the National Football League. Maybe we'll talk about Offensive Rookie of the Year, Defensive Rookie of the Year. We'll get into that as well. He's Jeff Schwartz. I'm Mark Malusis. You're with us right here on VSiN. It's Live Bet Saturday. We got you covered for another 3 hours right here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Nobody wants to get ripped off, broken into, or robbed, but nobody wants to pay a lot of money to have their home protected either.
I've got an offer to tell you about to provide home security for your home for less than $1 a day. For real, with no installation or equipment charges. And this is from a company rated #1 by a leading consumer research company. According to the facts, most of you won't even call unless there's a burglary in your neighborhood or something bad happened. So let's give you a reason. Save money. For less than $1 a day with no other costs, you can get your home secured. Plus, get a lifetime equipment replacement warranty. You need protection for your home. Call the Home Security Hotline right now.
800-402-7117. 800-402-7117. 800-402-7117. Call right now. That's 800-402-7117.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Stuart Smith. Heads of state, monarchs and other foreign dignitaries are arriving in Rome ahead of the funeral of Pope Francis, which will be held on Saturday. The head of the Catholic Church died at the age of 88 on Monday after weeks in hospital battling severe pneumonia. John Beaver has more on the preparations from Rome.
We're approaching the final few hours of people being able to pay tribute to Pope Francis in person. He will lie in state until 7 o'clock tonight, local time, in St. Peter's Basilica. An hour after that, his coffin will be sealed ahead of the funeral tomorrow. The Vatican has said they expect 50 heads of state and 10 reigning monarchs to be among the guests at the funeral. Estimates vary wildly about the number of members of the public who are likely to attend, but some saying it could be as many as 250,000. Security here is being stepped up ahead of tomorrow. There's a huge number of police on the streets. There are even snipers on rooftops and police helicopters often flying overhead as the eyes of the world focus on the Vatican. John Beaver, Rome.
Talks between government representatives from the US and Iran are set to take place this Saturday as Washington continues its diplomatic push to avoid Iran acquiring a nuclear weapon. From Tel Aviv, Trent Murray has more.
American and Iranian negotiators will meet Saturday in the Omani capital Muscat for their third round of talks in as many weeks. Last week's discussions in Rome were described as positive, with both sides saying progress was made. The White House is pushing for a diplomatic solution to concerns that Iran is enriching uranium to make a nuclear weapon. Tehran denies the charge, saying its nuclear program is for civilian purposes. President Trump has threatened that if a deal isn't reached between the US and Iran, that he could take military action targeting Tehran's nuclear program. Trent Murray, Tel Aviv.
Indian security teams continue to be on the lookout for 4 gunmen who opened fire on tourists earlier this week, killing 26 people. Sketches with the names of the suspects have been put up in Indian-administered Kashmir, with a cash reward announced as well. Neha Punya has more.
Police have named 3 of the 4 suspects and have also released their sketches. They claim 2 of the suspects are from Pakistan and 1 is a local. A cash reward of $23,000 has also been announced for information of the suspects. Security teams have sealed the town of Pahalgam in Indian-administered Kashmir, where the gunmen had opened fire on tourists in an open meadow only accessible by foot or on horseback earlier this week. The home of one of the suspected gunmen has also been demolished by local authorities. In New Delhi, Neha Punya.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
This is VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. This is Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
All right, it is Live Bet Saturday right here on VSiN. He's Jeff Schwartz. I'm Mark Malusis. We've got you for another 3 hours right here on this Saturday. And Jeff, I apologize. I apologize for leading you down the road of the Los Angeles Clippers as the Denver Nuggets right now are up 16, late third quarter, under 2 minutes to go. Yeah. The Clippers, I mean, we have watched here during the course of the break, the last 5-6 minutes, the Clippers can't make a shot. Jokic, Brown, they're all hitting everything that they take. They're up 16, timeout LA, under 2 minutes to go in the third. It's 76-60, Denver.
Yeah. Look, I mean, the Clippers just aren't getting enough from Harden tonight. 6 points, like you need. It's only taken 6 shots. Like you just need more from him, right? I mean, Kawhi's 15 shots. Kawhi hasn't shot terribly well, but he's got 15 shots. Like I think you need more from Harden. And so we'll see. Look, this is minute 56 left in the first half. If we want this to hit, we got to chip a little bit away at this, and then obviously, use the Jokic time when he's out. To make a little bit of a run to start the fourth quarter. And look, you get this game within, 5-6 points with 6 minutes left, you feel good about it. So there's certainly a path forward. I mean, it's NBA, man. If you hit, 3 threes in a row quickly, you're back in this thing. And anyone can do that any time in this league. That's why these games can move violently. But I think the issue is twofold, right? Is that Denver won't miss, and the Clippers can't make enough shots.
No, they can. And Jokic has been unbelievable. 26 points. He's got 14 rebounds and 6 assists, and we haven't even hit the fourth quarter as of yet. And Denver is leading 76-60 over the Los Angeles Clippers in the NBA. In the National Hockey League right now, into the first period, the Ottawa Senators leading the Toronto Maple Leafs 2-1. Toronto leading that series 3-0, going for the sweep today in Ottawa, or tonight in Ottawa. The Senators getting off to the rip-roaring start, jumping out and scoring a shorty as well, 2-0 before the late goal by the Toronto Maple Leafs toward the tail end of the first period. And if you look at the current odds right now after the first period, Toronto's plus 196 on the money line. Ottawa is minus 250. The total in the game in terms of is 7.5.
Yeah.
You could be looking at a high-scoring game in this one. I would dabble a little bit. Now, I let everyone wrong with the Los Angeles Clippers, but I would dabble a little bit with the Toronto Maple Leafs. I kind of like, I don't know. I'll take the better team to be able to rebound. I think they responded to Ottawa's early emotional, and Ottawa doesn't want to get embarrassed, doesn't want to get swept. They're not winning the series. Toronto's a better hockey team, so they're looking to try and extend it, at least force it back to Toronto for a Game 5. I'll take the Toronto Maple Leafs, the better hockey team, only a goal down at the end of the period, and you're getting right now plus 196.
Yeah, that goal to end the first period, I think, really shifts things in your mind, right? They're down 2-0 entering the intermission. I think you feel differently, right, Mark? But that's a big goal that, again, to your point, Ottawa's down 0-3. They've come out strong. And then all of a sudden, it's like, oh, it's 2-1 now. Like it's a little demoralizing. Now they're pros, of course; they'll work their way through it. But it is a tad demoralizing to have that situation pop up on you. So I'm with you here. And look, and the Leafs have been just better in this series. They have now. They've won 2 overtime games, so maybe they're not that much better. But the Senators have not been able to score a lot in this series. They got the 2 goals early. Maybe that holds true the rest of the game. We'll find out.
Yeah, we'll find out. We spent a little bit of time to kick off the program talking about the NFL draft. And if you're keeping track at home, obviously, Shedeur Sanders ended up getting drafted by the Cleveland Browns after not being drafted round 1, round 2, round 3. The first 2 days of the NFL draft did get drafted in the 5th round today, I believe, by the Cleveland Browns. And he joins a very, very full quarterback room out there in Cleveland for their head coach, Kevin Stefanski. Spent a little bit of time earlier talking about that, but let's spend some time here talking about futures in the NFL, Jeff, because I love them. I really do. And we're going to get schedule release day in the National Football League May 14th. But the early odds for Offensive Rookie of the Year, let's start there, and then we'll get to Defensive Rookie of the Year. Ashton Genty is plus 200, 2-1. Cam Ward is plus 2.25. Travis Hunter is plus 750. Tyler Shuck is 12-1. Tet McMillan is 14-1. Omarion Hampton is 16-1. Quishon Judkins is 18-1. Tavion Henderson is 20-1. Colston Loveland, the tight end out of Michigan, 22-1. And Matthew Golden is 25-1. Anything there for Offensive Rookie of the Year that you absolutely love?
I mean, the 2 guys I think that you have to put in there right now, Genty, obviously, he's going to put up a ton of numbers and have a lot of hype, right? I mean, it's the Raiders. They don't have a great wide receiver core right now, so they're going to have to run the ball a lot. It's Chip Kelly, the OC, who is a run-first offensive coordinator. At times, Pete Carroll, defensive coordinator. Like, it just feels like Genty is probably the play now. However, I'll just say this. You can probably wait on a better number, right? I mean, he starts week 1, week 2, week 3 a little bit slow. You're probably getting a better number, right, Mark? I mean, if you think it's going to happen. So. And you throughout the year, these numbers fluctuate. So maybe you wait. If you're looking for a long shot now, it would probably be Judkins or Henderson, I would think, or maybe Loveland. The other one that's not being listed here, like Tyler Warren in Indianapolis. The problem is the quarterback situation is so bad there that he's not going to put up the numbers. We saw obviously what Brock Bowers did last year. He was not the offensive rookie of the year because Jaden Daniels is so good. I mean, that happened at a freak year for him, and then normally he would have been. So that's sort of I know I bounced around a lot. I would not take any of these wide receivers. Travis Hunter to me is I don't think so. No quarterbacks this year, in my opinion. So it would kind of be maybe Genty, Judkins, Henderson. Maybe look at Loveland or at Warren.
Yeah, outside, listen, Genty's going to get the opportunity as long as he stays healthy, right? He's going to get the carries. He's going to get the reps out in Vegas with the Raiders. So you understand what the number is. And I agree with you, Jeff. I think there's the potential to go out there and get the better of the number, right? The question you have when you look at Cam Ward at +2.25 is how big is the learning curve, right? When you look down in Tennessee with the Titans, because he's obviously going to get the opportunity. When I look for a long shot, like I look for, and I think I love what you said about Judkins being the long shot that is the kind of one of the guys that you're looking at 18-1. Stefanski's a hell of an offensive mind. He's a good head coach, right? He understands what he's doing, right? Has been able to make a lot out of a little, especially when you look at the quarterback situation. The offensive line, when healthy, it's not the best O-line in the NFL. Detroit has that, but it's a really good offensive line. You know they want to run it, right? Judkins is the more physical runner. Henderson is the more speedy guy, the breakaway guy coming out of Ohio State. I look at Judkins. I think he's going to get an amazing amount of opportunities in Cleveland with the Browns. He's a between the tackles runner. He finishes off drives well. I think he's going to be a guy that's going to be their short yardage back inside the goal, inside the 5-yard line as well. To me, at 18-1, if you're looking for a guy that's got a little bit of value, I look at the former Ohio State running back, the current Cleveland Brown running back, Quishon Judkins at 18-1 is my long shot for Offensive Rookie of the Year.
I think that's a good way to think about it. The Browns, by the way, talk about their weird draft they had quickly. So the Browns draft, I'm going to make sure I have this right, because they got the 2 running backs, right, and then 2 quarterbacks. I think I have that right.
Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders.
We know that, but they also drafted Quinton Jones and Dylan Sampson from Tennessee. Their draft is odd. They went Mason Graham, which is fine, I guess. Schlesinger from UCLA linebacker, and then they went running back, tight end, quarterback, running back, quarterback. Okay. Sure, Mark. Their quarterback room right now, top of my head, Deshaun Watson is not going to play for them anymore. Kenny Pickett, right? Deshaun Watson. I said Deshaun Watson. Joe Flacco, right? And then Shedeur and Dylan Gabriel. Who's going to get the reps of practice? Who are you going to play? Like Dylan Gabriel, I'm an Oregon guy. I love Gabriel, but he's a backup in the NFL. So, and then you drafted Shedeur to be your starter, your backup. You drafted Gabriel to be your backup. Like, what are they doing?
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing. I really don't. And I gotta be honest with you, Jeff, I don't think Kenny Pickett's particularly good.
He's terrible.
He's not I don't think he's a starting NFL quarterback. And so he's in Cleveland now with the Browns. So you look at Joe Flacco. Listen, Joe Flacco, he could be 65 years old on a beach, in Hawaii, wherever he might be, and he could throw the ball 75 yards. Like, he's got an arm from God, right? But do I look at Joe Flacco as a guy that I can, find that synergy once again like I did a couple years ago? I don't. So that's why I think, as we discussed earlier in the show, about Shedeur Sanders potentially getting an opportunity here. I wonder what his number would be. I mean, it's got to be a supreme long shot, but Shedeur Sanders could end up potentially, if he learns from this entire draft process, right, and gets to work and does all that kind of stuff, Shedeur Sanders could potentially be the starting quarterback in Cleveland at some point in 2025.
He can. And I thought all along Cleveland was a great fit for him scheme-wise. Like, we saw what Stefanski has done over the years with quarterbacks. Like, it was a good place to put him in. The question is, again, is he getting the full opportunity to be good because there's just not enough reps to go around?
Well, that's the million-dollar question, right? How do you develop? Like, when you look at that quarterback room right now, take Watson out of the equation, right? He re-ruptured his Achilles tendon. You're looking at, Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett, Dylan Gabriel, and Shedeur Sanders. Like, who are you going to put your energy behind in order to try and develop? Because in the end, if you're the Cleveland Browns in a very difficult division with the Steelers, the Ravens, and the Cincinnati Bengals, you want to win football games, right? So, this is what it comes down to in 2025. You want to try and win some games. So what exactly is it going to look like for the Browns at that quarterback position? It's going to be fascinating to find as we get into this offseason. Anyway, he's Jeff Schwartz. I'm Mark Malusis. It's Live Bet Saturday right here on VSiN, the Gambling Network.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe? No-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m.? Big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas? The ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. Straight Talk. Real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 5/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store single line activation on qualifying plan. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Hey, it's Bill from VSiN. You may know me as the guy who writes the VSiN daily newsletter, but I'm also one of VSiN's owners. If you're a business owner like I am, you need to reach customers ready to spend, right? VSiN talks to millions of engaged sports fans every month, folks with money in their pockets, ready to bet on the next big game. If you want to connect with this audience, email me at bill@vsin.com. Let's talk about how VSiN can help your business, no matter what its size, win big.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. We've helped over 30,000 families out of financial hardship by getting them out of bad timeshares. If your timeshare agreement goes on forever, if you were told timeshares are a great investment, or your maintenance fees will never go up, you have questions, we have the answers. At Wesley Financial Group, we're dedicated to helping timeshare owners get out of their financial nightmare. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-523-3030. That's 800-523-3030. 800-523-3030.
Here's a look at your weather forecast, powered by weatherology.com. Lows dip down to about 49 tonight under overcast skies with a chance for scattered thunderstorms. Southeast winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. Chance for isolated storms tomorrow, 71, cloudy. Chance for scattered storms tomorrow night, lows level off around 62. Upper 70s Monday with a chance for scattered showers. Much cooler Tuesday with highs in the upper 60s. And that's your forecast. I'm meteorologist Paul Trombley. Currently,
You're locked in to Extreme Sports.
Olivares now hits a line drive to deep left field. Ward is back to the wall. Granny time!
There's Doncic wheeling inside in traffic and got it to go. Got it, the foul.
The home of 24/7 Sports Talk. Nothing but pure sports action. Betting Network.
This is Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Mark Malusis, Jeff Schwartz with you. It is Live Bet Saturday right here on VSiN as the Denver Nuggets leading the Los Angeles Clippers 87-71, 9:15 to go in the fourth quarter. You've got a big game 3 in the NBA later on tonight, which gets going right around in about 20 minutes or so out in Golden State as the Rockets and Golden State Warriors go to battle. The Warriors are a slight 2-point favorite in that one. I like Houston in the game. Jeff likes Golden State in the opening quarter. No Jimmy Butler tonight for the Golden State Warriors. And at the end of the first period, the Ottawa Senators leading the Toronto Maple Leafs 2-1. Ottawa trailing that series 3-0, Jeff. But this one, unless there's some miraculous comeback by the Los Angeles Clippers, this one seems to be over here in the fourth quarter as the Clippers are down 16 in the fourth.
Yeah. Well, so they're at the line now for 3-point play to make it a 15-point game. Jokic did not take his fourth quarter break. So he always looks like he's super tired. So I'm not sure this is a great, but like, if he just gets tired at the end here, that's going to change the game, right? I mean, it's like, again, you have Harden and you have Kawhi. You would like for them to and Kawhi is 18 now. He's starting to play better in the fourth quarter. There's a path to our wager still hitting. Probably not a great path, but there is a path. And so I'm going to root for it. I thought about taking the Clippers live. I don't love it, but I don't think they're going to lose. It's right now it's 11.5. Are they going to lose by 11? I guess they can. I mean, certainly anything's possible, but it does feel like this is going to end up being a much closer game by the time we get to the end of it. Maybe I'll be able to play something later. I'm kind of curious.
The NFL draft's finally come to an end. We were talking about the Offensive Rookie of the Year futures, and our producer Brian mentioned during the course of the break that Shedeur Sanders right now is 19-1 to be the Offensive Rookie of the Year. Now, I would never play it at 19-1. I'd need juicier odds than that. But I'll ask you this, Jeff, like, unless he doesn't get the opportunity to compete, like what would prevent, like, Shedeur Sanders, conceivably, can he beat out Kenny Pickett? Yes. Can he beat out Joe Flacco? Conceivably, yes. Right? Can he beat out Dylan Gabriel? Like, if you're looking at if there's no edge whatsoever and it's a true quarterback competition, and he goes about his business, and can he win that starting quarterback job in Cleveland? I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility to think that he can.
He absolutely can win the job. But the question becomes, I say this a lot, I just want to make it clear, like, the Browns have to basically want him to win the job. They have to give him the reps to do so. Again, you have, let's just say it's a 3-quarterback battle. It's Joe Flacco, who you know what you have in Joe Flacco, right? It's Shedeur, it's Dylan Gabriel. Like, who gets the reps, right? So who gets the reps to prove that you're the you're the star? Like, that matters in this discussion, right? We have to figure out, like, who gets them. How do you split them up in preseason? How do you split them up in the regular season, or not regular season, in training camp? That, to me, is the biggest question. It's like, who do they want? Who do they want to have the job? When the first OTA, when they go out there, and it's Flacco, Gabriel, Sanders, that'll tell you. Or it's Flacco, Sanders, Gabriel. Like, they'll tell you early on who they want to have that job. Now, by the draft, you would think it would be Flacco, Gabriel, Sanders. But look, I think we all agree on this. Sanders is better than where he was drafted. Agree. We all agree on that. So, like, it's a huge steal for them. But I'm telling you, like, they waited this long to get him. I don't think they view him as a starter yet. But he can certainly win the job. But again, Rookie of the Year seems not viable in my opinion.
Okay, that's fair. 19-1, I agree with that. I wouldn't play it at 19-1, but I'm curious to see exactly how it plays out in Cleveland. How about Defensive Rookie of the Year? When you look at it, run through some of the numbers right now. Abdul Carter's 5-2, plus 250. Travis Hunter, plus 750. Mikael Williams, 49ers, plus 850. Jalen Walker, plus 850. Jahad Campbell, the linebacker drafted by the Eagles late first round out of Alabama, 12-1. Mason Graham, 14-1. Shamar Stewart, 16-1. Malachi Stark, 16-1. James Pierce Jr. for the Atlanta Falcons, 16-1. And Walter Nolan, 18-1. Outside of the obvious, when you look at Abdul Carter, anything there that you love, Jeff?
Just find the defensive end who has the most sacks. I mean, Shamar Stewart is talented, but we're not quite sure yet. Mikael Williams, Jalen Walker, just take the guy with the most sacks. I mean, it's not a hard market, but of course, figuring out who the winner is the hard part. Like, we know how they vote on this. Travis Hunter has to do incredible things to win this award. Mason Graham, unlikely as a defensive tackle to win this award. I mean, how are voters going to vote on Malachi Starks to win the award? Are they going to just go their PFF subscriptions and, like, see the grades? I mean, like, he's going to have 7 interceptions. Like, I just don't know how they're, that's why corners, and it's hard to win this award in the secondary. What numbers do you have? You have sack numbers. You have pressure numbers, easily digestible. So I think that, to me, is why you go just choose the guy you think will have the most sacks this year. I would say Abdul Carter again. I'm not putting. I can wait for a better number probably. If I miss it, I miss it. Jalen Walker, I think, has a lot of potential here. The Falcons will need him to do well, right? Like, they're going to make sure he does well, which is important here. So I would lean towards probably Walker at 8.5-1.
Yeah, I like that. Listen, I think I'd wait for a better number on Abdul Carter. It's hard not to see him being really productive with Dexter Lawrence, Brian Burns along that defensive front. Don't love Shane Bowen as a defensive coordinator, but I think there's just too much talent up front to think that Abdul Carter is not going to be able to take advantage of that. And from what we've saw at Penn State now, he's got the shoulder issue, had the stress reaction in one of his feet. Obviously not a red flag, a medical red flag enough to be all that concerned about. But the Abdul Carter, to me, would be the intriguing one. If he was healthy, Jahad Campbell, I think, is interesting at 12-1. Because it's the Eagles. because to hear what Howie Roseman had to say after they took him. However, he's not 100% healthy, right? The shoulder is an issue when you look at him, but a true sideline to sideline linebacker, was an edge rusher at first when he went to Alabama for the Crimson Tide. Then he converted. He can beat you in a lot of different ways. He can play in space. Mention it as far as the speed goes. I think he's an interesting guy at 12-1, but my dad used to tell me, not me specifically, but keep it simple, stupid, right? So sometimes the most obvious is the right answer, right? So you go with Abdul Carter. I know he's plus 250, but I agree with you. I think it ends up being the guy that ends up with the most sacks. They'll also obviously got to stay healthy, but take advantage of the situation. There's no doubt the Giants have a lot of talent in their front seven, and their defense should take a massive step forward in 2025 with what they did in the NFL draft and what they did in NFL free agency.
What do you make of the Lawrence Taylor thing with Abdul Carter, who obviously wanted 56? I don't know if he was serious about it or just threw it out there. And Lawrence Taylor basically said, no, you're not getting it. Which I thought was interesting.
Yeah, which I thought was, no. I mean, that's the right answer, whether you're joking around or not. And I think, Abdul Carter was on with Micah Parsons on his podcast and said, what number I want, because they were talking about number 11. And he said, I want 56. Lawrence Taylor is the greatest defensive player the NFL has ever seen, right? I mean, there's just undeniably. And Jeff, you played for the Giants. You know where LT is in terms of the pantheon. And, he's he's the cream of the crop. I mean, that's Lawrence Taylor. So I love LT's response. Basically, pick your own number and put it up in the rafters. You're not getting mine. That's it.
It just feels like it's so much to live up to if you're going to want to be LT. People still consider him the greatest defensive player ever. I think there's arguments, from some modern players to have that title as well. But that's so much pressure. And I like that he wants to be that player, but wanting to be that player is different than being that player, right? And so I like what LT said, choose your own number and make that your number. Make that number up in the Giants Ring of Honor.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically, I'm with you. I mean, that's basically where I'm at in terms of him asking for that number. Right now in the fourth quarter, it is Denver leading the Los Angeles Clippers 89-74. Denver right now minus 12.5. The Clippers are plus 12.5 in the game. The total in the game is sitting at 192.5. I think the total was north of 202 at halftime, so not a high-scoring second half. We mentioned it before. They were really struggling to find points. Want to know where the money is really going? Unlike other sources, our betting splits come straight from Circa and DraftKings Sportsbooks, giving you the insight and the info where the sharp action is landing. Circa is known for taking big bets from professional bettors, while DraftKings provides a broader market perspective. That means you're getting the real action, not just public money, but the kind of wagers that move lines. See the percentage of bets versus percentage of handle on every game across every major sport, helping you make smarter, more informed bets. Get VSiN's summer special right now for only $59 until August 1st at VSiN, VSIN.com/subscribe. He's Jeff Schwartz. I'm Mark Malusis. You're listening and you're watching us right here on VSiN. Live Bet Saturday, the Sports Betting Network.
Take your betting action to the next level by playing the ponies on FirstBet. FirstBet is U.S.-based and offers wagering on hundreds of races every day from across the country and around the world. From Santa Anita and Gulfstream to the Kentucky Derby and Preakness, FirstBet has you covered. Head over to firstbet.com. That's the number one, stbet.com to get started. And enter promo code VSiN200 to claim a special sign-up bonus. That's firstbet.com, the number one, stbet.com.
Progressive knows when you own a boat or RV, it's like you're automatically on vacation, even if you're actually a marriage counselor in the middle of couples therapy. But in your mind, you're camping in Acadia, puttering around Frenchman Bay. Your boat and RV are both protected. You're lobster drenched in butter and... Uh-oh, did your clients just notice you weren't listening? Quick, do the thing where you just repeat back exactly what they said, but as a question. They bought it. Now back to Maine, earning an automatic discount bundling your boat or RV with your home or auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available.
5 Points Bank has been proudly serving the Tri-City area for decades, and we are continuously finding ways to make your banking experience easy and enjoyable. We offer the best of both worlds with kind and welcoming employees in the bank while creating a strong online presence to accommodate your busy lifestyle. Our innovative technology adds layers of security while being easily accessible to all age groups. Stop into the Better Bank to learn more today.
Bullseye Sports Bar and Grill has been serving Hastings and the surrounding area for more than 25 years, becoming more than just another bar and grill. It's a Hastings institution. Don't miss Wing Night every Wednesday, featuring legendary wings that are crispy, saucy, and downright delicious. Stop back on Thursday for broasted chicken. Fridays, enjoy the prime rib and seafood buffet. Then savor Bullseye's world-famous prime rib on Saturday. On Sundays, indulge in the brunch buffet from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. For over a quarter century, Bullseye's has been the go-to spot for good times, great food, and unforgettable memories. Visit Bullseye Sports Bar and Grill on West 2nd and Hastings, right across the street from the water park.
It's never too late to start protecting your company's data from cyber attacks. Your customers put their trust in you to keep their information safe from online threats. Don't let them down. Partner with Hamilton Business Technologies to get real-time threat monitoring, advanced security protocols, and experts who monitor it all for you. We care about the success of your business and the communities you serve. Hamilton Business Technologies. Real people, real technology solutions. Connect with us at hamiltonisbusiness.com.
At Reuter Auction and Realty, we are land brokers and equipment auctioneers. Our company is deeply rooted in agriculture, and we realize that farm and ranch assets are serious business. We're an integrity-based organization which has evolved into over 55 years of service to Nebraska and northern Kansas. Consult with one of our 12 agents today if it's time to sell your family's land and assets. Call us today for a no-obligation consultation at 402-463-8565 or go to reuterauction.com.
When it comes to helping you protect what's important to you, you can trust the licensed independent insurance agents at Klein Insurance of Hastings. No matter what type of insurance you need, from auto to home to farm and crop, Klein Insurance will get it covered. They'll help you find the right policy for your specific situation. Klein Insurance has been in business since 1959 and is locally owned. Same-day quotes are available. At Klein Insurance, you'll get years of expertise, attention to detail, and exceptional customer service. Klein Insurance, 710 South Burlington in Hastings. Call 402-463-1256.
This is Brad Mossberger from VSiN. You're listening to Extreme Sports.
In Denver, 93-85. Nuggets leading the Clippers with a 3:53 to go in the fourth quarter, Jeff. So things have tightened up a little bit. It's now 96-85. Yeah. The Denver Nuggets just hit a 3. So they made it interesting for a little bit. Now it's back to a 9-point game, 96-87.
Yeah, I feel like it's getting closer and closer. Like I think the Clippers are going to keep this one close is my guess. But I don't feel great about it. They're down 9 now, and look, they just have to make some shots, man. Denver has slowed down scoring. It's basically been essentially Jokic, and if they can't Jokic, it's hard to find someone else who can score. So this one's getting pretty close.
It is 96-89, 3:02 to go. When you look at live bet right now, Denver -6.5 is -112. The Clippers are +6.5, -118. The Clippers, if you think they're going to come all the way back, they're right now +800 on the money line. Later on tonight, getting going in about 10 minutes. The Rockets on the road in Golden State, taking on the Warriors. Golden State is a 2-point favorite. They're -134 on the money line. Houston is +114. The total in the game is sitting at 205, Jeff.
Yeah. I just think we're not going to see a lot of points from Houston tonight. They struggle time to score offensively. They're on the road, right? As we know that's difficult with a young team hasn't done this before. I would target their team total, honestly. And then we talked about, I think the Warriors have to start fast tonight with Jimmy Butler. By the way, it is now a 4-point game, 96-92, with 2.5 minutes left here, Mark. We might be on the air for an all-time Nuggets
be
meltdown.
This might be an all-time great family victory right here. I basically wrote us off about 10 minutes ago. That's it.
So did I.
We got an opportunity here, Jeff.
Yeah. I'm going to try to find you that team total for the Nuggets. But I have taken the first quarter for the Warriors here, and then what do we come up with? I am bad with names. I'll be quite honest. I'm not great at pronouncing names. What do we come up with for my dude
Brandon Podzinski?
Okay, so I like doing the what's it called? The zigzag for the player props, right? I think it works in the NBA playoffs. He had 0 points last game because he was sick. He had food poisoning. I don't think he's going to have 0 points again. He has to score. He's going to play. He's averaging 17 points his last 10 games. And he's going to play and have to shoot a lot because Jimmy Butler's not there. So it's 13.5. I took over 13.5. He's back home where role players tend to play better at home, as we know. And he'll have the opportunity tonight because we won't have Jimmy Butler in the lineup.
No Jimmy Butler in the lineup. And without Jimmy Butler, I'm going to dabble on the Rockets tonight plus the 2. And they're plus 114. I know the young team, inexperience, going up against the old vets and the old guard. And even without Butler, you still got Curry and you got Draymond Green. You got obviously Steve Kerr, the coach. The Rockets were the 2 seed coming out of the Western Conference. And you look at this Golden State team, and I think the Butler injury and him not being available, I think it's going to obviously supremely help the Houston Rockets. The fear is not being able to deal with that kind of moment on the road in Golden State, given their inexperience. I like your bet when you mentioned it earlier on in the program, taking Golden State early in the game, first quarter, get off to that rip-roaring start. We saw it a little bit, Ottawa feeding off the emotion at home, down 3-0. They scored the first 2 goals against Toronto and led that one 2-1 in the opening period. Similar case, different sport in nature, that Golden State gets off to a really good start. If they can withstand that emotion early, I like the Rockets in the game at plus money.
Yeah. The Nuggets just missed. So Clippers have the ball, 2 minutes left, down 4. They're a 27-11 run, by the way, the last 8 minutes of this game. So Harden just crossed over Murray. I think that's Powell for 3. He made it. So 1 point game, Mark.
It's a 1 point game.
Yeah.
1 point game. Let's go, Jeff. Let's go.
Game. I thought this was like dead, and I thought this was like dead.
Oh my God! Look at this, Clippers. So, they're not. Look at the fans.
They fouled Jokic. Jokic got fouled. Wow. I believe.
They are going crazy in Los Angeles right now.
I think we also missed a goal by the Leafs, so it's 2-2 now. By the way. They had I believe it was a power play goal. So 2-2 for the Leafs. Was it on the power play? No, power play was over. So never mind. Just a goal, a slap shot, wrist shot.
So we're all tied up at 2.
All tied
I told
at 2.
You they were plus 196 down 2-1 at the end of the first period.
Turnover Nuggets.
96-95.
Yeah. Marner got the assist.
On the line.
I don't think it was.
Can they review that?
Oh no, he was not out of bounds. I don't think. I don't think he was out of bounds.
I'm sorry. I apologize. We were watching the game. I apologize.
Oh wait. They didn't review it. I don't think he was out of bounds. So
I don't know if has the ball. 96-95. Under 2 minutes to go. They're going crazy in Los Angeles. 1:37 to go. Clippers with the basketball.
This is why they built this arena, by the way. Like, I am from Los Angeles. I remember the sports arena way back in the day, but also just sharing Staples Center. They were the 3rd team at Staples Center. It was the Lakers, the Kings, and the Clippers. And they got 3rd billing. There were times when they had, like, issues with scheduling stuff because they were going to have the 3rd billing of the arena. Like, it just – and this is why Ballmer built this place, was for this moment. So I'm not a Clippers fan. I don't really care about the Clippers. I'm a Lakers fan. There's no rivalry there, really. But happy for their fans. Like, this is why this place was built, to have these type of games and these comebacks happen in their place.
Right now, 6:08 to go in the second period. Maple Leafs and Senators tied up at 2. Jeff gave you the details as far as the goal for Toronto. We talked about at the end of the opening period, Toronto was plus 196. They're now minus 108 to win the game. Ottawa still favored at home to win the game, even though we're tied up at 2 at minus 120. So we gave it out at the end of the opening period. Take Toronto. I think they opened up at the end of the first intermission at plus 200, and then they closed right around plus 196 to win the game. And Toronto and Ottawa right now are tied up at 2. Toronto's been the better team. I know they've had a little bit of puck luck when it comes to overtime in this series. They lead this series 3-0. They withstood the emotion of Ottawa early on in that game, and now we're all tied up at 2. Later on this evening, the Dallas Stars in Colorado taking on the Avalanche. Stars lead that series 2-1. Colorado minus 192 on the puck on the money line. The Dallas Stars are plus 158. The total in the game, if you're looking at goals, is over or under 6.5. It's plus 110 over, minus 135 to minus 134 to go under. But this end of this Denver Clippers game is ridiculous.
We're up 1.
What happened?
We're up 1.
We're up 1.
97-96.
Look at that, 97-96.
Kawhi missed a 3, and then someone jumped in and just took the rebound away from whoever was trying to rebound it if you're not in a foul. I guess they're not in the bonus. The way that these players can draw fouls, it's like insane. Like, they just sort of they swing their arms through someone's hands on the check, right? They're checking them or their hands are out and just foul. So Jokic they're in the bonus now, so he gets to shoot, I believe, foul shots. I mean, that's not really a foul. I guess it makes up for the not out of bounds. They had probably 2 possessions ago, but
a little bit of a makeup call.
Misses the first one. So, wow, we got it. We're live, buddy. I didn't think we had a chance.
I didn't think we had a chance. I wrote us off about a half hour ago when the Clippers were at home, when they were down by like 15, 18 points. I think at one point in time they were like down 22 and they were able to rally. I mean, it is an unbelievable rally and a collapse. And you know what? Jokic looks gassed. He's got 33 points, 21 boards, 8 assists on the game. He's not come out in the fourth quarter here. Denver obviously trying to knock this series up at 2 games apiece. Clippers at home trying to take a 3-1 series lead.
If this goes into overtime, I am going to hammer the Clippers. I think the Nuggets look exhausted. And Jokic has
tied up at 97, 45 seconds to go.
I'm a little ahead of you now, so it's still tied. But we're gonna our audience have to come back and hear the results of this. They look gassed. Kawhi's missed 2 threes in a row now for LA too, which is obviously why you bring him. Jokic does a crazy. Oh my God, Jokic. 1 point lead. 2 point lead here for the Nuggets.
2 points for Denver. We'll see. Maybe we get a little. Here's what we got on the line. Denver. All the Clippers need to do now: hit a 3 to end it at the end of regulation. You know what? Jeff Schwartz and myself, we're winners as a family play. You're listening to Live Bet Saturday. He's Jeff Schwartz. I'm Mark Malusis. We got riveting NBA playoff action. The Clippers down 2 late against Denver, under 15 seconds to go. How does it play out? We'll give you the details next. It's Live Bet Saturday right here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make 'em go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. 'Cause I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler.
Here's a look at your weather forecast, powered by weatherology.com. Lows dip down to about 49 tonight under overcast skies with a chance for scattered thunderstorms. Southeast winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. Chance for isolated storms tomorrow, 71, cloudy. Chance for scattered storms tomorrow night, lows level off around 62. Upper 70s Monday with a chance for scattered showers, much cooler Tuesday with highs in the upper 60s. And that's your forecast. I'm meteorologist Paul Trombley. Currently,
accessible and affordable holistic care is just around the corner at Bamboo Spa and Wellness Center. Located at 208 South Burlington Avenue, Suite 101 in Hastings. At Bamboo Spa, we offer a range of therapies to help you unwind and recharge. Experience soothing massages, rejuvenating head spa scalp treatments, and our Advanced Glow 2 facials. Discover the healing power of ozone therapy and frequency healing. Become a member for exclusive 24-hour access to our therapeutic amenities, including the infrared sauna, hydro massage, and cryo lounge. Members enjoy 20% off all services and 10% off products in our non-toxic retail shop. Visit our Facebook page to learn more and book your appointment today. Bamboo Spa and Wellness Center, truly holistic care, designed for you.
Make sure you're ready for the winter driving season ahead with a stop at Connet Auto Care in Hastings. Let the experts look over your car or truck to make sure it's ready for the tough winter driving conditions ahead. They'll check your tires, antifreeze belts, and hoses, plus anything else that may leave you stranded this winter. They also do brake repair, engine diagnostics and repairs, suspension work, and much more. Connet Auto Care, 212 North Lexington in Hastings.
Taking care of your teeth and gums is important to keeping a healthy smile, and that's where we come in. Dr. Corey Baumgartner of Baumgartner Family Dentistry will provide exceptional oral care services to both children and adults. They offer routine cleanings and screenings, emergency and scheduled surgical and cosmetic procedures, and a teeth whitening program to all of their patients. Whatever your dental care needs, Baumgartner Family Dentistry is there to help. New patients are welcome. Just call 402-462-6484 or stop in and see them at 2217 West 12th Street in Hastings.
You are listening to Extreme Sports, Central Nebraska's new home for sports.
We might have an ending in the Denver-Los Angeles Clippers game, or we might be heading to overtime. They are reviewing it, and Aaron Gordon, listen, describing the play, Jokic, a fadeaway, basically off-balance three. Gordon catches it, or maybe it's just a pass, dunks the basketball, and the red light goes on. I think that's good, Jeff. I think that's a good basket. I think it's going to end up being a basket, and Denver's going to win this game to even up the series at 2 games apiece.
What's interesting is, like, that was a terrible shot by Jokic. It was a fadeaway, like, off one leg three-pointer from the wing. And I think Gordon, I mean, I
think it's good. He ran off the court.
It's still touching his hand, though, but it's in the baskets. I don't know what the rule is here. We obviously have it on mute. I don't know what the rule is. I mean, it's when it leaves your hand, right? But what if your hand's in the basket on the ball? The thing about it, I don't know if they can overturn the call on the court, which I think they ruled it no basket on the court because they still have.
They ruled it no basket on the court?
It's still 99-99 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, they did rule it no basket on the court.
So, like, what do you do? Oh, my God.
It is so like it is so ridiculously close. You know, I think it's through the basket. I think we're going to lose this one 101-99. I could be wrong. And listen, if I'm wrong and this game goes to overtime, we'll both be happy campers. But, I mean, that is an unbelievable ending if it ends on this.
It counts.
I think it counts.
Wow.
It's official. Denver won 101-99. That's
I still like our bet.
Yeah, listen, it was -2.5 at the half. Clippers were down. They were home. Clippers down 50-48 at the half. Denver wins it 101-99 on an ending that, you know, we were on the air. We're talking here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network, on a Saturday. We were on the air. That is going to be a game that's going to be, that highlight is going to be replayed over and over and over again. That is a ridiculous ending to an NBA playoff game, and Denver has evened up the series at 2 games apiece.
I don't even know what to say. I mean, 0.1 seconds left. Speechless. It's in a wild way. I mean, look, we lost a wager. I didn't bet a ton on it. It's okay. You know, it's part of life. But like that, wow. Todd, this series has been fantastic, by the way. Like, fantastic.
It has been a great series. It really has. And we're getting ready. We got another great game coming your way. We're getting going here momentarily out in Golden State as the Rockets and the Warriors go to battle. They're tied up at a game apiece. No Jimmy Butler tonight for Golden State. They're a 2-point favorite. Jeff and I both gave you our thoughts early on the game. I like the Rockets on the money line. +114, +115 is right around the number right now. And Jeff likes, you like Golden State in the opening quarter, correct?
Yes, I do. Yeah. And I got my boy to score as well. He had the first basket of the game. We got 2 points on the board already. Need 13.5.
Very nice. One NHL game to keep you update on right now, a playoff game. Toronto in Ottawa taking on the Senators. Toronto trailed in this one on point in time, 2-0 in the first period. Scored late in the first, scored a goal in the second. We're tied at 2. Toronto at the end of the opening period was +196. On the money line, they're now -111. Ottawa still at home. They're favored to win the game, -115, but they're tied at 2 with under 2 minutes to go in the second period, Jeff.
Yeah, that just went to intermission. I think you're right about Toronto being the play here. I think that Ottawa scored the 2 goals early. They've scored none since then, and we saw in the other 2 games, right, 3-2 wins for the Maple Leafs in overtime. I don't know if this game's going to overtime, but it does feel like they've sort of got the momentum back. I'm still like in awe of that end of the other game. I'm like, that was. I've never seen that before. I mean, that was Jokic had to shoot the ball, obviously, but that was not a great shot. And then he ends up crazy, dude.
It is crazy. And when you look at it, it's been it's been a good day when you look at the NBA. Cavaliers won early, 124-87. They lead that series 3-0 over the Miami Heat. The Oklahoma City Thunder eliminated the Memphis Grizzlies 117-115. They cracked out the brooms and swept Memphis away. No Ja Morant earlier this evening for the Grizzlies. And then you get that classic ending between Denver and the Los Angeles Clippers. The Nuggets hold off. The Clippers outscored Denver in that fourth quarter 34-16 after Denver outscored the Clippers in the third quarter 35-17, and you get the Gordon dunk as time expires to win it off the ridiculous off-balance one-legged three-point attempt by Nikola Jokic. I agree with you, Jeff. I still like our bet, taking the Clippers at home, down 2, laying 2.5 in the second half. I think it was still a solid bet. And if that game gets to overtime, the Clippers are winning that game going away.
I had opened up my Sportsbook app to make the wager. Like, I was ready to go. Is Draymond Green's shot puts a 3-pointer. I don't get it ever when he does that. But I was ready to go. I was going to, Clippers money line was like going to unload it. It was going to happen. Probably 1.5 units. I was going to go right to it. And this didn't happen. So, yeah, look, we took an L there. Hopefully we'll make it back here. You're on Rockets full game. I'm on Warriors first quarter. My boy got 5 points already, by the way, has the 5 points of the Warriors so far. The Warriors look tight, making no shots early on here. Can't do much.
This summer, go all in at Circa Las Vegas with the ultimate getaway package. Just $400 all in. You'll get a 2-night stay at Circa, $100 dining credit, a $100 beverage credit, and your own day bed at Stadium Swim, where the party never stops. All for just $400, resort fees and taxes included. This limited time offer is valid for stays between May 26th and September 4th. Don't miss out. Lock in on your all-in summer package now at circalasvegas.com. He's Jeff Schwartz. I'm Mark Malusis. It is Live Bet Saturday. The NBA game that just got underway out in Golden State. The Warriors trailing Houston 9-7, 8:15 mark of the opening quarter.
Yeah, it's been a low-scoring series, right? We saw the first game was super low-scoring. The Rockets just had trouble scoring second half. The second game was 109-94, and now we have another game where Steph can't make a shot early on. The Rockets having trouble. They're getting swatted and blocked, and this is a wild start so far. Steph just can't make a three early on, but Golden State's staying in it 9-7. I just saw a tweet, by the way, from someone who had a ticket on. Will there be a buzzer beater in the series for Nuggets Clippers plus 3,000? They had a ticket for that, and they have just hit that ticket.
What did they put on that ticket?
$3,000. Yeah.
Wow, that's nice. That's a nice hit.
Yeah,
that is a nice hit. They're having themselves a good Saturday and going to have a great weekend.
Yeah. It pays $90,000, so that's your winnings for that one. And I've looked at this market before, just to look at. I look just same as you. We look at all different wagers, and it has to be like the final shot. It can't be with 0.2 left. If the other team has one possession
as the game expires.
Correct. So it's a very tough market. Obviously, it's why it is what it is. So yeah, that's the market for that one. Speaking of big markets, I had a Shedeur Sanders to not be drafted in the second round. I got it early Friday morning on a faraway shop. It was plus 10,000 mark. They limited me to $1. So
$1.
I made $100.
But you nailed it.
I mean,
you were right though.
I think a lot of us, like we do, you just look at things that you sprinkle every now and then, right? Just for a little entertainment on Friday. I was down a unit and a half for the whole draft, which, considering how many wagers I make, which was too many, I'm okay with that outcome. Just too many wagers, man. So this gets me to a little get back, not a lot, but something. So I'll take. It's better than nothing. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. A win's a win. If they limit you, they limit you. What are you going to do? But you were right on your call, and that's all that matters, right, in the end. And right now, Golden State trailing Houston 9-7, midway point of the opening quarter. I'd tell you this, I'm a little concerned where, Golden State's gotten off to this poor shooting start for the Warriors tonight, right? That Houston has not been able to take advantage of that and lengthen out their lead, where Golden State's able to stay within it, within arm's reach of Houston, even though they're not shooting the basketball well, Jeff. A little concerning for my Rockets money line bet. I got to be honest with you.
I just don't think the Rockets, again, they just have trouble scoring sometimes, man. It's that simple. It's simple to say that, but I think that's a concern you have when you wager on the Rockets. Is if this is the moment, it's too big for them, which I don't know it is. It makes it tougher, obviously, to see a situation where they're going to be able to do enough to get there. Your dog obviously agrees with me.
Yeah, Chip has seen maybe some animals outside. He wants to go chasing them. He's Jeff Schwartz. I'm Mark Malusis. That's Chip, the Malusis family dog. It's VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 5/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store single line activation on qualifying plan. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Ooh, ma. What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to handle the busy holiday season, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Stuart Smith. Heads of state, monarchs and other foreign dignitaries are arriving in Rome ahead of the funeral of Pope Francis, which will be held on Saturday. The head of the Catholic Church died at the age of 88 on Monday after weeks in hospital battling severe pneumonia. John Beaver has more on the preparations from Rome.
We're approaching the final few hours of people being able to pay tribute to Pope Francis in person. He will lie in state until 7 o'clock tonight, local time, in St. Peter's Basilica. An hour after that, his coffin will be sealed ahead of the funeral tomorrow. The Vatican has said they expect 50 heads of state and 10 reigning monarchs to be among the guests at the funeral. Estimates vary wildly about the number of members of the public who are likely to attend, but some saying it could be as many as 250,000. Security here is being stepped up ahead of tomorrow. There's a huge number of police on the streets. There are even snipers on rooftops and police helicopters often flying overhead as the eyes of the world focus on the Vatican. John Beaver, Rome.
Talks between government representatives from the US and Iran are set to take place this Saturday as Washington continues its diplomatic push to avoid Iran acquiring a nuclear weapon. From Tel Aviv, Trent Murray has more.
American and Iranian negotiators will meet Saturday in the Omani capital Muscat for their third round of talks in as many weeks. Last week's discussions in Rome were described as positive, with both sides saying progress was made. The White House is pushing for a diplomatic solution to concerns that Iran is enriching uranium to make a nuclear weapon. Tehran denies the charge, saying its nuclear program is for civilian purposes. President Trump has threatened that if a deal isn't reached between the US and Iran, that he could take military action targeting Tehran's nuclear program. Trent Murray, Tel Aviv.
Indian security teams continue to be on the lookout for 4 gunmen who opened fire on tourists earlier this week, killing 26 people. Sketches with the names of the suspects have been put up in Indian-administered Kashmir, with a cash reward announced as well. Neha Punya has more.
Police have named 3 of the 4 suspects and have also released their sketches. They claim 2 of the suspects are from Pakistan and 1 is a local. A cash reward of $23,000 has also been announced for information of the suspects. Security teams have sealed the town of Pahalgam in Indian-administered Kashmir, where the gunmen had opened fire on tourists in an open meadow only accessible by foot or on horseback earlier this week. The home of one of the suspected gunmen has also been demolished by local authorities. In New Delhi, Neha Punya.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
This is VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. This is Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
It is Live Bet Saturday here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. He's Jeff Schwartz. I'm Mark Malusis. We have 5:37 to go in the opening quarter. Houston right now leading Golden State 13-9. Rockets not shooting the ball well. Golden State not shooting the ball at all. Low-scoring opening quarter up until this point in time. Golden State, without Jimmy Butler tonight, came into this one as a 2-point favorite over the Houston Rockets in the 7-2 matchup out in the Western Conference. And we're trying to kind of catch our breath after the ending of Denver and the Los Angeles Clippers. We were not on the air. We were during the course of the break. But, I mean, it was a ridiculous ending between Denver and Los Angeles. Series tied up at 2 games apiece. Gordon with the game-winning dunk at the buzzer to win it for Denver.
So I guess I have so many questions about this, right? So I guess it's your hand touching the ball, right? Like that, because if you release the ball on a game-winning shot and it's off your hand, with obviously time remaining, it can score as time expires, as we know, correct? Okay, I'm right on that?
Correct.
But what if your hand is on the ball as it's already in the cylinder after you've dunked it? Like does that make, like, you, as you dunk the ball in, your hand is touching the ball, but the ball is in the cylinder? Like, I just find that part of, like, I don't know, I'm curious to see what they do in the after report. I think his hand was still on the ball when time expired, but the ball was inside the basket for a good basket already.
Well, the interesting thing to me is when you look at it, and we were watching it live as it was unfolding and trying to, describe it to everyone out there, whether you're watching or whether you're listening to us on Sirius XM, Jeff. And it was hard. They called it no basket initially on the court, and then went to review. Gordon ran off the court before he ran back on as it was being reviewed. They took anywhere from 2 to 4 minutes to review it. Was there decided evidence that it cleared the basket where his fingers were not on the basket? But once it clears through the cylinder, does it matter? Like, I don't know. To be honest with you, I'm not going to tell you that I know the NBA rule book backwards and forwards when it comes to that. It's such a rare instance that it's difficult to kind of tell you. I think they made the right call. I got to be honest with you. I don't think there's going to be any kind of I don't think there's going to be anybody that's going to go out there that the Clippers got screwed here or that there was some great injustice. I think it was the right call. I think Denver won the game, even though it wasn't for the betterment of you and I and for our audience as we gave it out at halftime. The Clippers were down by 2, 50-48. We liked Los Angeles in the second half, laying 2.5. If that game goes to overtime, tied at 99, and they declare that not to be a basket, we both loved the Clippers in overtime to pull away from Denver. Jokic looks absolutely gassed. And to think about, he takes an off-balance 3. I think it was a 3. Maybe his foot was inside the line on one leg. Bad. Terrible, right? But when you look at it, was he shooting it or was he passing it? Because he sets up Gordon with the perfect alley-oop dunk.
He's absolutely shooting it. So they get a break, though. They don't play again until Tuesday. So for Jokic to rest, he played a lot of minutes. He did not take his break. I don't think he took his break at all in the second half. I think he played all the way through the second half. He played, look at the box score right here. He played 43 minutes, played the most minutes, him and Aaron Gordon tonight. Like, he didn't take his break. So, he is very winded. I would imagine that flight home will be nice tonight after that win. I'm sure he had a lot to say, too, after the game. He is after games. He's very, very talkative. One wager quickly that might catch my eye. Steph Curry has started terribly today. He's 0 for 3 from 3. He's getting good looks. I wonder if there's a wager that I might take, like Steph over points at some point. I might do it in the break here as I get to the end of the first quarter. Because he's going to get a high volume of attempts tonight, unless the game's a blowout, which I don't see it happening because I don't think Houston can score enough. It does feel like right now it's set at 22.5. I feel like that's not a bad number to take.
I don't think that's a bad number, especially if you like Golden State in the game. Where else are they going to go? It's not going to be the Jimmy Butler show. He's not playing in the game tonight. So, if that's the number sitting right now, I think that's a solid play when you're looking at Steph Curry, even with that, because if they're going to win this game and take a 2-1 series lead, Curry's going to have to go out there and give you at the very least, he's giving you 28 to 30 points.
Correct. It's up to 20. I tried to get it in. It's at 23.5. Now I tried to get in as soon as possible. I got beaten by the gun there. So I trust Curry to have to do it tonight. As I mentioned, 0 for 3 from 3-pointer is they take the lead now. So my first quarter is live. It's live, buddy.
There you go. They've taken the lead. Nice. Golden State with the 18-17 lead right now. You look at Maple Leafs and Senators. I don't think the third period's gotten underway just as of yet. End of the second, money has rolled in on the Toronto Maple Leafs. They're now minus 128 to win the game. They were down 2-0 at one point in time. We gave it out at the end of the opening period, down 2-1 at plus 196. They're now minus 128 to win the game. They're up in Ottawa taking on the Senators. The Leafs lead that series 3-0. One other game to go on in the Stanley Cup playoffs gets going a little under than from an hour from now out in Colorado. The Avalanche and the Dallas Stars. Colorado a heavy favorite at home, down 2-1 in the series, minus 192. The Dallas Stars are plus 158. The total in the game, when you're looking at goals, if you're looking at that, 6.5. It's favored to the under, minus 134. If you like under 6.5 goals, over is plus 110.
This has been a wager that, most of the totals in this postseason have been 5.5. So they're looking at the way this series has been played. And Colorado, their total has been 3.5, 2. Like they've been expected to score goals. They just haven't. And we've seen in these sort of must-win moments, for the most part in the NHL, so far, teams have come out with a little bit of fire, a little bit. Canadians yesterday, right? Oilers last night. Even the Devils earlier today with the Lightning. So it is a good spot to take the Avalanche here at home, just like having to win, right? Again, the Stars have led, for all of 71 seconds in this series. So, again, a good opportunity, I think, to make some money here. You could take also as well, what's it at right now? Just the 60-minute number is, I see 132. Minus 132, that's an opportunity to take Colorado here instead of the minus 204 for the full game.
2 baseball games have yet to get underway. One will get underway shortly here. That's Pittsburgh on the road in Los Angeles taking on the Dodgers. Keller and Sasaki, your pitching matchup. The Pirates are plus 215. The Dodgers, as you would expect, are minus 260. When you're looking at the run total, it's at 8.5, favored to the over at minus 122. And the Miami Marlins, right around 9:41 Eastern time, on the road in Seattle, taking on the Mariners. Good pitching matchup in this one, Gillespie and Luis Castillo. The Seattle Mariners are favored in this one, minus 220. Marlins are plus 184. When you're looking at the run total, it's set at 7.5, favored to the over at minus 120. If you like the under, it's minus 102, Jeff.
Yeah, we'll get to watch some night baseball. When the Dodgers are playing at home, especially as we get to the first pitch tonight, I just like the under for the most part. Night games, Los Angeles, cooler weather, the ball just doesn't travel, and then their pitching staff is obviously outstanding. So I tend to go under if we talk about games in Los Angeles.
Yeah, I can understand that. A couple baseball games going on right now. Rays and Padres, they're in the bottom of the second. They're scoreless. San Diego favored in the game, and they've gotten off to a rip-roaring start to begin the season. They're minus 172. Tampa Bay is plus 134. Arizona Diamondbacks, Atlanta Braves. Braves leading that one 2-1. They're in the bottom of the fourth. Atlanta favored to win the game, minus 106. Atlanta not favored. Arizona favored to win the game, minus 120. The Astros and Kansas City Royals. Royals leading that one 2-0. They're in the middle of the eighth, and as you would expect, the Kansas City Royals are heavily favored in that game, minus 5,000, as the Houston Astros only have one more time up at the plate, down to 3 outs, and they're down 2-0 in the game, Jeff.
Yeah, the Royals it doesn't matter now, but they don't score a lot of runs. They have trouble scoring runs.
No, they don't.
You win 2-0, it doesn't matter, right? How many runs you score? You score one more than your opponent. So, obviously nothing live to play in baseball right now. Live wagers in baseball, man, I think I only take underdogs if I think the bullpen, like if you're losing to the Rockies or the White Sox, like by a run or two, I might dabble in looking at you, taking you live if you're playing a bad bullpen. But otherwise, I can't imagine I take many baseball wagers throughout a game.
And what do you have in this Golden State game opening quarter, 18-18? 2:08 to go in the opening quarter?
I paid a little bit of price for the money line for the first quarter. So
nice.
I just need a tie.
And that's live.
I need obviously I'd take a win, a tie, push, fine. I think it was either laying a half a point was I think the option for me. Or I can look at my number, what I got. I got to open up one of my apps to check it out. So yeah, the game is, at least I see 19-18 Rockets right now. I think this game's going to just be one of these games, like a barn burner the entire game. It's just going to be both teams under 100, I think, for tonight. It's just the Warriors can't score. Rockets, it's not what they do best. So do you agree with me? We're going to see this game sort of hover around right there?
Yeah, I think it's going to be an ugly game. Yeah, I'm with you. Especially if Steph continues to struggle shooting the basketball, and that's fine. I mean, hopefully we get a game that ended like in our favor, but ended like the Denver Clippers game. I mean, that was an insane ending. It really was. I still can't believe, you saw the Gordon dunk at the end of regulation to win it.
So let me cash this first quarter, and you cash full game.
Yeah,
I got nothing on the full game.
That's it. That's it.
I have the one kid to score over 13.5 points. Got 5 so far. So they just cannot make a shot, dude. The Warriors.
It's Live Bet Saturday, VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Is your AC ready for summer? Don't wait for the heat to hit. Weak airflow? Warm air? Strange noises? These are warning signs your AC needs attention. Our skilled technicians offer AC repair services or replacements to keep your family cool all summer long. Don't sweat it. 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning has your back. Here to keep your home cool all summer. Visit onehour.com to schedule today. Financing options available.
Hey, it's Bill from VSiN. You may know me as the guy who writes the VSiN daily newsletter, but I'm also one of VSiN's owners. If you're a business owner like I am, you need to reach customers ready to spend, right? VSiN talks to millions of engaged sports fans every month, folks with money in their pockets, ready to bet on the next big game. If you want to connect with this audience, email me at bill@vsin.com. Let's talk about how VSiN can help your business, no matter what its size, win big.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies.
Here's a look at your weather forecast, powered by weatherology.com. Slight chance for scattered rain showers tonight, otherwise cloudy skies expected. Lows dip down to about 50. Southeast winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. Cloudy skies expected again tomorrow. Scattered thunderstorms likely. Highs level off around 70. Cloudy tomorrow night. Chance for scattered storms. Lows level off around 62. Upper 70s Monday with a chance for scattered showers. Turning much cooler Tuesday with highs in the upper 60s. And that's your forecast. I'm meteorologist Paul Fromley.
Bored of the same old sports coverage? Get on the cutting edge of sports with Extreme Sports.
That ball hammered deep toward left into the well. That ball is gone.
The biggest plays, breaking news, and we can't forget the best sports talk.
Let's be great. Let's be great.
We are Extreme Sports.
Betting Network.
This is Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Right now, going on in the third period, Leafs leading, Leafs tied, I should say, with the Senators 2-2, 15:28 mark of that third period. Toronto trailed in this game at one point in time 2-0. And if you're looking at the live action right now, Toronto minus 130 on the money line. Ottawa is plus 102. As far as the NBA goes, one game just end of the first quarter, the Rockets leading the Golden State Warriors 22-18. Houston now plus minus 158 on the money line. Golden State is plus 124. How many points does Curry have at the end of the opening quarter, Jeff?
2.
Yeah, that's not going to last.
No.
I mean, that's not going to last. I'm sorry for your opening quarter bet.
It's all right. It happens.
It doesn't. No, that's fair. It does happen. But I mean,
Go ahead.
No, I would say this. If you like Golden State for the game and you were laying the 2, even without Jimmy Butler, Curry's going to get going. They're home. The one thing, as I mentioned, Houston has not been able to take advantage of Golden State's poor shooting to begin the game. They're only up 4 at the end of the opening quarter. Unless this ends up just being a game, Jeff, that nobody shoots the basketball well. Everybody struggles. A very low-scoring affair. Nobody gets going. And it ends up, I would imagine Steph Curry is going to have a huge impact on this game at one point in time, and Houston's going to have to withstand that.
I mean, it's certainly probable, but it just, I mean, they just have to get there at some point, right? I mean, it's just been that type of ugly game right now, and you got to hope at some point that if you're on the Warriors, I mean, you're in any of these teams, that there's some semblance of offense at some point.
Yeah, they got to get going. I mean, I would. What number would entice you? Like, if you look at it right now, Golden State trailing by 4 at the end. Now they're trailing by 6, 11:21 to go in the second quarter. Golden State is plus 3.5. Houston is now minus 3.5.
Nothing. I mean, I just how are they going to score? I mean, I think Steph's going to score. I mean, it'd be great, but I don't really know how he's going to score. Or
yeah,
he's
fair.
How
I mean,
score.
I get it. I mean, Curry's got such ridiculous range, though. We'll see as this one unfolds. It's an ugly start out there in Golden State. There's no doubt about it. The Warriors trailing by 6 at the 11:02 mark of the second quarter, 24-18. The Houston Rockets came into this one as a slight 2-point underdog. Let's look ahead to tomorrow a little bit, Jeff, and we'll get into the NHL, and we already gave you our thoughts on the game that's about to get underway, or about underway in about 40 minutes out in Colorado, as the Colorado Avalanche are a heavy favorite at home against the Dallas Stars. They're minus 192. The Stars are plus 158. The goals in the game is 6.5. It's favored toward the under at minus 134. Pretty cool moment in the previous game as Gabriel Landeskog made his return after basically being out for 3 years with a knee injury for the Colorado Avalanche. Made his return. Their captain still. Dallas leads the series 2-1. Colorado a heavy favorite, more talented team in this one. As you mentioned before, what was the ridiculous stat? How long has Dallas led this series for?
71
led
seconds.
in games? 71 seconds. Think about 71 seconds, and they lead the series.
Yeah. Ottawa, by the way, back ahead on a goal. Kachuk just destroyed a guy on the defensive side, and they got a little breakaway and boom, pass in. So 3-2 Senators. I did not play the Maple Leafs, so I stayed away from that one.
You did not hop on a board as I did at plus 196, unfortunately, but we'll see what happens. Ottawa's now taking a 3-2 lead, under 12 minutes to go in regulation, looking to stave off elimination and stave off the sweep at the hands of the Toronto Maple Leafs. Let's look ahead to big quadruple header of NBA basketball tomorrow, Jeff, and get your quick thoughts on it. The Knicks, they're on the road in Detroit, lead the series 2-1, victorious on Thursday night out in Detroit. Have had a huge break here. They're getting 2 on the road, plus 112 if you like them on the money line. The Pistons minus 132. The total in the game is sitting at 217. Anything with Knicks and Pistons game 4?
I mean, I go back to sort of like that first quarter idea, which I like playing. I mean, the Pistons come off a loss. They have to win, right? Do we agree? Like this, they can't go back to New York down 3-1. But I thought they had to win game 3. Not had to win game 3. I thought they would play better in game 3 early on, and just didn't do it. So I would lean toward that. I think the Knicks are probably better in the end, but you can early on end up getting some value there in a fast start for Detroit.
All right, how about the Lakers? They're on the road in Minnesota. The T-Wolves lead this series 2-1. Luka's sick in game 3. Lakers, you got a tremendous performance by LeBron, but not enough. You're looking at this game, Minnesota 3.5-point favorite. They're minus 158 on the money line. The total is sitting at 209. Anything with the Lakers and T-Wolves, if Luka's healthy and ready to go, and over what would he have, a stomach bug or food poisoning? Do you think the Lakers end up even up this series at 2 games apiece?
I think so. I'm a Lakers fan. I don't feel great about it. I'm not going to lie. But yes, I think I think the Lakers win this game. The game was close for a while, and then at the very end, the Timberwolves pulled away last night. I think we're going to see a Lakers team that gets it done at the end. I hope so, obviously. I don't feel great about it, though. It seems to be a tough matchup for the Lakers.
All right, how about the Celtics? They're on the road in Orlando, 7 o'clock tip Sunday night. Boston, a 6.5-point favorite. The total in the game is sitting at 197.5.
Yeah, the biggest wager I make in the NBA postseason so far will be Boston to cover this game. They've been BSing a little bit in these games. I think after that loss the other day, where offensively they were a wreck. They did not shoot the ball well. This one-on-one offense, man, where like Jaylen Brown just takes the ball, dribbles forever, and takes a bad shot. Brown does the same thing. Tatum does the same thing every now and then. They're going to get back to moving the ball a little bit. They were 9 for 27 from 3. That's how they go sometimes. They shot better than the Magic did, which is the Magic won a game shooting 25% from 3. They shot only 4 more foul shots. They're barely out-rebounded. Was Boston. More turnovers, 21 turnovers. That plays a big role, obviously, in a loss. So I very much like Boston to take control of this series back. This is 6.5 because is Tatum not playing tomorrow, or just people betting the Magic? I don't know why this is so low. It wasn't this low the other day.
No, it wasn't. It's 6.5. I don't know why. I didn't see what the open.
It was like, what did it end up closing at? It closed about this right after Tatum was announced to play, right?
Correct. I believe it did. Earlier on in the series, it was a bigger number than this.
Well, so obviously in Boston, the Magic they're so slow on offense, as we know. They don't score a ton of points. I mean, they won a game 95-93. Like, is Boston going to lose many games? So I will. This will be like a 2-unit play for me. I just really like Boston tomorrow.
You're all over the Celtics laying the 6.5, and I concur. I agree with you. I think it's a huge bounce back moment for the Celtics after they lost Game 3 down in Orlando. All right, how about the Indiana Pacers? They're in Milwaukee.
Yeah.
Milwaukee, a 4.5-point home favorite. The total in the game is sitting at 226.5.
Yeah, what a tale of two halves, right? Early on, Indiana was dominating, and then all of a sudden, Milwaukee came out in the third quarter and did their thing. I'd probably lean more toward Indiana. They obviously played better the first 2 games. Dame did not play, as we know, in Game 1, and he looked better in Game 2. Still only had 7 points. I think I would target Lillard over points. It's been rough the first 2 games back, and maybe you just say to yourself, oh, well, like, that's just what it is right now. You know, he can't score, he can't contribute in the way he wants to because he's off this long layoff. I would probably play Lillard over points, see what I can get there, and maybe back the Pacers. I haven't thought about a side or total on that one yet.
Yeah, I'm taking Indiana. I liked Indiana before the series started. I'm going to take Indiana to take a 3-1 series lead. I like your Lillard angle. I would. I think he could go over points, and Indiana could still win the basketball game. But I'll take the Pacers, who I think for the most part have been the better team in this series. The NBA and NHL playoffs are heating up. MLB in full swing, and the Kentucky Derby, we're a week away, almost here. Don't just watch, but bet smarter with VSiN Pro. Right now, get full VSiN Pro access through August 1st for just $59, saving you over 33% off the monthly price. Sign up and get instant access to a daily recap of best bets from all VSiN hosts and guests, exclusive betting splits from DraftKings and Circa, 24/7 live video and full show replays on the VSiN Watch app, plus our Kentucky Derby betting guide dropping April 30th with previews and best bets on the Kentucky Derby and Kentucky Oaks. Every sport, every edge, one low price. Sign up now at vsin.com/subscribe. That's VSIN.com/subscribe. He's Jeff Schwartz. I'm Mark Malusis. This is Live Bet Saturday right here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling grandma for her recipe? No-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m.? Big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas? The ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. Straight Talk. Real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 5/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store single line activation on qualifying plan. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
When you partner with CDW, your people get more out of technology. CDW AI architects deliver Microsoft services to automate tasks and boost productivity, helping sales reps connect with more customers. Remote teams collaborate seamlessly, and small businesses compete at scale. That's amazing. Make amazing happen. Microsoft and CDW. Learn more at cdw.com/modernwork.
Ridgeline, a local accounting and financial services firm, proudly supports all area high school athletes. There is more than one path toward financial security. We take the time to know you well, to understand your financial situation, your business, your farm, and your personal goals. That's why our work with you is more about personal connections than it is about the numbers. Choosing the right path takes experience, creativity, and guidance you can trust. Come join us and enjoy the view at Ridgeline.
Hi, I'm Mitch Stellick from Stellick Law Firm in Grand Island. The lawyers of Stellick Law Firm have over 90 years of combined legal experience. Our firm specializes in family law, personal injury, probate and estate planning, as well as real estate and corporate law. Stellick Law Firm believes in getting to know our clients and finding the best way to serve you. Call us today at 308-675-4035 to schedule your appointment. Stellick Law Firm is ready to work for you. Let us be your voice.
You're locked in to Extreme Sports.
Olivares now hits a line drive to deep left field. Ward is back to the wall. Granny time!
Here's Doncic wheeling inside in traffic and got it to go. Call it the foul.
The home of 24/7 sports talk. Nothing but pure sports action.
Five Points Bank has been your hometown bank for over 40 years, and now you can take us wherever you go. Mobile Deposit allows you to deposit checks from your smartphone or tablet with our free business banking app. And never pay for an ATM charge again with our MoneyPass app. It maps out ATMs near you that won't charge a fee because of its partnership with 5 Points Bank. We're here to serve you in person and online, and that's why we're the better bank.
At Midwest Farm Management, often the most challenging decision to our clients is what to do with a family farm. We've been helping answer this question since the 1970s. Our company is focused on working with tenants that are good stewards of the family farm while offering excellent returns to our owners. Our services include, but are not limited to, detailed financial and field reports, grain marketing, crop insurance, and finding and executing a lease agreement that best fits your farm. Give us a call today at 402-463-1110 or find us on the web at midwestfarmmanagement.com.
Physical Therapy and Sports Rehab of Hastings is the trusted name in sports injury management. The staff of PTSR provides up-to-date and efficient care of sports-related injuries, returning athletes quickly and safely back to the playing field. PTSR offers free evaluation of all sports-related injuries to all area athletes during convenient 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. hours Monday through Friday. Call 402-462-8824 for more information. Remember, Physical Therapy and Sports Rehab of Hastings for all your physical and occupational therapy needs.
This is Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Derby Day is almost here. Why not make your first bet your best bet? With First Bet, you can wager on Churchill Downs, Belmont Park, and tracks around the world, all from your phone. Go to firstbet.com. That's the number one, stbet.com, and enter promo code VSiN200 for a $200 sign-up bonus. Don't miss out. Bet smarter on the Derby with firstbet.com. This is Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. He's Jeff Schwartz. I am Mark Malusis. The NFL Draft has come and gone. 3 raucous days out there in Green Bay, Wisconsin. And I mean, listen, the NFL does a great job of of making the events bigger, bolder, and more outrageous. And the NFL draft has become more outrageous when you look at it, Jeff. There's no doubt. But, for all these guys that get drafted into the National Football League, you did. It's just a tremendous moment in your life. And the NFL is king. May 14th, the schedules get released. We know the opponents for each and every team, but how do they stack up during the course of the regular season? That's coming your way in about 2 weeks. The NFL has made it, every day in a month, and every month there's a day to pay attention to. They are like the King Kong when you're looking at sports. There's no doubt. What was your impressions of the NFL draft the last 3 days? What hit you?
Well, one thing, Cam Ward is a multimillionaire now after what happened. Not what happened, he was drafted first overall. But I feel like we just ignored that because the Sanders talk was so strong, Mark, that like this guy was the first pick in the draft and no one talked about it. It's like not talking. It's wild. It's not talking about it at all. Which again, it's like stunning to me that we normally spend all this time evaluating that guy, praising that player, and nothing has been said about King. We focus so much on Shadur. So that was frustrating to me. When you look, one thing too, we all get things wrong. Okay, like that's part of sports evaluation, and it's okay to just be like, I got something wrong. And the people that were doing the broadcast like refused to just say that they got it wrong. They kept doubling and tripling down. It's like very clear. The NFL, man, look, the NFL will tell you how they feel about you. Did I want to be drafted in the 7th round? No, I didn't want to be drafted in the 7th round. But the NFL told me you're a 7th round pick. The NFL told Shadur Sanders he's a 5th round pick. And you might have him 5th over on your big board. You have to evaluate why you did. And the entire time, we just kept hearing from people saying, I can't believe this happened. I can't believe that. Tell me why it's happening. Like, find out why is it happening. The viewers want to know why. I want to know why he's dropping. Please tell me. And they just kept going back and back and back to the idea of just like, essentially, thing's all about Shadur. By the way, Toronto just tied up. So if you're feeling your Leafs here, money line is back.
Oh, what a pass! What a pass! Look at that. We're tied up at 3. Leafs are not dead yet, Jeff.
I might hop in here with you a little bit. I think the Leafs are going to win this one. I don't know. Oh no.
I agree with you about Cam Ward. I agree. And the Sanders conversation basically took over the landscape because I think people were just stunned. But they told you, I'm sure it motivated you, Jeff, as a 7th round pick, right? And you had a good NFL career. I hopefully motivate Shadur Sanders as him being a 5th round pick by the Cleveland Browns. And we went over that quarterback situation in that quarterback room. One guy that did not fall, because you can make the argument that he was the best overall player in this draft, was Travis Hunter, right? The ridiculous freak cornerback, wide receiver out of Colorado, the Heisman Trophy winner. The Jacksonville Jaguars move up with the Cleveland Browns from 5 to 2 to go draft him 2nd overall on Thursday night. And I've got some Travis Hunter props, Jeff, that I want to throw at you. We ran through some Rookie of the Year, offensive and defensive Rookie of the Year. We went through them before. All right, Travis Hunter, now with the Jaguars, drafted by the Jaguars, 2nd overall, to record 1,000-plus regular season receiving yards at plus 230.
Okay, so we'll go through all of these, but I'll just tell you one thing before we start. Well, okay, do you want me to do like the sour grapes take now or later?
Let's do it later. Let me run through them, and then you tell me anything that interests you, all right?
Okay.
So Hunter to record 1,000-plus regular season receiving yards, plus 230. Travis Hunter to record 75-plus regular season receptions and record 2-plus regular season interceptions, plus 250. Travis Hunter to score 10-plus touchdowns combined, offensive and defensive touchdowns, you're getting 7-1. Travis Hunter to record 5-plus regular season offensive touchdowns and 1-plus regular season defensive touchdowns, 12-1. Travis Hunter to score 1-plus touchdown and record 1-plus interception in season debut is 16-1. Travis Hunter records 750 regular season receiving yards and record 5-plus regular season interceptions. If you like that, you're getting 17-1.
Well, I'll start with what I was going to start with, and we'll work ourselves backwards.
Yes.
You can't wager on a single prop to know what position he's going to play.
Do you think there's an idea that he could be a two-way player?
Okay. Yes. I think people have said that Jacksonville trading up and losing a first-round pick next season was like you're drafting two players, right? Like you're drafting two players instead of one. But, Mark, Travis Hunter is remarkable. He is a special talent. He seems like a good kid, like all the things you want in a second pick overall. But the reality of it is this, right? A college playbook, let's just say, they're all on iPads now, but a paper playbook is like an inch thick, okay? The NFL playbook is 3 inches thick. And you don't have enough time to learn both positions at the level you have to learn it. And what he did at Colorado was he played cornerback full-time and then a package of wide receiver plays. Now, obviously, he played as a wide receiver every snap, but he stayed on one side of the field, didn't have a big route tree, and that's what he did. That makes a little sense. Cornerback full-time, wide receiver part-time. If you flip it, you can't play cornerback part-time. I'll give you the reasons why. One is, again, like the playbook. It's a big playbook. Defense is complicated. It's not just line up in front of one guy and guard him the entire time. If you want that to be your defense, if I offensively know that Travis Hunter's always in man coverage, I have an advantage over that, right? I know exactly what defense you're going to be in. I want that. I want to know what defense you're going to be in. And so you can't just say, Travis, go cover Justin Jefferson. What? How's it fair to Travis Hunter to play wide receiver full time, then go guard the best wide receiver on the other team? It's not going to work that way. So I think he is a wide receiver now. Entering the process, he was probably a corner, but wide receiver, the value in that position now is so much higher. So the one wager I think right now, the 1,000 yards seems doable. That one seems doable. The first one you mentioned. The other ones are ridiculous. Like to only get 16-1 in my book for first game to have, what was it? 2 touchdowns, 1 offense, 1 defense. Did I have that one correctly?
Right. Travis Hunter to score 1+ touchdowns and record 1+ interception in season debut, 16-1.
That should be like 100-1. That's what are we doing? I mean,
I know that to me.
I imagine Deion probably did this in a game. I don't even know. I'm sure we could find. I mean, did Deion score on offense?
Deion definitely.
And defense.
Well, here's the thing is, no one threw Deion's way. I mean, that's the other issue when you look at it, right? So he was but no one, because everyone respected his ability to be a ball hawk when, he's arguably the greatest defensive back, greatest corner, I should say, the National Football League has ever seen. I agree with you. I'm curious in terms of you're moving up, you're an offensive-minded coach in Liam Cohen coming over from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I would have to imagine that it's going to be more than just a package of plays for Travis Hunter offensively, because your job there is to get the best out of Trevor Lawrence, is it not? I mean, that's why you got the job, because of what you did in Baker and your offensive vision. So your job there is to basically resurrect and help Trevor Lawrence reach what he potentially can be in the National Football League.
Which is why I sort of always thought that he would end up playing offense if Jacksonville drafted him. I thought Jacksonville was going offense at 5 no matter what. Like that's what I thought it would be. And obviously that's what Liam Cohen said they were going to do, just use the draft to get Trevor Lawrence better. And they ended up doing that. And that's why Genti made a little bit of sense too, I guess, because you just want to add weapons, right? To your offense. So I think Hunter's going to be used primarily as a wide receiver. I don't think you can do both. I think they're going to go into the regular season, or really training camp, I should say, and tell him he can do both and try it out for 4 days and realize it just can't happen. There's a physical toll to it, a mental toll to it. That's all. He's 190 pounds. Again, playing the Big 12, playing the NFL are 2 different things. It's just not going to happen the way he wants it to.
He's Jeff Schwartz. I'm Mark Malusis. It's Live Bet Saturday right here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to Hims.com/joy. HIMS.com/JOY.
Is your AC ready for summer? Don't wait for the heat to hit. Weak airflow? Warm air? Strange noises? These are warning signs your AC needs attention. Our skilled technicians offer AC repair services or replacements to keep your family cool all summer long. Don't sweat it. 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning has your back. Here to keep your home cool all summer. Visit onehour.com to schedule today. Financing options.
Here's a look at your weather forecast. Powered by weatherology.com. Slight chance for scattered rain showers tonight. Otherwise, cloudy skies expected. Lows dip down to about 50. Southeast winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. Cloudy skies expected again tomorrow. Scattered thunderstorms likely. Highs level off around 70. Cloudy tomorrow night. Chance for scattered storms. Lows level off around 62. Upper 70s Monday with a chance for scattered showers. Turning much cooler Tuesday with highs in the upper 60s. And that's your forecast. I'm meteorologist Paul Fromley.
At Sustainable Seed Solutions, your area Bex dealer, we're dedicated to serving area farmers by delivering the industry's most diverse product lineup, backed by personalized service and agronomic support. From localized recommendations to product selection and weed management insights, we are proud to put on our boots and walk side by side with you every season. Good luck to all area teams this season. Contact Sustainable Seed Solutions, your area Bex dealer, at 402-751-0089 for more information, or find us on the web at sustainableseedsolutions.com.
Are you tired of missing out on local high school sports and college sporting events? Look no further than Extreme Sports. Extreme Sports is your go-to source for live and on-demand broadcasts of local sports, including high school games and college events. And the best part? You can listen to it all for free on our app, available on the Apple Store or Google Play Store. That's right. With the Extreme Sports app, you can stay up to date on all the latest sports news and scores, and even listen to play-by-play of your favorite teams. And if you have an Alexa-enabled smart speaker, you can easily tune in by simply saying, "Alexa, open Extreme Sports." And if you're a fan of Hastings College sports, you're in luck. Extreme Sports is the official broadcast partner of Hastings College, so you can catch all the action from the Broncos and Lady Broncos. So why wait? Download the Extreme Sports app now on the Apple Store or Google Play Store and start listening to all the excitement of local sports completely free. And don't forget to say, "Alexa, open Extreme Sports" to listen on your smart speaker. Extreme Sports, your home for local sports, wherever you go.
Stellig Law Firm of Grand Island is committed to assisting clients throughout Nebraska. Stellig Law Firm is a full-service law firm and specializes in estate planning, probate, and personal injury. Stellig Law Firm takes the time to listen and understand each client's personal needs. To schedule your individual appointment, call 308-675-4035. Stellig Law Firm is located at 724 West Koenig Street in Grand Island. A call today will secure your tomorrow.
On the Stanley Cup playoffs right now, the Toronto Maple Leafs and Ottawa Senators, they're tied at 3. They are going to overtime. And we're looking at, let me just give you a quick update. The Rockets are up 44-36 late second quarter out in Golden State against the Warriors. Warriors came into that one as a 2-point favorite. Jeff, I want to ask you, because the draft and NFL free agency, Mark Malusis and Jeff Schwartz with you on this Saturday. It's Live Bet Saturday on VSiN, the sports betting network. Let's get into some division winners. The schedules get released May 14th. We know what the opponents are going to be, right? When you look at because you have a kind of a full glance with now free agency and the draft kind of, and people reacting who won, who lost when it comes to the NFL draft. And the direction of teams. I want to get your quick thoughts here on the AFC East. Go run through the divisions here quickly. AFC East, you look at the Buffalo Bills, they're minus 230. Dolphins are 5-1. Patriots are plus 550. The Jets are 15-1. Is there anybody in the other three teams, Dolphins, Patriots, Jets, is there any significant pressure on the Bills in 2025? Or are they the runaway winner in the AFC East?
I mean, the Patriots are interesting, but I feel like they're the hot, they're going to be everyone's like favorite choice to be the team to upset, which I got to see it all put together, year one of Vrabel. I just need to see it all put together, Mark. Miami, I'm out on them. Jets out. So it would be Buffalo or no one. The best quarterback in division, which obviously is a huge component to the success you need to win the division.
All right. How about the AFC North? Ravens are minus 140. Bengals are plus 220. Steelers right now are 5-1. The Browns are 28-1 to win the AFC North. Bengals, obviously, notorious slow starters in these seasons. I wonder if the Steelers line moves significantly if and when Aaron Rodgers finally comes in to be their starting quarterback, and what's your belief there? But how about the biggest threat to the Ravens, or do you think this is, obviously Baltimore is the betting favorite, do you think Joe Burrow and the Bengals, or do you think Rodgers and the Steelers are the biggest threat?
Not Rodgers and the Steelers. I think it's a Burrow, Bengals, Ravens division, right? I mean, look, we go through all these. We're gonna boil these down, right? For the most part, the division winner is the best quarterback in the division. Just is. Go through all of them. Now, some years it's the best quarterback playing in that division, not the most talented quarterback, or not the quarterback that has been the best, right? But like the best quarterback in divisions in that division is Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow. Now, Joe Burrow didn't have the defense to go with it. The Ravens do. And so that's why they're in that situation. So I think those are the two teams. I default to Ravens for now. If the Bengals defense is that much better this season, I think you would look at the Bengals as being division winners. They just got to start faster. They start every year 1-4, 1-3. You can't do that. So if they're able to be better on that side, I do think that the Bengals can give. I think I would probably. What would I get the Bengals at right now? What was it at?
The Bengals are plus 220.
It's not even that good. It's not even good of a number. Here's what you do on this one, right? We just say this: the Bengals start slow again. You just take them like week 4 to win the division, like that. Makes more sense, right?
That does make sense. You're right. How about the South? Houston plus 115. The Jaguars with their new head coach Liam Cohen plus 290. The Colts are 3-1. The Titans are 7-1. Concern I have about Houston. I love Stroud. Offensive line, Jeff, was a disaster. Obviously, they trade Laramie Tunsil to the Commanders during the course of the offseason. Is that Texans' offensive line? Stroud got knocked around and sacked a lot last year.
Yeah, he did. The scheme was bad too. It was a really bad scheme. Like they don't allow Stroud in that scheme to essentially change protections. They call it and run it, which is it's an issue with Shanahan offenses. It's a long note, but the Slowick's gone, so things will be different. They try to improve their offensive line in the draft and free agency, right? So they're going to be a little bit better, I think. But again, go back to the theory. So Cam Ward not ready yet. I'm going to fade the Colts all season. Richardson and Daniel Jones, no, sir, gone on that. In Jacksonville, right? Like Jacksonville is like I don't know, a maybe. Like I feel great about Jacksonville. So it's got to be Houston for me.
All right, how about in the AFC West? The Chiefs, as you would expect, minus 120. Patrick Mahomes saying we're going to unleash the aerial attack in 2025. Los Angeles Chargers with Harbaugh's second year plus 310. The Broncos plus 370. The Vegas Raiders with their new head coach Pete Carroll, new leadership there. They're 10-1.
Do you want to be the person that bets against the Chiefs? Like, is that what you want to do?
No, I do not.
I would not want to be that person. Look, I thought after the Super Bowl they were going to reload. Like reload's the wrong word. Not reboot. Sort of take this year, reboot the roster. But when Kelsey came back, they're going for it again with Kelsey back. So that to me feels like an AFC West wager, right? If they were going to not go for it, Kelsey was going to retire. Maybe they cut a couple players here and there, but they didn't do that. They went aggressive in acquiring players again. They have to play some young guys in the offensive line. I get that, but their draft was really good. So I think the answer here is Chiefs as usual until proven otherwise. Very quickly, by the way, halftime in Golden State, 49-46 Rockets.
49-46. So Golden State cut into that lead there. 1 point in time, down 10, only down 3 at the half. We'll get into some halftime bets coming your way top of the hour. How about the Philadelphia Eagles? They're minus 160. The Commanders plus 230. Cowboys 7-1. Giants are 27-1 in the NFC East.
Well, it's not going to be the Giants.
It's not going to be the Giants. It's really, to me, honestly, Jeff, it's either the Commanders. I don't think Dallas is good enough. It's a question of whether or not Washington can challenge Philadelphia in the East. And if the Eagles stay healthy. If the Eagles stay healthy, they're by far the best team in the NFC East.
Yeah, I think I'm still going with the Eagles until sort of proven otherwise, right? So I would say Philly. Washington, I don't think quite there yet. Dan Daniels was great in year 1. Let's see what he can do in year 2. I like how they've done the roster. Like I like all that. The Phillies roster is just better. And you gotta prove you can beat them.
NFC North, Lions plus 125, Packers plus 270, Vikings are plus 390 with J.J. McCarthy at quarterback, Bears are plus 490. The NFC North is one of the more intriguing divisions in football when you look at it from competitive nature, top on down, with Ben Johnson at head coach in year 2 for Caleb Williams in Chicago. That's an intriguing story and how they've rebuilt that offensive line.
Yeah, this one's interesting, right? Lions have a lot of turnover, but you got to think they're going to be better on defense, right? Like they're going to be better on defense because they're going to be healthier. This is a tough one for me. I would not Vikings probably, not Bears yet. Packers are still like the Packers last year have lost 5 games to all the playoff teams in the NFC. Like that concerns me. I would probably be boring and take Lions for now, and pivot maybe to another team who starts fast. I think there's a lot of unknown. Like I think I know what the Lions are. Bears are unknown with the new pieces they have. The Vikings are unknown with a new quarterback, and the Packers. Maybe this is do you think this is the year for the Packers? Like, are they finally breaking through? Okay, so they're finally breaking through for you. Division. Okay. Yeah,
they are. I like Green Bay in the division. Quickly, let's go through the South and the West. South, Tampa's plus 110, Falcons plus 230, Carolina plus 430, Saints are 7-1.
I think Carolina is much better this season.
I can see that. I would dabble with Atlanta, how they attack the defense in the draft. I would take the Falcons at plus 230.
I almost can't take the Falcons because I hate that James Pierce trades so much that I don't think I could talk myself into that. Is that fair?
That's fair. All right, NFC West, Rams plus 165, 49ers plus 170, the Arizona Cardinals plus 450, and the Seahawks are plus 550.
Yeah. Give me the Rams. I'll probably wager on the Rams to win the NFC. Think about this last year, right? So they were down 6 in a snowstorm in Philadelphia to beat the Eagles.
Yeah.
Minus 2 in turnovers. All McVay, head coach, and Stafford have done when healthy is win a ton of football games each and every season. Each and every season.
And that defense
is getting better.
He is an unbelievable coach.
Yes.
Great coach, great coaching staff, and stop the back.
I don't get the Niners being in this discussion. They've gotten worse this year.
I agree. I'm with you. I would never take the Niners at plus 175. ProfitX offering the best odds all baseball season long. ProfitX is a peer-to-peer sports betting exchange available in 40-plus states, the first of its kind in the U.S. You'll be able to make your sports picks against other groups of fans rather than against sports books. Exchange guarantees you the best odds on average by 10 to 20%. You can even request your own odds. Download ProfitX today. Use code VSIN, VSIN, and earn up to $200 in profit cash over your first month. We got playoff action abound. He's Jeff Schwartz. I'm Mark Malusis. It's Live Bet Saturday right here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
With Progressive Snapshot, you could save on auto insurance rates by driving safely, which is nice because you can just keep doing you. So keep on using that broken phone charger because it occasionally works. Keep quoting something you heard on a podcast as your own. Keep ignoring your sister's texts while you drive and after. And when baggage claim says, have a great trip, keep on saying, you too. And keep driving safely. And you could save with Snapshot from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe? No-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m.? Big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas? The ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. Straight Talk. Real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 5/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store single line activation on qualifying plan. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Stuart Smith. Heads of state, monarchs and other foreign dignitaries are arriving in Rome ahead of the funeral of Pope Francis, which will be held on Saturday. The head of the Catholic Church died at the age of 88 on Monday after weeks in hospital battling severe pneumonia. John Beaver has more on the preparation.